Section 56 of Lectures in Modern History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. Lectures in Modern History by William Smyth. Having thus alluded to the first and great hero of the general subject, I must proceed to other parts of it. I come next to the conquest of Mexico. We have here also original authorities which may be procured and read. In the first place, it must be observed that the great repository of all original documents respecting the New World is the Italian collection of Ramusio, the work quoted by Robertson. Here will be found translated the letters of Cortes to his sovereign, memorials that so particularly deserve our consideration. The first letter seems lost, but it is sufficiently clear that it was not of any great consequence. The second is of the greatest importance. There was a Latin translation made of two of these letters, the second and third. There are in all four. So as early as 1524, in the time of Cortes, but the book is now very rare. It has lately been bought for our public library. Another original authority we have in the work of Bernal Diaz de Castillo, a faithful follower and fellow soldier of Cortes, a translation of which has been made by Mr. Keatinge, and was published in London in 1800. And lastly, as a comment upon the whole, we have the work of Clavigero, which has been translated. The history of Herrera, to which Robertson so constantly refers, is to be found in the original Spanish in some of our libraries, and some of the decades, particularly those which relate to Mexico, have been translated into French. There is an English translation of the work of Herrera by Stevens in 6 volumes, octavio, published in 1725. I would recommend the second letter, at least, of Cortes to be perused. It is, unfortunately, too much after the manner of a state paper, and transactions are related in that general official style which precludes those details, that enumeration of minute circumstances, those passing discoveries of personal feelings, which, when a distinguished man is giving his own history to his friend, or even to the world, often render his account a study for all subsequent ages. Still, the letters of Cortes are an authentic, though summary, relation of his proceedings from the planting of the colony at Vera Cruz to the conquest of the Mexican Empire and the discovery of the South Sea. And when we know the facts from him and from other sources, it must always be a subject of some entertainment and curiosity to observe how such a man could represent such facts to his court. In reading the achievements of Cortes, as in reading the life of Columbus, it is to be wished that the mind should forget, if possible, its knowledge of the events, for by this temporary oblivion alone can we feel all the interest of the story and perceive the full merit of these Spanish conquerors. This merit is not merely that of other conquerors, the courage and skill which can attack and overpower the enemies that appear before them. In addition to this merit, they have won, unless perhaps the enterprise of Alexander against India be thought of the same nature, exclusively their own, that of marching forward into an immense country totally ignorant of what they were to expect, by what enemies they were to be attacked, and by what dangers assailed. They were landed on the edge of a continent, and then to proceed among nations of whom they knew nothing, over a tract of country which they had to discover, uncertain of their provisions or of any proper sources of intelligence. It is quite an event, for instance, in this history, that by a fortunate accident they acquired the means of understanding the Mexican language. If they were worsted, how were they to retreat? But even if they conquered, what were they afterwards to do? Were they to remain in the capital of an unknown empire, supposing they could get possession of it, 500 men, in that insulated situation, keep millions of men in subjugation. This appears to me the more appropriate merit of Cortez and his followers, and the extraordinary interest of this history. At every moment the reader must stop and ask himself, what must be the next result? What measure is Cortez next to adopt? What will the Indians now attempt? This sort of sensation of uncertainty, of indistinct and strange expectation, which so belongs to this history, is not conveyed to a reader by the formal narrative of Cortez himself, but it is to a certain degree by Bernal Diaz. It would be entirely so if he had not mixed and confused the parts of his story. The consequence of this want of proper distinctness and arrangement is that the reader is not properly conducted from step to step, gradually and slowly, seeing nothing before him and nothing but the ground on which he stands, and therefore as uncertain as the Spaniards must themselves have been of what was next to follow. This want of arrangement in Bernal Diaz is unfortunate. The defect, however, is properly supplied by Robertson, whose relation, as it ought to do, gradually awakens, then duly gratifies expectation and anxiety. But to return to the letters of Cortez, and to give a specimen or two of their contents. At first it may be curious to observe the sentiments by which these plunderers and destroyers of innocent nations conceived themselves to be actuated. After having made a certain progress in the country, the soldiers, when they saw the numbers and courage of their new enemies, murmured aloud that it was folly to proceed, that retreat would soon be impossible, and that they would leave Cortez to go alone, if he persisted in this impracticable enterprise. I told them to be of good courage, says Cortez in his second letter, to remember that they were the subjects of your majesty, that Spaniards had never been wanting in proper spirit, that we were so happily situated that ours would be the fortune to acquire for your majesty greater kingdoms and dominions than the whole world could elsewhere furnish, that we ought to behave ourselves like good men and like Christians who were to be rewarded by supreme felicity in the life to come, by greater honor and renown in this than any other generation had ever acquired, that they were to consider the assistance which was afforded us by that Almighty with whom nothing was impossible, and who evidenced his favor to our cause by the victories which he vouchsafed to us, so fatal to the enemy, so bloodless to ourselves. Such were the motives which Cortez produced to his sovereigns. He omits another which he certainly produced to his soldiers, the prospect of gold and plunder, no doubt the never-ceasing and strongly exciting cause of all that astonishing perseverance which the Spaniards, already brave, exhibited in the discovery and conquests of the New World. Again, Cortez, as he proceeded in his enterprise, clearly perceived that though he had a powerful monarch and an immense empire to oppose in Montezuma and Mexico, still that he should find allies as he went along, and that therefore success was at least not impossible. It was with the greatest pleasure, says he, that I saw their dissensions and animosities, for a way was thus opened me for their subjection. From the mountain proceeds, according to the proverb, what burns the mountain, and the kingdom, says the gospel, that is divided against itself cannot stand. One of the most daring achievements of the military skill and policy of Cortez was the seizure of Montezuma in his palace at midday. He makes no pains to varnish over this transaction to his court. To such a court, that of Emperor Charles V, it would have been unnecessary. I thought, says Cortez, that it would be of material consequence and conduce to the advancement of your majesty's state and very much to our protection and security if the aforesaid Lord Montezuma was placed within my power. He mentions the pretenses he made use of, but he hurries over with all possible brevity the distress and expostulations of the unfortunate emperor. There was a long altercation between us, says he, on these points, and it would be tedious to enumerate what passed on each side. From a word that escapes Cortez, and from a single word only, may be conjectured the effect that was produced on the nobles by this extraordinary outrage on the majesty of their sovereign. In the deepest silence, and with tears, they placed him on his litter. Felentes lectis impostuerent. Translated, they laid down in their beds, weeping. Cortez says nothing of the real intrepidity and hardiness of this transaction, and Caesar himself relates not his exploits with a more distant neutrality than through the whole of these letters does the conqueror of Mexico. But Bernal Diaz de Castillo, who is more disposed to do himself justice, cannot help observing, "Now let the curious consider upon our heroic actions, first in destroying our ships, and therewith all hope of retreat, and secondly in entering the city of Mexico after the alarming warnings that we had received, thirdly in daring to make prisoner of the great Montezuma, king of all that country, in his own capital and in the center of his own palace, surrounded by his numerous guards, and fourthly, in publicly burning his officers in front of his palace, and putting the king in irons during the execution. Now that I am old, I frequently revolve and reflect upon the events of that day, which appear to me as fresh as if they had just passed. Such is the impression they have made upon my mind. I say that it was not we who did these things, but that all was guided by the hand of God. For what men on earth would otherwise have ventured, their numbers not accounting to 450, to have seized and put in irons a mighty monarch, and publicly burned his officers for obeying his orders, in a city larger than Venice, and at a distance of 1,500 leagues from their native country? There is much matter for reflection in this, and it merits to be detailed otherwise than in the dry manner in which I relate it." Bernal Diaz, page 158. The horrible outrage to which Bernal Diaz here alludes certainly took place. Montezuma was obliged to deliver up to Cortez the officers who, by his own order, had fallen upon a party of the Spaniards and had put some of them to death. Cortez ordered these unfortunate subjects and defenders of an invaded monarch to be burned alive. He saw the sentence executed, and he even threw Montezuma himself into chains. Even these transactions he relates in no apologetical manner. He seems to think it sufficient that Montezuma's officers had killed the Spaniards. No further crime was necessary in them, and that Montezuma had ordered them to do so. This was an offense sufficient in him. Et hoc modo. These were his words. Fuerint publis in platea sin alinquo tumulto aut seditiono combusti. Again, Eodem die quo combusti fieri Montezuma in compendes collocare juici. Translated, and in this way they were publicly burned in the street without any commotion or sedition. On the same day that they were burned, Montezuma was ordered to be put in chains. The last scene of degradation for Montezuma yet remained. He was publicly to acknowledge himself the vassal of the King of Spain. Here Cortez does not disguise, for it enhanced his own merit with the court, the mortification and pangs of an outraged monarch and his insulted people. He gives the speech of Montezuma. It was, no doubt, dictated to him by Cortez. Its purport was to show that the master of Cortez was the true descendant of the original head of the Mexican race to whom they owed allegiance. Such were the words, says Cortez, which he delivered with tears and sighs more and more deep than any tongue can adequately tell. The nobles participated in the anguish of their sovereign, and even the Spaniards themselves, the unfeeling arbiters of his fate, could not escape from the contagion of the general sympathy. Nothing, it is probable, but such passions as avarice and ambition could have kept them firm in their purpose. In this second letter of Cortez may also be found a description of the city of Mexico. The facts he states are many and curious. The single fact of his seeing more than 60,000 people every day meeting in a place for the purposes of buying and selling is quite sufficient to indicate the general civilization and importance of any community. Est in idem civitae platae ube quantitae ultra sexadini millia hominem ventinidem equinimum certundur. Translated, there is a street in the same city where more than 60,000 people are seen buying and selling every day. The third letter contains the account of the protracted siege and final conquest of the city of Mexico. The bravery of Guatemozin, the virtuous Hector of his Troy, is noted by Cortez, but there is no account of the subsequent transactions which relate to this unfortunate prince, and which have consigned the principal followers of Cortez, and even Cortez himself, to the eternal reprobation of mankind. The work of Bernal Diaz has been described by Robertson, and must, by the recommendation of such an author as Robertson, be sufficiently introduced to your curiosity. I know of no portion of this original work that can be well omitted, as the whole is not long, and it is not an historian writing, but an old soldier talking to us, deeply impressed and very naturally impressed with his own merits and those of his companions, and with the extraordinary scenes in which he had been engaged. It is not easy to turn away from a recital which, however rambling and often confused, bears always its own internal evidence of fairness and truth. Let the wise and learned, says this honest veteran, read my history from beginning to end, and they will then confess that there never existed in the world men who by bold achievement have gained more for their Lord and King than we, the brave conquerors, amongst the most valiant of whom I was considered as one, and I am the most ancient of all. I say that I myself, am a true conqueror, the most ancient of all. Bernal Diaz, page 501. The narrative of Bernal Diaz is always more minute and artless, and therefore very often of greater value than even the letters of Cortez, and there is scarcely a point which can attract our curiosity that is not in some part or other touched upon. In the last 2 quartos of the work of Clavigero, the last 3 chapters of the first volume, the 5th, 6th, and 7th, are worth reading and may be compared with Robertson. His preface should be looked at, and the list of authors and original authorities. Most of the second volume is also worth reading, and it is very agreeable and in some respects instructive to compare together with Bernal Diaz, Clavigero, and Robertson. Clavigero is too minute, and Robertson perhaps not enough so. This is the end of section 56. Section 57 of Lectures in Modern History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. Lectures in Modern History by William Smyth. For the next division of the general subject, the conquest of Peru, I cannot but consider the account of Robertson as sufficient. Pizarro was, after all, a vulgar conqueror, and is from the first detested, though he seizes upon our respect and retains it in defiance of ourselves from the powerful and decisive nature of his courage and of his understanding. The Peruvians, too, excite in us no emotions but those of the most genuine compassion. They repel not our imagination, as do the Mexicans, by the abominable rites of their superstition, but neither, on the other hand, do they occupy our respect by any proper defense of their country. When the facts of the discovery and conquest of the New World have been thus investigated, the original subject of interest should then again present itself to your consideration. In this New World we have races of men who were never before suspected to be in existence. Are they then like ourselves? If different, in what respect different? Are there any new principles in human nature to be here discovered, or is there only to be seen a confirmation of the old? What materials are here supplied for the consideration of the statesman, the moralist, the metaphysician? It is with this sort of speculating spirit that the history of the New World and of its inhabitants should be considered anew, after the curiosity which belongs to the mere narrative has been once satisfied. Robertson, in his references and in his own very calm and intelligent observations, opens a wide field for meditation to a contemplative mind, and has neither declined nor treated unworthily this important part of his general subject. But no observation upon it can be expected from me, when it has not only been discussed by such a writer, but is in itself too extensive for a lecture. On the whole, the distinction which Mr. Robertson has made between the inhabitants of Mexico and Peru and all the other more rude nations of America will be found to contribute materially to a clear view of the whole subject. With respect to these latter, the more savage nations, I would recommend, in addition to the pages of Robertson, the notes in Murphy's translation of Tacitus, De Moribus Germanae, translated on the morals of Germany. These will afford you a general idea of the uniform effect of natural and moral causes upon human beings, by the comparison which is there exhibited between the characters and manners of our savage ancestors in the woods of Germany and of the savages in the woods of America. But with respect both to these more savage nations and also to the Mexicans and the Peruvians, I may remark on the whole that in this New World, as in our own, it is still the same human nature which appears before us. The metaphysician will find the human being still furnished with ideas exactly in proportion to his sources of sensation and reflection, and the same pervading influence of the principle of association. The moralist will see in like manner the same original feeling of selfishness, modified more or less by the social feeling, the same hopes and fears, pleasures and pains, affections and passions. The naturalist will perceive the same influence of climate, and the statesman of political institution. There are no doubt some very remarkable varieties in the Peruvian character, not only of a physical but of an intellectual nature, more indeed than Robertson can entirely explain. But our knowledge of the political situation of the Peruvians at the time of the conquest is very imperfect, and our knowledge of the effect and operation of climate not adequate to the discussion of the subject. It may be added, with a reference to Robertson's account, that the difficulty is not how the Mexican superstition became ferocious and terrible, but how the Peruvian could ever have been mild and innocent, and he gives a description of the state of property in the Peruvian nation which is scarcely to be understood. Not at all, but upon the supposition that the Peruvians, with respect to wasteland, were still in the situation of the inhabitants of a new country. On the whole, it may be observed that after we have entered upon the history of this new world, and for some time accompanied the march of Cortez, we perceive that it is our own fellow mortals with whom we are still concerned, and that we might, in many respects, conceive ourselves to be still reading the history of Europe. We find a large tract of country divided into different states. We see different forms of government, republics and monarchies, a sort of feudal system, an aristocracy, different ranks and professions, wars and insurrections, conquests and rebellions, and the inhabitants of the New World not distinguishable in their principles of political action from the nations we are already acquainted with in the Old. The first impression, too, of wonder with which we hear of the conquest of a whole continent by a handful of Spaniards abates as we proceed. Cortez conquered the great empire of Mexico as much by his Indian allies as by his European followers. That empire, it appears, had spread its conquests far and wide, and had everywhere become an object of hatred or terror by its ambition and harsh government. The fall of Mexico is only one instance in the New World to be added to those in the Old, of the impolicy of harsh government and of such unprincipled ambition. When the Spaniards appeared, the superiority of their arms and discipline made them be considered, and indeed actually rendered them, for all purposes of war, superior beings. In the battles of Homer, the only difference between the celestial and terrestrial combatants is that the former cannot be killed. The same was the difference between the Europeans and their opponents. For instance, the Indians had such a superiority of numbers in one of the engagements that Bernal Diaz declares they could have buried us under the dust they could have held in their hands. But it appears from the account of the same eyewitness that when the field was afterwards walked over and examined, there were upwards of 800 Indians lying dead or dying of their wounds, and only 2 Europeans, one by a wound in the ear and the other one in the throat. The wonder is rather that the Mexicans defended their empire so well when we consider the nature of the Spanish soldiery and the unfortunate description of the character of Montezuma. Pizarro, in like manner, had every necessary advantage over the Peruvians: a disputed succession, a civil war raging in the country, allies wherever he moved, and a people so inferior in the military art that these new invaders were here also considered, and very naturally considered, as more than human. One topic among the others connected with the discovery and conquest of the New World is that of the cruelties which were exercised by the Spaniards upon the defenseless Indians. These cruelties, while they have left an eternal stain on the Spanish name, have consigned to immortality the virtuous labors of Las Casas, the celebrated Bishop of Chiapa. His efforts in the cause of suffering humanity make a short but interesting portion of the history of Robertson. The bishop's own book will, I think, disappoint expectation. It is somewhat too declamatory and sweeping in its statements. This mode of writing and of statement, however, rather presupposes than invalidates the general truth of the account. It is natural for a man to write thus who is full of his subject, and of the heinous and extent of the crimes he is reprobating. Such a man feels calmness and detail and minuteness impossible, and a sort of insult on his feelings. The empires of Mexico and Peru, their situation and conquest, are the great and indeed the only subjects in the history of the Spanish achievements that deserve our study. But there are other subjects connected with the East and West Indies that must be attended to, and on which I must, before I conclude, refer you to some sources of information. While the Spaniards were stretching away to the west, the Portuguese, who had been for some time creeping down the coast of Africa, at length doubled the Cape, finding in Vasco da Gama and Albuquerque the Columbus and the Cortez of the eastern Indies. On this subject information will be found in a few pages of the 57th letter of Russell, and a more elaborate account, though not more than should be read, in the first 3 sections of the 8th volume of the Modern History. Dr. Robertson's last work on India should be read as a very complete introduction to the whole. As the Spaniards went round the world in one direction, and the Portuguese in another, they at length met, and their concerns and conquests became extremely entangled. On this subject there is a great deal more than can well be considered in the 8th volume of the Modern History. There is an account of the Brazils in Harris's voyages. The Brazils had been seized upon by the Portuguese. When Portugal fell under the dominion of the Spanish crown, the Dutch made their appearance everywhere as the invaders of the possessions of their enemies. Of their conquests, settlements, and discoveries a sufficient account is given in the 33rd chapter of the Modern History. A very tedious detail is also given of the history of the English East India Company, and all these subjects are shortly dispatched in the 11th letter of Russell. Footnote: History of Modern Europe, Part 2, Letter 11. End footnote. All these works refer to more elaborate accounts, which may be consulted if necessary. But the more interesting part of the English achievements in these new worlds was their attempt to establish settlements in North America. Of this very curious subject, a very adequate idea may be formed from the beginning of a great work which Dr. Robertson did not live to finish, and which has been since very properly published by his son. The references will conduct you to the original and more circumstantial histories of others. The first half of the first volume of the Life of Washington, lately published by Mr. Marshall, will be sufficient to supply what Dr. Robertson did not attempt to give. The work of Raynal treats everything that can be sought for connected with these subjects. But as the author comprehended in his plan so extensive a field of inquiry, it was not possible that he should not be often inaccurate, and as he does not cite his authorities, an unpardonable omission, he suffers the fate of Voltaire, and is seldom quoted but to be reprehended. If, however, the student will pursue through the work all the great leading historical events, without troubling himself with the abbé's exclamations and superfluous eloquence, and without depending on the minuter parts of his relation, there can be no doubt that these celebrated volumes, thus perused, will be found not only agreeable but highly useful. And now I must allude in a few words to a celebrated and somewhat similar work, of which the title is An Account of the European Settlements in America. I would recommend the perusal of this work before the details I have proposed have begun, and again after they have been gone through. That is, I would recommend the perusal of it twice. It may be a map of the subject in the first instance and a summary in the second. This work has always been understood to be the work of Mr. Burke. Indeed, it could be attributed to no man of the period in which it was published, though a sort of Augustan age in England, but him. From the ease of the narrative and the beauty of its observations, it might have belonged to Goldsmith. But there is a greater acquaintance with the commerce and politics of the European nations than could well be supposed, even in an author whose pen could touch upon everything and upon everything with success. Add to this that the rapid and fine philosophy, the careless spirit, and all that affluence of mind which so uniformly distinguish the works of Burke are all as clearly discernible in many parts of this anonymous and unpolished production as in any of the most regular performances of that extraordinary man. As the work proceeds, the subjects diminish in real interest, and the delight, though not always the instruction, of the reader diminishes also. It has been said, and with much appearance of probability, that these volumes were written by Burke in conjunction with his brother, who had lived in the West Indies, and who must have had much local and valuable information to communicate, that the heavier parts were concerned by the orator to his more humble associate, and that after treating himself the more interesting topics in the earlier part of the work, he did no more than revise and retouch the remainder. The great misfortune of the work is that subjects which deserved all the powers of Burke are often dispatched in too summary a manner. The great defect that the author announces not his own sources of information, and leaves his readers without a wish to inquire after any other works but Harris's collection of voyages, and Latifo, Valuable works, no doubt, but Mr. Burke might have assisted an inquirer with his observations on all the writers and documents which he had consulted, and such observations would have been inferior in value only to the work itself. During the period which we are now considering, the commerce of the world and its knowledge were rapidly progressive. There were those who have a pleasure in tracing out the steps which led to permanent alterations and improvements in the concerns of mankind. To minds of this speculative and superior cast, the early collection of voyages may be recommended, Hakluyt and Purchas. Works like these are very curious monuments of the nature of human enterprises, human testimony and credulity, of the nature of the human mind and of human affairs. Much more is indeed offered to a refined and philosophic observer, though buried amid this unwieldy and unsightly mass, than was ever supposed by its original readers or even its first compilers. In addition to the sort of interest which belongs to these ancient accounts of the first efforts of discoverers and settlers, in the later volumes of Purchas will be found very valuable abridgments of the original accounts relative to the achievements of the Spaniards in South America, particularly a curious exhibition of the Mexican painting, and a very sufficient, though too favorable, idea may be here formed of Las Casas' book, of which the greatest part is given. These collections of voyages were followed by the collections of Churchill and Harris. But you must note that when Harris's work is quoted, it is the last edition, not the first, that is referred to. Before I conclude, I must observe that this most extensive subject of the conquests and settlements of the European nations in the East and West Indies divides itself into two great departments of inquiry. First, what were the conquests made and what was their history? Secondly, what were the consequences of these discoveries and conquests? With respect to the first part of the subject, I have already endeavored to introduce my hearers to such works as I conceive will be adequate to their information. The second part of the subject, the consequences, belongs to the remaining portion of modern history. The discovery of these new tracts of country, those new sources of affluence and strength as they were everywhere considered, necessarily affected, and has never ceased to affect, the politics of the nations of Europe. A new object of observation is thus opened to the philosophic reader of history, and this is to be added to those which have before occupied his attention. Modern history thus appears to me to present two great fields of investigation: the progress of the human mind and the progress of human prosperity. The progress of the human mind as seen in the advancement of literature and science, and as seen in the different modes which the European nations have adopted for administering the blessings of government and religion, to be traced, it must be confessed, through the wars and disputes, foreign and domestic, which such most serious, most interesting subjects could not fail to occasion. The progress of human prosperity as seen in the growth, multiplication, and extension of the accommodations of life, to be traced, it must also be confessed, through systems of unenlightened legislation, through monopolies and restrictions, and what is still more to be lamented, through atrocious enterprises of cruelty and conquest. To the former of these subjects, to the fortunes of the civil and religious liberties of mankind, we have hitherto more particularly adverted, for they form the most important and critical portion of the first part of modern history. But the latter, the subject of the internal trade, manufactures, commercial greatness, and rivalship of the different states of Europe, must hereafter share also our attention. When united, they constitute the great interest and instruction of the more modern history of Europe and of the world. This is the end of section 57.
Section 58 of Lectures on Modern History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Brian Keenan. Lectures on Modern History by William Smyth. Lecture 22, William III, Part 1. The great subject of all history is the civil and religious liberties of mankind, for on these depend their intelligence, their prosperity, their happiness, private and public. And hence arises the extraordinary interest which belongs to the era of our Revolution. In consequence of that most fortunate event, these liberties were in England asserted with a success unexampled in the history of the nations of the earth, and we must now, therefore, proceed to consider, as we have already in part done, how far they were at that period of 1688 adjusted and established, and what was their subsequent progress. The first object of our attention is the reign of William III. Then follows that of Queen Anne, both very critical. This will appear very evident to those who examine them with any care, more particularly to those who have the faculty of placing themselves in the scenes that they see described by the historian, a faculty of great consequence to those who are to read history. In the present lecture, I shall first mention the books that must be either consulted or read. I shall then make some observations on the parties by which these and subsequent periods have been distinguished. I shall then allude to some of the constitutional questions which occurred in the reign of William, such as were then of importance, and such as I conceive will be ever of importance to the inhabitants of this country, while their free and mixed form of government remains. And now, when we enter upon the reign of William, we have no longer the assistance of the philosophic Hume. We have no longer within our reach those penetrating observations, those careless and inimitable beauties, which were so justly the delight of Gibbon, and which, with whatever prejudices they may be accompanied, and however suspicious may be those representations which they sometimes enforce and adorn, still render the loss of his pages a subject of the greatest regret, and leave a void which it is impossible adequately to supply. In the absence of Hume, the histories of Dr. Somerville will be found very useful, nor are they as yet sufficiently known or duly estimated. Belsham will, I think, in like manner be found, for a considerable part of his work, very valuable, spirited, intelligent, an ardent friend to civil and religious liberty, and though apparently a dissenter, not a sectarian. In his latter volumes, indeed, from the breaking out of the late French War in 1793, he has departed from the equanimity of an historian, and has degenerated into the warmth, and almost the rage, of a party writer. Of these authors, Somerville and Belsham, the use to the student will be the same. They will show him those more important subjects of reflection which the detail of the history contains. They will offer to him observations generally very judicious, and always the results of much more labor and investigation than he will himself be disposed to undertake. These more important subjects may, whenever occasion requires, be followed up in their references, and some of them may be investigated in this more complete manner on account of their own general importance, and as a portion of the proper labor of a philosophic reader of history. For the detail, Tyndall will be found not unworthy to be the successor of Rapin, equally diligent and copious, with the same attachment to the best interests of Englishmen, and, like his predecessor, a sort of general substitute, in the absence of other writers. But the great historian for detail, even more than Tyndall, is Ralph. Such subjects as may be thought, from the representations of Belsham and Somerville, to be important, may be read with much advantage in this author. Ill-humored, no doubt, but laborious and impartial. Indeed, the whole work should be looked over, though it cannot, and for general purposes it need not, Be regularly read. Burnet must, of course, be diligently perused, as an eyewitness and actor in the scene. His merits and defects seem to remain, in this part of his history, what they were from the first. He is often blamed, but his reports and representations are seldom without their reasonableness or their foundation, and must always be at least taken into account. Of late the credit of Burnet, even for accuracy, has been rising. And since I drew up this lecture, a new edition of the work has been very properly published at Oxford, in which, for the first time, are given the abusive notes of Swift, the unfriendly comments of Lord Dartmouth, and the very excellent and constitutional observations of Speaker Onslow. Cobbett will supply the debates. In the appendix to the 5th volume, there are several tracts published, which will give an idea of the views of reasoners and statesmen at the time, and there is not one of them that will not be found, in some way or other, valuable. More particularly, Lord Shaftesbury's tract, No. 1, containing his objections to the representation of the House of Commons, and a scheme for its reform. Lord Somers's, No. 4, his explanation and vindication of the merits of the Revolution and the subsequent system. Mr. Hampton's, No. 6, a general description of the state of public opinion at the time, and of the Constitution, and against an excise. Mr. Lawton's, No. 9, is a sort of specimen of the discontents of the Whigs. In No. 13 will be found all the arguments in favor of the liberty of the press. No. 15 is worth reading, and particularly Nos. 17 and 18, the Kentish petition, etc. The leading views that I should propose to the student of the reign of William are these. Supposing himself, as usual, to be acquainted with all subsequent events, he is to consider, as the great object before him, first, the liberties of England; secondly, the liberties of the Continent. That is, in other words, first, whether the Revolution of 1688 was destined to succeed, whether the exiled family was to be restored; secondly, whether the ambition of Louis, whether the aggrandizement of France, was to be checked. These seem the questions to which all others may be considered as subordinate, and within which they may, for the most part, be included. And first with respect to England. To all reasoners at the time, the ultimate success of the Revolution must have appeared very doubtful. The student cannot have reflected upon the history of this Revolution in 1688 without observing the fortunate manner in which it was accomplished. That the success of it was owing, not only to the great prudence and merit of William, but to the great mistakes and faults of James, and above all, to the zeal of the latter for the Roman Catholic religion. The Church party and the Tory party, comprehending so large a portion of the nation, always looked upon the crown as really belonging to the Stuart family. France was, in the meantime, considered not only as pledged to the cause of James, but as a power not easily to be resisted. Charles II, it could not but be remembered, though long a wanderer on the continent, had been at last most triumphantly restored. Any good fortune or good management in James, the want of them in William, the death of either, 1,000 contingencies, such as often take place in the affairs of the world, might obviously be sufficient to reinstate the Stuarts in their hereditary right. They had been driven away by a movement forced and unnatural to the English nation. Their return was therefore, on the whole, very probable, and while this probability continued, the cause of the Revolution must all along be considered as still at issue. The very doubtful nature of the success of the Revolution will appear, not only from a consideration of the state of opinions in England, and the general instability of everything that relates to the politics of kingdoms, but from a due reflection on the intrigues that were carrying on, and it was but too natural to expect would continue to be carried on, between the exiled family and many individuals of great power and consequence in England, Scotland, and Ireland. We might have inferred the fact from the general principles of human conduct, but we are furnished with direct evidence to this effect in the state papers of Macpherson, which must therefore be examined. The journal of James himself, which Macpherson gives, belongs to our present subject, from March, 1689. It is not long, and should be perused. We have here particulars relating to the siege of Londonderry, to the battle of the Boyne, the advances made to James by Churchill, afterwards the celebrated Duke of Marlborough, by Godolphin, a letter of duty and repentance by the Princess of Denmark, afterwards Queen Anne, communications with Russell and Shrewsbury, and various documents and reports relative to the invasion of England, and the state of public opinion in different periods of the reign of William. Among other letters, the student will be surprised, and surely concerned, to find one from Churchill, in 1694, which betrays the expedition then intended against Brest, the expedition which terminated, though not in consequence of Churchill's letter, in a manner so calamitous to the English forces and their high-spirited commander. These papers may reasonably give rise to a variety of reflections, and I would wish to refer my hearers very particularly to the 15th chapter of Dr. Somerville, where they will find the subject of the intrigues with the exiled family well discussed. And on the whole, they will, I conceive, acquiesce in the general estimate formed by the historian. It is this, that, during the whole reign of William, his person and government were exposed to extreme danger, that, from his coronation, till his title was acknowledged by the French king, at the peace of Ryswick, a correspondence was constantly carried on between James and many persons of the first rank and influence in England, that individuals of every party, and even some of those who had been the most zealous agents in the Revolution, were accessory to that correspondence, that many conspiracies were formed, and very considerable preparations made for restoring the authority of James, and that even the most base and atrocious designs were set on foot to put an end to the power and life of William. But there were some circumstances that operated most happily to assist and support the establishment of the new government. For instance, it was difficult, under the vigilant administration of William, possessed of the military force of the kingdom, to erect the standard of revolt without the protection of a French army. It was difficult, in the meantime, for Louis to see a sufficient chance of success, unless some insurrection first encouraged his interference. It was not easy for the parties to combine their measures and views. The personal character of James was ill-fitted to recommend his cause. The character of William, on the contrary, was marked by great qualities which were worthy of the confidence of brave and intelligent men. The friends of James were even divided in their political sentiments. Some who were friends to him meant, so endless are the mistakes of men on political subjects, to be friends, can it be believed, to the Constitution, and by no means to establish arbitrary power. William was often absent from England, and the regency of Queen Mary was, on these occasions, conducted with a prudence and moderation that gained friends among every party in the nation. Not to mention that she was the eldest daughter of the exiled monarch, and her rule was, therefore, more agreeable to the prejudices of the Tories. Her death only united the interests of William and the Princess Anne, and set the exiled family at a greater distance, by intercepting their more immediate return, and giving an opportunity of securing the descent of the crown in a line of Protestant successors. Lastly, as the Constitution improved, all orders in the state became more and more alienated from the maxims of arbitrary prerogative, and were more and more disposed to a settlement which gave them a greater share and interest in the constitution of their country. On the whole, the Revolution in 1688, while William lived, appeared to succeed, and on his deathbed he had the gratification of reflecting, not only that he had maintained this great cause during his reign, but that he saw, through his exertions, the crown descend to Anne on the principles of the Revolution, and provision made for its subsequent transmission to the Protestant line, in exclusion of the exiled family. The next question, therefore, is, to whom are we indebted for the happy issue of so doubtful an experiment during this most critical period of the reign of William? On inquiry, it will, I think, be found that the greatest share of the merit must be allotted to William himself, but much will still remain to the great Whig leaders, and to their friends and adherents in the Parliament and the nation. Very little to the Church and Tory party, who acquiesced in the new order of things, and nothing more, and who negatively, rather than positively, contributed to its establishment. It was, on the whole, very fortunate for these kingdoms that the growing prosperity of the community had multiplied a description of men in the great cities and commercial and manufacturing towns, who were active, independent, and intelligent, who were, therefore, favorable to the Whigs, and could be successfully opposed to the landed proprietors, persons of great natural consequence and power, who in general had inherited, with their estates, opinions and feelings unfavorable to the civil and religious interests of mankind, derived from their too literal interpretation of particular texts in the epistles. But these conclusions can be drawn only from a consideration of the conduct of all concerned, that is, from the history of the reign. To that history I therefore refer you. End of section 58. Section 59 of Lectures on Modern History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Keenan. Lectures on Modern History by William Smyth. Lecture 22, William III, Part 2. With this inquiry will be found connected another, by no means unworthy of consideration, the conduct of William with respect to the two great parties then in the state, the Whigs and the Tories. Everything which a speculator on human nature could have anticipated with regard to the situation of the Prince of Orange, when he became king, was abundantly realized. William endeavored to balance between the two parties, to retain the affections of the Whigs, and yet acquire those of the Tories, to give his favor to the one, but not to exclude the other from his kindness. The propriety and wisdom of his conduct, under all the existing circumstances, can, of course, be estimated only by a consideration of the history of his reign in all its detail, and must, after all, be not a little decided by the general confidence of the reader in his sagacity and good sense. But on the whole, he failed, and the failure of such a man is an example to show the difficulty of mediating between two parties, and the impossibility of receiving the proper benefit of the talents and virtues of both. No monarch ever possessed more knowledge of human nature, more equanimity, more elevation of mind, than William. Yet he found it impracticable to harmonize to the purposes of his government men animated by principles and interests so discordant. But the king, though failing in the manner and to the degree I have noticed, was successful in the main. He so triumphed over the difficulties of his situation, violent passions on the one side, and unfortunate opinions on the other, that he at least supported the cause of the Revolution. And though his own personal comforts and composure of mind were continually disturbed, and sometimes destroyed, the civil and religious liberties of a great people and of the continent were, with whatever sacrifices, embarrassments, and dangers to himself, asserted and maintained. This is a merit which will always place him high in the scale of estimation, even when compared with the greatest of his fellow mortals. On the whole, the first Parliament in King William's reign was the Convention Parliament, which legalized the Revolution and enacted the Bill of Rights. But this was the work of the Whigs, and if they had done nothing more, they might, by these merits, have compensated for any subsequent faults, any faults but that of undoing their great work, and bringing the Stuarts back to the throne. This last crime, however, to the liberties of their country they neither did commit nor endeavored to commit. It is painful, it is disgusting, it is astonishing, to find individuals among them corresponding with the exiled monarch, as if they were disposed to propitiate him, at least, and be considered as his friends rather than as his enemies, if fortune, by any of her unworthy caprices, placed him once more upon the throne. Of this baseness there were too many of them guilty as individuals, but as a body, and as a party, they were never guilty. They were faithful to England and the best interests of mankind, and they never failed to show a lively sense of the great cause which was at issue, whenever the personal safety of William was in danger, or his throne was seen, as it sometimes was seen, really to shake under him. This is their paramount merit to all succeeding generations. They were the authors, the conductors, and the maintainers of the Revolution. The reign of Elizabeth is recommended by Hume to the particular study of those who would wish to understand the nature of the English Constitution. So may, I think, the period before us. By the Revolution and the Bill of Rights, no doubt, the liberties of the country received a most important advancement. But the Constitution was settling, not settled, and questions of great consequence to its interests were agitated during the whole of this reign of William. We have the Civil List, the Place Bill, the Triennial Bill, the Treason Bill, the question of the liberty of the press, the question of standing armies, of the responsibility of ministers, and finally we have the veto of the king more than once exercised, and even a sort of debate in the Commons upon this assertion of the prerogative. We have all these questions making their appearance in the course of a single reign of 13 years. They comprehend most of the points which belong to the formation of a good government, and it is to these questions, the debates upon them, the conduct of the two parties and of the king, that I would more particularly wish to call your attention. But when I recommended to you to pursue these subjects through the debates of the Houses, and in some instances through the statute book, I am obliged to confess that the debates themselves will on these occasions much disappoint your expectations. They have been taken down so imperfectly that each of the speeches given seems to resemble the hints or heads of a speech put down by a speaker before its delivery, rather than the report of a speech already delivered. Many of the parts are unconnected with each other. The sentences, as they stand, often unintelligible, and passages in the speech of one member replying to passages in the speech of another which do not appear. All this was a necessary consequence of what was at that time considered as a privilege of the House, one which the House ought always to insist upon, the privacy of their debates. Their privilege it is still, and ought always to be, but it is now, very properly, insisted upon only occasionally, under some particular circumstances that seem to the House to require it. Instances of the assertion of this privilege occurred during this reign, in 1694. One Dyer, a newsletter writer, having presumed in his newsletter to take notice of the proceedings of the House, he was summoned to the House, reprimanded, etc., and on the journals appears the following order: that no newsletter writers do, in their letters or other papers that they disperse, presume to intermeddle with the debates or any other proceedings of this House. No stronger proof need be given of the advanced state, not only of society, but of the political situation of the country, than the decided improvement that has gradually taken place in this important particular. An estimate can now be formed, not only of the topics insisted upon by the speakers in either house, but generally of the relative beauty and eloquence of the speeches themselves. The judgment that may now be made, the criticism that may now be exercised, not only on the integrity, but on the ability, of the members of the two houses, cannot but be of the most salutary consequence to them as well as to the public. Posterity will be able to derive an entertainment and instruction from the parliamentary debates, which is to us, during a long period of our annals, not at all, or but too imperfectly, supplied. It is in vain for us to inquire after the parliamentary eloquence of Hampden or Lord Bolingbroke, but after ages will not be entirely without the means of appreciating the powers of the two great orators of our own days, of Mr. Fox and Mr. Pitt, the Demosthenes and the Cicero of modern history. But to return. In examining such questions as I have stated to occur in the reign of William, recourse must be had, for want of better materials, to the debates, which may be found in Cobbett. And if reference be had to his authorities, they will be found properly represented. And concise, broken, and unsatisfactory as they may be, they may still convey much valuable instruction. And from different paragraphs scattered over the speeches of a debate, a general notion may always be formed of the tone and temper of the period before us, and of the progress of the constitution of the country. Blackstone also, and the Statute Book, must occasionally be referred to. The Statute Book, it must always be remembered, is itself a history, to a philosophic eye none so instructive. To convert it, however, into a history requires leisure, and capacity, and knowledge, and very patient habits of reflection and study. The subject of the civil list is embarrassed by what was then the mixed nature of the revenue of the crown. There is some account of this revenue in Blackstone, but the best notice of it, as far as relates to William's reign, is to be seen in Burnet. And as the passages in his history are characteristic of the times and of the opinions of former statesmen, I recommend them to your perusal. It appears that the revenue was first given for a year, then for 5 years, then for life. At last, in the April of 1689, the revenue was properly distinguished into different parts, and it was resolved that £600,000 should be allowed for the charge of the civil government, and £700,000 towards the occasions and charge of the navy. To us, no doubt, it must appear that the distinction between the personal expenses of the sovereign and those that belong to the state, which were formerly confounded, is not only perfectly just, but somewhat obvious. That it was not only desirable, but necessary, that the crown should be furnished with a regular revenue of its own, either by inheritance or by the positive settlement of Parliament, and not be left to come continually to the House for pecuniary support, like a dependent on a benefactor. But the sentiments which our ancestors had imbibed, not only from the analogies and general spirit of the Constitution, but from the dreadful lessons of former events, are sufficiently plain from their speeches and resolves on all these occasions, and as such, highly worthy of remark. A place bill was brought in. By this bill all members of the House of Commons were incapacitated from holding places of trust and profit. It was brought in by the Whigs, but at a time when they were in opposition. It was rejected by the Lords, but only by a very trifling majority, and not till after a very celebrated, though not very valuable or comprehensive, speech in favor of it by Lord Mulgrave, which you will see in Cobbett. When the Whigs were in power, it must be observed that the bill was again brought forward, was carried through the Houses, and lost only by the positive and very reasonable rejection of the King. The Commons were angry, and addressed His Majesty. They received a civil, though evasive, reply, and they then proceeded to comment very freely upon this reply. But the power of the veto was not denied, and when the motion for a further and more explicit answer from the king was made, it was very properly overruled by a majority of 229 to 88. The whole proceedings are very curious. It must be remembered that this place bill went to incapacitate all members of the House from holding posts and places of trust and profit. The bill was modified in this respect afterwards, when it was brought forward in Queen Anne's reign. It is a very different question whether all, or whether some, are to be incapacitated. The third subject which I mentioned was the Triennial Bill. This bill was in like manner brought forward by the Whigs in the House of Lords. It was passed by the Commons, 210 to 132 on the first reading, and only 200 to 161 on the second. The speakers in favor of it seem to have been the Whigs, and the arguments in support of it were all drawn from their school of political reasoning. This bill was also rejected by the king. 2 years afterwards, however, the bill was once more carried through the two houses, and at last received the royal assent. This bill, in the ancient parliamentary manner of truck and barter, was coupled with a bill of supply, and the consideration of this supply, united to the expectation of the Queen's death, probably procured from the king that assent which he had before so positively denied. This statute is not, as has been represented, an infringement of any right or custom of annual parliaments. No such right or custom ever existed since the known appearance of the House of Commons. It was, on the contrary, a limitation of the length of parliaments, which had been accustomed to sit till the Crown thought proper to dissolve them and call a new one. In Charles II's time, one and the same Parliament sat nearly 18 years. The statute of William was to limit the continuance of any one Parliament to 3 years. It was a most distinct infringement of the power of the Crown, which in this point, as it then stood, was inordinate. It was felt as an infringement, and so resisted, even by William III. We owe this bill, and this happy alteration of the Constitution in this particular respect, to the Whigs, which should be remembered by those who undertake to censure them for their septennial bill in the reign of George I. The treason bill was revived and carried. By this bill it was enacted that the accused should have a copy of his indictment, counsel to plead for him, not be indicted except on the oaths of 2 witnesses, and within 3 years of the offense, that a list of the jury should be furnished, and a power to summon witnesses allowed. That provisions like these, so natural and so indispensable to the cause of justice, should still be wanting in the year 1695, and in a country like England, where of all other countries the principles of civil liberty had been most uniformly and successfully vindicated, that enactments like these should still, even in this kingdom, be wanting, surely forms a very striking proof of the difficulty with which all efforts in the cause of political right can be successfully made. I need surely say nothing of the merit of those men who engage in such attempts, or of the good fortune of the country where such advantages are obtained. The reign of William is also remarkable for the sentiments and conduct of our ancestors on the subject of a standing army. Their jealousy was such that the king was denied not only the continuance of his defense against Louis XIV, but even his Dutch guards, the companions of his victories and the followers of his doubtful fortunes. An intolerable outrage, he could not but think, on his feelings of natural and honorable attachment. This subject is well treated by Somerville, and in pamphlets and speeches that may be found in Cobbett. In our own times, with our large masses of manufacturing population, such jealousy is in vain. The liberty of the press is likewise one of the subjects belonging to this remarkable period. I will dwell a little on the subject, on account of its importance. The first measure which a country naturally adopts is to take the regulation of the press into its own hands, or rather, to leave the executive magistrate to do so. It was therefore, with us, at first regulated by the king's proclamations, prohibitions, charters of privilege and license, and finally by the decrees of the Star Chamber. A licenser is among the first expedients resorted to by a government, and beyond this stage in France the state seems never to have advanced. So slow is the progress of mankind on such subjects, that even the Long Parliament, while it demolished the Star Chamber, assumed the very powers which the Star Chamber had exercised with respect to the licensing of books. And, as if the Constitution was in this point to be benefited by no variety of change, a licenser was still the expedient after the Restoration. This appears from the act made in the year 1662, when the subject fell again under the consideration of the legislature, or rather of Clarendon. The act itself should be perused. It is in the 8th volume of the statutes. A licenser, I must repeat, was still the expedient. The language of the preamble is the natural language of mankind on these occasions. It is this: that by the general licentiousness of the late times many evil-disposed persons have been encouraged to print and sell heretical, schismatical, blasphemous, seditious, and treasonable books, etc., etc., for prevention whereof no surer means can be advised than by reducing and limiting the number of printing presses, etc. And what then is to follow? First, that no person or persons whatsoever shall presume to print, or cause to be printed, within this realm of England, etc., any heretical, seditious, schismatical, or offensive books or pamphlets, wherein any doctrine or opinion shall be asserted or maintained, which is contrary to the Christian faith, or the doctrine or discipline of the Church of England, or which shall or may tend or be to the scandal of religion or the Church, or the government or governors of the Church, state, or commonwealth, or of any corporation or particular person or persons whatsoever, nor shall import, publish, sell, or disperse any such book or books, etc., etc. These are very general and comprehensive terms. What then were the printers or authors to do? As the terms were so general and comprehensive, how were they to be secure from offending? Why, by the next clause, all books concerning the common laws of this realm were to be printed by the special allowance of the Lord Chancellor, the Lords Chief Justices, etc., or one of their appointment. All books of history and affairs of state, etc., by the license of the Secretaries of State, etc. Books of divinity, physic, philosophy, etc., by the license of the Archbishop of Canterbury. The penalties of the act were, that the printer, for the first offense, should be disenabled from exercising his trade for the space of 3 years, and for the second, be disenabled forever, with further punishment of fine, imprisonment, or other corporal punishment, not extending to life or limb, at the pleasure of the judges. Now here we have the first movement that is made by a state on this momentous subject. It wishes for knowledge, for inquiry, for literary exertion, for government, and for religion, but for no knowledge and no inquiry inconsistent with the interests of either that government or religion which is actually established at the time. It therefore denounces everything that is in its opinion heretical and seditious, and produces its licensers. And this I conceive to be the first stage of legislation on the subject. The next stage is, to lay aside the expedient of a licenser, to have no previous restraint on publications, but to give a general description of such books or writings as are illegal, and then to punish the authors or printers of any publications that come under such general description. This is the second stage, and one of great improvement, that to which you will see Blackstone allude, and in which he seems to rest content. but much remains to be discussed and determined. For instance, what really are the general terms which the state makes use of? For, if general terms are to be used, there is no work, where the slightest freedom of thought is exercised, that may not be brought within their meaning. Here there is a great difficulty, and yet how is this difficulty to be avoided? What terms but general terms can be adopted? No other, certainly. It is therefore of very great importance what the general terms are. And this reflection will immediately lead to another inquiry. Who are to decide whether the publication in question fairly comes within the general description of the law or not? The judges of the land, it will be answered, on the first view of the subject. For such men can alone know what is the exact meaning of the general terms made use of, from their long familiarity with the phraseology of the laws. And they must, from their situation, necessarily possess minds more enlightened, and understandings more powerful, than can be expected to fall to the lot of ordinary jurymen. End of section 59. Section 60 of Lectures on Modern History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Brian Keenan. Lectures on Modern History by William Smyth. Lecture 22, William III, Part 3. And thus we arrive at the completion of the second stage of legislation on the subject. No longer a licenser, as in the first, but a law made in general terms, and the judges of the land left to decide whether an author has offended against the law or not. This is a situation of things much more favorable to the interests of mankind. But at length men will reason thus: what is it that the laws mean? Only to prevent and punish such writings as are injurious to morals and religion, or dangerous to the state? They mean nothing more. They ought to mean nothing more. If, therefore, the writings are such that 12 ordinary men can see neither injury to morals and religion, nor danger to the state, in any reasonings or expressions which they contain, what can, in fact, be the injury or the danger? The province, therefore, of deciding upon such cases, it will be argued, ought to be withdrawn from the judges, who are not, on the whole, sufficiently unprejudiced and disinterested, and should be transferred to 12 ordinary men, to whom no such objection, and certainly no very reasonable objection, can be made. Here we seem to have the third and last stage to which this most important subject can be brought. A law in general terms, and a jury to decide whether the law has been broken. One point still remains: the penalty. When the nature of the penalty has been previously described by the law in general terms, imprisonment and fine, for instance, the degree of it must be left to the discretion either of the jury or of the judges. To which, then, of the two? With whatever hesitation, we must entrust it to the latter, the judges. That is, to those who are accustomed to the use of power, to the exercise of their judgments on different cases, and who decide, happily for their country, in the face of the bar and of that country. To men like these, rather than to successive bodies of men like jurymen, who would each act upon views of their own, whose punishments would, therefore, be capricious, and not to be calculated upon beforehand, and who, being liable to be affected, still more than judges, by the passions of the hour, would make their decisions sometimes improperly lenient, and at other times preposterously severe. Here I must leave the subject, but I must leave it with addressing 3 observations to those who wish to make it, what it highly deserves to be, a subject of their meditation. The first is this: that the law must unavoidably make use of some general terms to describe what it prohibits. The difficulty then is to determine what those general terms shall be. What words and phrases will best allow to society all the means of information, and yet secure to it the peaceable enjoyment of some of its most important interests? The difficulty is very great, and it will be found more and more great the more it is considered, at the same time that it is the very point which must be labored whenever any improvement in any existing system is thought of. My next observation is that, as the jury is to decide whether the law has been violated, it is of great consequence how that jury is composed, who is the officer that selects them, in what manner, etc. Discretion must be lodged somewhere, no doubt. But here is another point in itself difficult, and that should be well considered. My last observation is, that we have been obliged to leave the degree of penalty to depend on the good pleasure of the judges, and that therefore the subject of the liberty of the press cannot be considered as one that can ever be dismissed from public anxiety, because, though judges are men who go through the duties of their situation with more uniform accuracy, integrity, and intelligence than perhaps any other description of public functionaries that can be mentioned, still it must be observed that they are not likely to be of themselves very favorable to the liberty of the press. They are men accustomed to observe the benefits, not of criticizing the laws and government of a country, but of administering them. Peace, order, precedent, usage, these are the objects that naturally excite their respect. The necessity of control, of punishment, of reverence for established laws and institutions, these are the considerations that are alone familiar to their minds. The habits of their lives, the learning they possess, lead to no other trains of thinking or sympathy, and they are not likely to be very indulgent critics of popular feelings or even popular rights. Whatever be their personal integrity or professional ability, they are clearly distinguishable from the philosopher or patriot, who may be speculating both on them and the laws they administer, and the government they serve, and the extent and ultimate wisdom of whose opinions they are never very willing to examine and understand. They are not, therefore, very eligible dispensers of the penalties of the law, if any less objectionable could be found. But none can, and here, therefore, is a difficulty not entirely to be overcome, the unfavorable temperament of the judges. But the temperament of the judges will sympathize with the temperament of the surrounding society, the bar in whose presence they act, the houses of legislature, and every intelligent man in the kingdom. Discretion must always be lodged somewhere, but the manner in which it is exercised will always depend on the habits of thought and feeling known at the time to exist in the community. So little can a constitution provide for its own administration and security. The liberty of the press is, therefore, a very faithful index of the state of the public mind and of the public happiness. For the press is more or less restrained. It can never be left without some restraint, from the very nature of some particular subjects. But it is more or less restrained, as a country enjoys more or less a pure religion, and a reasonable government, a wide circulation of knowledge, and a general diffusion of commercial and manufacturing prosperity. To conclude my enumeration of important subjects, the student must not omit to consider the proceedings in the case of the impeachment of Lord Somers. I mention them for the sake of one conclusion that may, at least, be drawn from them: the responsibility of ministers for everything they do, that they are not to shelter themselves under any plea of deference to the opinions of their sovereign, that they are not to advise or to act in any manner inconsistent with their own views of propriety and policy, when the case before them is of sufficient importance. From a consideration of the debates and transactions of this period, the Constitution appears to be in the act of assuming its last and more regular form. Its different parts must be looked upon as at that time falling, rather than as having already fallen, into their appointed places. Thus, We have in the cabinet administrations made up of men differing from each other in their principles. In the houses, the members of a party often opposing the measures of their friends in office. The king giving his veto to bills that had passed the houses, from his inability to resist them in any other manner. The decisions of the commons, and even of the lords, very uncertain. Their debates stormy. Occurrences like these indicate a constitution settling, rather than settled. But the whole is, on this account, only the more interesting and instructive. The civil liberties of the country must, upon a review of the questions and the proceedings to which I have now briefly alluded, be considered as in a state of rapid progress. And this it was natural to expect would be the case, when the king was seated on the throne on the popular principles of resistance to illegal rule. When the patrons of arbitrary power were thrown into opposition, and therefore often compelled to adopt language and measures favorable to civil freedom. When the Whigs, who were now become the courtiers of the realm, could not but be influenced by their old habits of thinking and feeling on constitutional questions. And when the nation itself could adopt no sentiments favorable to arbitrary power without being immediately reminded of James II, his judges and his priests, of popery, and all the evils they had so narrowly escaped. With regard to the religious liberties of the country, progress had likewise been made by the passing of the Act of Toleration. The king's efforts in this great cause I have already noticed. His somewhat unsuccessful efforts. No brighter part of his character can be found. Of the Whigs, the best panegyric, as far as relates to this subject, may be seen in the accusations of their political opponents, the Tories, who always called them dissenters, and represented them as indifferent to the real interests of religion. This, however, was not their fault. They were guilty of no indifference to religion, but of a base fear of such accusations, and of a disgraceful compliance with the intolerant measures proposed to them. Proposed to them by those who were not unfrequently, on these occasions, their rivals for popularity. That doubtful criterion of public merit on many subjects, but above all on religious subjects. For on religious subjects popularity can always be acquired by stigmatizing with terms of reproach, or pursuing with penalties or restrictions, any opposers of the established system. When, therefore, we mention the Toleration Act which William procured, we must not forget the penal acts that were also passed. The Papists, the Arians, the Socinians, fell more particularly under the persecutions of the legislature. These descriptions of men saw themselves proclaimed in different penal statutes. The one, the Papists, enemies of the state, who were not to exercise the offices of their religion, nor educate their children as they thought best, nor receive the inheritances of their fathers. And the other, the Arians and Socinians, publishers of many blasphemous and impious opinions. I use the words of the Act. Contrary to the doctrines and principles of the Christian religion, greatly tending to the dishonor of Almighty God, and that may prove destructive to the peace and welfare of this kingdom. If any popish bishop, priest, or Jesuit whatsoever, says the 3rd clause of the 11th and 12th of William, chapter 4th, shall say Mass or exercise any other part of the office or function of a popish bishop or priest within these realms, etc., or if any papist, etc., shall keep school or take upon themselves the education or government or boarding of youth in any place within this realm, etc., every such person shall, on conviction, be adjudged to perpetual imprisonment. If, on the contrary, any person should be convicted of sending his child abroad to be educated in the Romish religion, he was to forfeit £100, by the 6th clause of the same act. By the 4th clause, if a papist took not the oath of supremacy, which a papist could not take, Sir Thomas More could not, nor Bishop Fisher, and they were therefore put to death, he was disabled and made incapable to inherit or take by descent, etc., etc. And if again he was possessed of any capital in money, he was equally disabled from purchasing lands. In the former case, the land bequeathed was even to go to the next of kin who was a Protestant. Such was the state of the public toleration with respect to the Papists. With respect to the Arians and Socinians, the Act of the 9th and 10th of William, chapter 32, page 275, declares that if any person, having been educated in, or at any time having made profession of, the Christian religion within this realm, shall, by writing, printing, teaching, or advised speaking, deny any one of the persons in the Holy Trinity to be God, or shall assert or maintain there are more gods than one, or shall deny the Christian religion to be true, or the Holy Scriptures of the Old and New Testament to be of divine authority, such person shall, for the first offense, be disabled from enjoying any office, ecclesiastical, civil, or military, and, if a second time convicted of the said crimes, shall from thenceforth be disabled to sue, prosecute, plead, or use any action or information, in any court of law or equity, or to be guardian of any child, or executor or administrator of any person, or capable of any legacy or deed of gift, or to bear any office, civil or military, or benefice ecclesiastical, forever within this realm, and shall also suffer imprisonment for the space of 3 years without bail, etc. Acts of Parliament like these make a considerable approach to the excommunication of the Romish See in the Dark Ages. The truth of the doctrines, and of the principles which these acts were meant to propagate and secure, is no part of the question now before us. Truth cannot be so propagated, and must not, even if it were possible, be so secured. The intelligence and humanity of the present age would revolt from acts of Parliament like these. Such is the happy influence of general prosperity and of a free government, not only on the community, but on the mistaken men who forget, in the ardor of their zeal, and the supposed duties of their situation, all the rights of the human mind, and all the precepts of their divine Master. But these acts must ever remain portions of historical reading, as indicative of the nature of the human mind on these important subjects. Before I conclude my lecture, I must allude, however shortly, to the second object of inquiry which I originally proposed, the foreign politics of William, or the history of the civil and religious liberties of Europe. The general description of this part of our labors may be short. Louis was everywhere the enemy of mankind, William their defender. His campaigns against the celebrated Luxembourg, the Peace of Ryswick, the 2 partition treaties, and the renewal of the general confederacy against France, just before the death of William, formed the chief topics of examination and reflection. Particulars respecting these subjects may be found in the memoirs of St. Simon, in Burnet's history of his own times, in the Hardwicke papers, and finally, there is an estimate of the whole subject in Bolingbroke's Letters on History, in the 7th and 8th. An estimate so full, so reasonable, and in every respect so masterly, that it is useless for me to do more than refer to it. Macpherson has written a history of Great Britain from the Restoration to the accession of the House of Hanover. This history may always be resorted to, whenever an unfavorable representation is wanted of the conduct or character of William. Yet, even with respect to that part of our subject which is at present before us, the foreign politics of William, Macpherson is obliged to allow that William was placed at the head of his native country as the last hope of her safety from conquest and a foreign yoke, that he was raised to the throne of Great Britain under the name of her deliverer from civil tyranny and religious persecution, that he was considered in the same important light by the rest of Europe, that the empire, Spain, and Italy looked up to his counsels as their only resource against the exorbitant ambition and power of Louis XIV, and that France herself, when she affected to despise his power the most, owned his importance by an illiberal joy upon a false report of his death. Higher praise than this cannot possibly be received. Men who engage in the affairs of the world, and have talents sufficient to influence and control them as William did, can neither appear to be nor can really be without decided faults. But if such be the bright side of any human character, we may turn away from its obscurities. William was a patriot and a hero, but not a successful warrior. It was said that he had raised more sieges and lost more battles than any general of his age. But he was opposed to the most consummate commanders that even France has produced, and his own armies were composed of the officers and soldiers of different nations. His defeats, says Bolingbroke, were manifestly due, in a great measure, to circumstances independent on him, and that spirit which even these defeats could not depress was all his own. He had difficulties in his own commonwealth. The governors of the Spanish Low Countries crossed his measures sometimes. The German allies disappointed and broke them often, and it is not improbable that he was frequently betrayed. The Peace of Ryswick was loudly censured by the French politicians. It may be considered on the whole as a monument to the glory of William. With respect to the partition treaties, the letters in the Hardwicke papers sufficiently exculpate William from the censures and accusations of his detractors. They have been defended by Bolingbroke as the only measure which the king had it in his power to take. The wars of William on the Continent may be read in the accounts of the reign. They are portions of history, and must be considered. I cannot enter into any detail or even description of such transactions. But I may stop perhaps to mention that they are now connected with the literature of our own country, that they give life and beauty to some of the pages of Sterne, Steenkirk and Landon, and Count Solms, and the Siege of Namur are names well known to those who are conversant with the writings of that enchanting, but sometimes objectionable author. And the student, while he is traveling through the records of real calamity, and contemplating in history the picture of the dreadful warfare of mankind, may be often reminded of those more pleasing moments when he surrendered his fancy to the harmless campaigns of my Uncle Toby and Trim, and his heart to the story of Lefevre. I conclude this reign of William with observing that almost all the important subjects connected, not only with our Constitution, such as I have mentioned, but also with our systems of internal and external policy, appear before us during this particular period. A union with Scotland was recommended by William. The case of Ireland occurred, its dependence on the legislature of England. The affairs of the East India Company were considered. The Bank of England was erected. Societies for the suppression of vice were formed. The employment of the poor was made a topic in the speeches of the king. The coinage was adjusted. Experiments on finance and paper securities were attempted. And above all, a funded debt was created. These are subjects and concerns that have subsisted to the present times, and it is now the business of a reader of history to observe them on their first appearance, with the reasonings of our ancestors upon them, in the speeches and pamphlets of the day. They must be borne in mind, and traced, if possible, through their effects, as we continue to read the history of the last century, down to the present hour. To them must be added, and to be treated in the same manner, and for the same reason, the great question of the interference of England in the affairs of the Continent, an interference which now began more particularly to be a feature of our general policy, and therefore from this time began to be, as it has never ceased to be, a subject of controversy and discussion among our philosophers and statesmen. End of section 60. Section 61 of Lectures on Modern History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Brian Keenan. Lectures on Modern History by William Smyth. Lecture 23, Anne, Part 1. The reign of William is interesting on many accounts. From its immediate connection with the Revolution of 1688, from the suspense in which the cause of that revolution still hung, on account of the parties that then existed, from the conduct of William to those parties, from their conduct to him and to each other, from their relative merits, from the relation which questions connected with the monarch and such parties must always bear to our mixed and free constitution, from the great subjects that occurred in the course of the administration of William, the Civil List, the Place Bill, the Triennial Bill, the liberty of the press, a standing army, the responsibility of ministers, the veto of the crown, from many other subjects connected with our internal and external policy, the situation of Ireland, the East India Company, the Bank of England, questions of finance, of the coinage, the funded debt, and others, such as I could only mention. These are topics that must always deserve the attention of the inhabitants of these kingdoms. The very narrative of the reign is also interesting, and full of events in business, foreign and military, as well as civil and domestic. Add to this, that this era of our annals has always been highly attractive to the readers of history. William is not only the deliverer of England, but the great hero of the age in which he lived, and they who have accustomed themselves to meditate on the characters of men and the fortunes of the human race have always lamented that the story of William has never been undertaken by any writer so distinguished for the superiority of his talents as to be worthy of a theme so splendid and so important. This lecture was written many years ago, but at this moment, while I am now reading it, occurs the great subject of regret to literary men, and particularly those interested in the history of their country, the loss of Sir James Mackintosh. This great thinker and accomplished writer was worthy of such a theme, and had undertaken it. What he has left us is the best account we have of the first ominous proceedings of the reign of James II. The reign of Anne may be considered as a continuation of the reign of William. The great features are the same: national animosity against France, resistance to the aggrandizement and the ambition of Louis, contending parties, the Whigs and Tories, the Constitution settling, and the great question of the return of the exiled family, that is, the success of the Revolution, that is, the cause of the civil and religious liberties of England, still suspended on a shifting, doubtful balance. Our best means of information are likewise the same: St. Simon and the French writers, Burnet, Macpherson's original papers, the debates in Parliament, the Statute Book and journals, Tyndall, Belsham, and Somerville are to be read or referred to in the same manner as before. To these sources of information, on which I originally depended, I can now add the Life of Marlborough, by Mr. Cox, which has been lately completed from the Blenheim papers. To write the Life of Marlborough is to write the history of the reign of Queen Anne, and it is impossible for anyone to judge properly of this part of our annals without a diligent perusal of this very entertaining and valuable work. I must also observe that a very good idea may be formed of the general subjects connected with this period, and of the original memoirs and documents which should be referred to, by reading the appendix to Belsham's history. It is very well drawn up. My hearer, therefore, will bear in mind that the great subjects before him are the resistance made to Louis XIV and the power of France abroad, and at home the different parties of the Whigs and Tories, the various questions that arose connected with our civil and religious liberties, the union with Scotland, and above all, the great question of the success of the Revolution, the security of the Protestant succession, and the chance of the restoration of the House of Stuart. We will first advert to the foreign concerns, afterwards to the domestic. Many subjects must necessarily be omitted, and cannot even be mentioned, but they will occur to you in the reading of the history. Some can be but adverted to. A few, and but a few, on account of their superior importance, may be a little dwelt upon. But on this occasion, and on every other through the whole of these lectures, I am oppressed with the consciousness that I can attempt little more than barely lead up my hearer to the consideration of different subjects, and, having stated their claim upon his attention, must leave him to examine them for himself. The reign opens with the Great War of the Succession. I have already observed that questions of peace and war are peculiarly deserving of attention. They cannot be made too often or too much the subjects of your examination. No more valuable result can be derived from the meditation of history than habits of dispassionate reflection, of caution, foresight, a strong sense of the rights of independent nations, of justice, and of humanity, on such momentous topics. It is on these occasions more particularly that the philosophic statesman is distinguished from the ordinary politician. And when we suppose a minister in a cabinet, a member of either of the houses in his place, an individual at a public meeting, or an intelligent man in the private circles of social life, contributing to make his countrymen more upright, reasonable, conciliatory, patient, while the tremendous issues of war are dependent, are hanging on the balance of words and expressions, are dependent not merely on the wisdom or the folly, but the good and ill humor of the parties. We, in fact, suppose a man elevated to something above his nature, and for a season assuming the character and office of a superior being, one whose voice breathes the heavenly accents of peace on earth and goodwill towards men. In a government that is free, where every individual is educated upon a system, not of servility and baseness, but of personal dignity and independence, of submission to no power but the laws. In such a government, one like our own, there is no fear, on these occasions, of any want of sensibility to national honor, or of any contemptible sacrifice to present ease and short-sighted policy. The danger is on the other side, and the habits of thought to be cherished in free and powerful countries are entirely those of a deliberative, cautious, and pacific nature. The opening of this reign of Anne affords an opportunity to the student such as I have described. One of these great questions is before him, that of the War of the Succession, a long and dreadful contest. Let him try to examine and consider it in all its bearings and aspects, and in this manner he may school his mind and prepare it for important occasions, when he is hereafter to interfere, as every man of education ought actively to do, in the concerns of the community. I will now make an effort to give him some slight idea of what I mean, some idea of the subject now presented to him. And I must begin, in point of time, at some distance from the period more immediately before us. At the Peace of the Pyrenees, Mazarin united the royal family of France with that of Spain. As this union might eventually make the princes of the House of Bourbon heirs to the crown of Spain, this was always looked upon as a masterpiece of policy. The first question which I would propose to the student is, whether it was so. The King of Spain was at the time sufficiently aware of the possible consequences, and he therefore took due care that all title to the future succession to the crown of Spain, of whatever kind, should be publicly and forever renounced. This is a part of the case, and being so, the policy of the whole transaction, as far as Mazarin is concerned, may, I think, be proposed as a question. Among other considerations that will occur to the student when he looks at the history, I would wish to leave the following more particularly to his examination. First, whether the avoidance of all causes of war, and all temptations to war, is not the first point of policy to be secured. Secondly, whether the union of the families was likely to influence materially the future intercourse of the two nations, and make it more friendly than it hitherto had been. If so, this was a most weighty consideration in favor of the measure. But on the other side, and thirdly, whether the union of the families did not rather hold up to the ambition of all succeeding princes of France the most tempting object, the succession to the crown of Spain, and yet the renunciation render that ambition totally unlawful, and whether the result was not, therefore, sure to be that France would be engaged in a series of dishonest intrigues for the accomplishment of this object, and afterwards in a war with the powers of Europe for the maintenance of this unlawful object, if those intrigues were successful, for the acquiescence of the powers of Europe, without a struggle, could not possibly be expected. Now, if this last question be answered in the affirmative, as well as the first, where was the policy of Mazarin? The event turned out to be that the prospect of the succession kept continually opening to Louis, and that his family at last became the regular heirs to the Spanish monarchy. But it must not be forgotten that they were incapacitated by their renunciation. This renunciation was the very condition of their birth, for it was the condition on which Louis was married to the Infanta of Spain, in right of whom they claimed. I must now recommend the 67th chapter in Cox's Austria, where the subject of the Spanish succession is concisely and clearly stated, and on the proper authorities. The claimants were the Dauphin of France, the Emperor Leopold, who had married the next sister of the Infanta, and the Elector of Bavaria, who had espoused the issue of this last marriage, and was the son-in-law of Leopold. The father Leopold, it must be observed, had induced his daughter, on her marriage with the Elector, to renounce her claims to the Spanish succession. But this renunciation was considered invalid, as not having been approved by the King of Spain, nor ratified by the Cortes. In this state of things, the second question that I should wish to propose to the student is this: what was our own King William to attempt to do? How was he to prevent the succession from devolving on Louis, a prince who was not likely to adhere to his original renunciations? As I have before recommended Cox, I must now recommend the 8th letter of Bolingbroke on the study of history, as the most ready and complete means of putting you into possession of all the reasonings that belong to the subject. I must suppose these parts, both of Cox and Bolingbroke, read, particularly the latter. I cannot give any abridgment or representation of it, because I think the meditation of the whole of it the very best practice, to use a common term, for a statesman, that perhaps the compass of our literature affords. William made a partition treaty with Louis. That is, he compounded with him. He consented that part of the Spanish possessions should be transferred to France, the better to secure the remainder from the ambition of Louis, and to this end, that the Elector might receive, undisturbed, the main part of what, by inheritance, devolved upon him, that in this manner the balance of Europe might be tolerably well preserved, and yet a war avoided. These were his objects. Lord Bolingbroke contends that there was no other measure which William could possibly take. He is great authority, and cannot be supposed too partial to the monarch. Unfortunately, the Elector died, and a second partition treaty was therefore to be made. The Archduke was substituted for the Elector, and the terms made more advantageous to France. Now the point I would submit to your consideration is this: whether, besides the alternatives which Lord Bolingbroke enumerates as all that the case admitted of, another did not remain, that of doing nothing at all, not abandoning all care of the succession, but taking no distinct measure. Certainly none but with the privity of, and in conjunction with, the court of Spain. To parcel out the dominions of an independent kingdom, however agreeably to the general interests of Europe, and from the best of motives, without the interference or consent of that kingdom, was in itself unjust, and therefore not to be thought of, and was at the same time so offensive to Spain that it could not possibly have any other effect but that of throwing her into the arms of France, for the sake of preserving the integrity of her empire and the dignity of her crown. What line of policy, in the meantime, was the emperor to pursue? Of this there can be little question. He was to send to the court of Spain a minister of attractive manners, and, by conciliating at the same time his own Hungarian subjects, to leave himself in possession of the full force of his empire, in case he had to contend with France. The emperor did neither. He neither sent a minister of an agreeable, accommodating temper, nor did he relax his harsh, severe system of policy to his Hungarian subjects. It seems impossible for the haughty and ceremonious ever to think there is anything of value in the world but dignity and form, and the policy of mild government is a secret which, on some account or other, can never be discovered by those who have an opportunity of exercising it. But to return to the succession. The King of Spain died, and, most unfortunately, at last made a will in favor of the French line. Here comes the next question. Was Louis to accept the testament? On this point must be read, not only Lord Bolingbroke, but that part of the works of St. Simon which relates to the succession. It is not long. In De Torcy's memoirs will be found the defense of Louis, who did accept the testament, and in Mably's Droit public de l'Europe, not his history, an argument in opposition to the reasoning of De Torcy, and in favor of adhering to the Treaty of Partition. Many other books might be referred to, but these will be found very ample to supply the reader with materials for his meditation. He is to suppose himself placed in the cabinet of Louis, and then to consider what advice he would have given. In the third volume of St. Simon's Memoirs, and in De Torcy, will be found accounts of the debate that actually did take place in the presence of Louis. There is some little difference in the representations of these two authors with respect to the part which the speakers took, and Madame de Maintenon was consulted, according to St. Simon, which is positively denied, though it is somewhat impossible to suppose that she was not, by De Torcy. The question debated was, whether the king should accept the testament, or adhere to the Second Partition Treaty, and the case supposed was, which was indeed the fact, that the succession was to be offered instantly to the House of Austria, if declined by the French monarch. On the one side it was observed, even in the cabinet of Louis, "The national faith is pledged." I translate from the French writers. And even in point of mere advantage, more will in fact be gained by the partition treaty than by placing the French line on the throne of Spain, the princes of which will soon lose their partiality to France, and become as jealous of her power as have hitherto been the princes of the House of Austria. If we accept the testament, a war must follow. Europe will necessarily oppose itself to what will then be thought the colossal power of France. We have already had one war. We are now only taking breath. We are ourselves exhausted. So is Spain. Of a new war it will be for us to support all the charge. We have here, therefore, before us a train of consequences of which the final issue no one can presume to tell. But in the gross, and at once, it is easy to pronounce that it is but common prudence to avoid them by adhering to the partition treaty. France, by this proof of her good faith, will conciliate all Europe. Europe, which she has seen leagued against her, because she has been considered as aspiring, like the House of Austria, to universal monarchy. And if she now accept this testament, will the truth of these accusations admit longer of a doubt? Such was, according to the more probable account of St. Simon, the statement of de Torcy himself, offered by him as the statement of one side of the question. But such were entirely, and stated as a proper estimate of the whole of the case, the sentiments of the Duc de Beauvilliers, the tutor of the Duke of Burgundy, the discerning and good man who had selected Fenelon to assist him in his momentous office. And similar to these are always the sentiments of discerning and good men on all such occasions. These are the natural and weighty topics that are insisted upon by all such reasoners, when peace and war can be made a question. National faith, the opinions of surrounding nations on our conduct, what there is, or what there may be, of justice in their accusations, the advantages that may assuredly be derived from peace, the evils that inevitably result from war, the calamities that will certainly, the very serious ruin that it is possible, at least may, result from dangerous experiments. In the instance before us, the successes of Marlborough, the appearance of such a commander among the enemies of France, could not indeed have been expected by Louis or his councillors. But even according to the ordinary nature of events, there were not only possibilities, but there were probabilities, and there were certainties sufficient to induce the Duc de Beauvilliers to insist, as he did insist, on the solid wisdom of the counsels which he recommended. The Chancellor, on the contrary, too much disposed, as it is thought by St. Simon, to sacrifice to the wishes of his master. Such men will always be found among the counsellors of princes, presented to Louis views more splendid and reasonings more attractive. He found it easy to show how fitted were the kingdoms of France and Spain to constitute a great empire under the dominion of the House of Bourbon. There was no difficulty in depreciating the advantages presented by the Treaty of Partition, or in rendering suspected the policy of any system to which William, the great enemy of France, had become a party. It was not difficult to show that it must always make a very material difference to France, whether there were seated on the throne of Spain princes of the House of Bourbon or princes of the House of Austria, however interested the former might at length become in the prosperity of the particular kingdom which they governed. These were topics of fair debate, provided the question could ever have been brought to a point where it was proper to discuss them. The Chancellor also insisted that, since the treaties of partition were made, new circumstances had occurred which rendered them no longer binding. The testament, for instance, had been made in Louis's favor. This is the sort of dishonest reasoning that on all such occasions is produced, and it is therefore universally instructive. For the Chancellor omitted to state that the testament had been procured by the intrigues of France, and that Louis was thus to profit by his own wrong. Again, France, said the minister, by refusing the testament, will gain, not the character of moderation, but that of pusillanimity, will become an object of ridicule, not of respect, to surrounding nations, as was our good Louis XII. And Francis I., to Ferdinand, Charles V., the Pope, and the Venetians. Not indeed that the point of honor is against us, said the Chancellor. Can it be supposed that such a succession as that of Spain is ever to fall into our hands without a war? Even to the Treaty of Partition the Emperor will not assent. And if then we are, on every supposition, to have a war, is it not better to fight for the proper benefits of success, after first possessing ourselves of what is already within our grasp? Let us at least contrive not to show ourselves to the world unworthy of the high fortune to which we are so unexpectedly called. These also are, I think, arguments universally instructive, for it is by considerations of this kind that nations are always inflamed, their passions excited, and their judgments betrayed by their orators, statesmen, and princes. It is even by considerations of this kind that they who should counsel others are themselves led astray. And these, therefore, as they continually occur in history, become the genuine instruction of history. On the whole of the case, Louis might accept the testament. He did so. The defense of this measure will be found in De Torcy, and in the reasons given by the Chancellor in St. Simon. Secondly, he might have rejected the testament and adhered to the remaining partition treaty. This measure is proposed and supported by the Abbé de Mabley. Lastly, he might have done neither. The whole question is argued by Lord Bolingbroke. But when he considers it under three different views, the view of right, of policy, and of power, the first, that of right, is surely too loosely determined, and too hastily dismissed. The fact was that, when the Spanish line was originally connected with the French, every precaution was taken by the Spanish monarch to prevent a crisis of the nature that afterwards took place, and all future title to the crown of Spain, whether by treaty, will, testament, or otherwise, was renounced. Louis XIV, therefore, should not have left William to suppose that the treaties of partition were at all necessary. He should not have thought it honorable to receive any advantages which could be offered him only on the supposition that he was not likely to fulfill his original engagements. On the same account, he should not have accepted the testament, for to accept it was contrary to the spirit and meaning of the most positive and solemn engagements. The testament itself would never have been made in his favor, if he from the first had openly and sincerely disclaimed the succession, and had spoken from the first steadily and clearly the language of uprightness and honor. Whatever right the monarch of Spain might have to offer Louis the succession by his testament, Louis had no right to receive it. The offer had been made in consequence of a long series of intrigues, all of them in every respect, and from the first, dishonorable to him and base. Their success could give Louis no right which belonged not to him before. He was not to profit, as I have before observed, by his own wrong. The question of ambition and aggrandizement, the considerations that alone weighed with him and some of his counselors, may be disposed of with a rapidity that would have been inconceivable to Louis and his cabinet. To France, above all kingdoms, the most effective means of aggrandizement were peace, and justice, and honor. Her people full of genius and activity, her territories pregnant with the most varied and inestimable advantages. She had only to defend herself, and, if possible, keep Europe at peace, and she could not fail of being prosperous and happy. End of section 61. Section 62 of Lectures on Modern History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Brian Keenan. Lectures on Modern History by William Smyth. Lecture 23. Anne, Part 2. The politicians of the world have never ceased on these subjects to commit, as did first Mazarin, and afterwards Louis, the most cruel mistakes. The gain of one country has always been supposed the loss of every other. Colonies are to be fought for, and commerce is to be fought for, and kingdoms are to be fought for, and all for the sake of prosperity and power. Human life is to be wasted. All the proper materials of strength and accumulation are to be dissipated and annihilated, to be directed to the purposes of destruction, and every experiment is to be attempted but one, the only proper and rational experiment, that of making governments gradually more free, the laws more equal, and the maintaining of peace. Turning now from the continent, the next question before us is the conduct of our own country, and the point to be determined is, whether we had no honorable or safe alternative but war. William III had but just time before his death to decide that we had no other. He thought the ambition of Louis left no other. The reign of Anne opens with the speeches of the Queen to the Privy Council and the two Houses, with their answers. Mention is here made of measures entered into to reduce the exorbitant power of France, to obtain such a balance of power and interests as may effectually secure the liberties of Europe. This is the language of reason and sound policy. But the causes of the war are more distinctly shown in the declaration of war itself. And the question then is, whether the acknowledgment of the pretended Prince of Wales by Louis, under all the circumstances of the case, was such an affront to the English crown as could be vindicated only by a war, and whether representations had been made to Louis, on the subject of his aggressions and offenses, sufficiently patient and conciliatory to render the war on our part a war for the defense of the balance of power in Europe, and therefore for our own dignity and safety. Whether no reparation could be procured to our honor, but by arms. Whether the offense was sufficient to justify such an extremity. Whether it was reasonable to expect that the affair of the succession could now be materially altered for the better by an appeal to force, and the renewal of the calamities of Europe. These are questions that may fairly be supposed open to discussion, for the national animosity to France was, on all occasions, very strong, and even Tories and Whigs united when a sentiment was to be expressed of hostility to that kingdom. But whatever may be the decision of the student on the general question, and it may turn out to be very different from what he might at first have expected, let him carefully remember that it was to reduce the exorbitant power of France, and to vindicate the honor of the English crown, insulted by the acknowledgment of the pretended Prince of Wales, that these were the objects of the war, and that war was, on every supposition, no longer to be maintained when these objects were once accomplished. All this is, I say, to be well remembered, for we may remember it, perhaps, with some advantage hereafter, when we come to the remaining transactions of the reign, those more particularly connected with our foreign politics. This war with France is the great center on which they all turn, and therefore, with respect to our foreign politics, the two great points of attention which I shall propose to you are, first, the character and victories of Marlborough; secondly, the use that was made of them. On these subjects the historical works of Mr. Cox must be studied. First, his House of Austria; secondly, his Memoirs of the Kings of Spain; and lastly, and more particularly, his Life of the Duke of Marlborough. This last work I have had to consider since I drew up my present lecture. I have had to modify a little my opinion of the Duke of Marlborough. I can no longer consider him as so betrayed by a spirit of personal ambition as I had once suspected, for he seems not to have been more ready to persevere in the war against France than Godolphin and others, and sometimes to have been more reasonable. And I have a still stronger impression of his amiable nature in domestic life. Of his talents for public life, I could not have entertained a higher opinion than I had already formed. The same must have been always the opinion of every reader of history. The great Duke of Marlborough has always been his proper appellation, and he is only made greater by being made more known from the publication of Mr. Cox. Nor can it be doubted that he would appear greater still, the more the difficulties with which he was surrounded on all occasions could be appreciated. These difficulties, however, may now, from the work just mentioned, be partly estimated. The impetuous temper and consequent imprudence of a wife whom for her beauty, her talents, and her affection he naturally idolized. The low, narrow mind and mulish nature of the queen he served. The unreasonable wishes and strange prejudices of the men of influence in his own country. the discordant interests and passions of different states and princes on the continent, the pertinacity of the field deputies of Holland, whom he could not send over into the camp of the enemy, their more proper station, and to whose absurdities it gave him the headache to listen. As we continue our progress through the pages of Mr. Cox, the Queen, the Court, the Houses of Legislature, the nation, fall deeply into the shade. The Duke is dismissed. Diram qui contudet hydram, comparet invidiam supremo fine domari. He is actually sued for the expenses of the workmen at Blenheim, is obliged to retire to the continent, and it is there, not in his own country, that he is to see his victories remembered and his merit acknowledged. In Tyndall's continuation of Rapin, and now more completely in Cox, may be read the history of his military exploits, and it is here that Marlborough seems to tower above all praise. It would be difficult to find any commander in any age or country to whom he can be thought inferior. He might rather seem to have united the merits of them all. He had the praise of Hannibal, for he had to oppose the armies of one great military nation by armies composed of many different nations. He had the praise of Caesar, for, though an enterprising, he was a safe commander. He lost no battle. He failed in no siege. He was no desperate knight-errant, like Alexander in ancient story, or Charles XII in modern. He lived not, like Attila or Tamerlane, among barbarous nations, when the event of a single battle decided the fate of an empire, and when, if fortune once smiled, her smiles were afterwards superfluous. Nor did he live, like the great conqueror in our own times, the Emperor of France, in a revolutionary age, when the new and dreadful energies of a particular nation could be seized upon and directed against surrounding nations, against armies formed on a different model, statesmen obliged to deliberate under a different system, and governments submitted to different habits and principles of action. The Duke of Marlborough was in no favorable situation like any of these creatures of dynasties or destroyers of kingdoms. Much the contrary. He flourished when war had been reduced to a science, and when likewise it could be waged in no sweeping or convulsive manner. He had to do with regular governments, orderly statesmen, soldiers animated by no fury of enthusiasm, political or religious, princes, magistrates, financiers, officers civil and military, individuals in all their divisions and departments, moving each of them after the prescribed rate and fashion of society in its most civilized and appointed state. Nay, more, he had to sway the factions of England, to animate the legislative bodies of Holland, to harmonize the members of the Germanic body, and all to the one single purpose of overpowering on the continent the vast, concentrated, prompt, and matured strength of France. An object, this, which no human art or genius could ever, before or since, be properly said to have, by regular military warfare, accomplished. Even the great William, trained up amid a life of difficulties and of war, with an intrepid heart and a sound understanding, was able only to stay the enterprises of Louis, successfully to resist, but not to humble him. It was for Marlborough to teach that unprincipled monarch the danger of ambition and the instability of human grandeur. It was for Marlborough to disturb his dreams of pleasure and of pride by filling them with spectres of terror and images of desolation. Of Marlborough might be said, in a far more extensive sense of the words, what was afterwards said of Lord Chatham, that with one hand he wielded the aristocracy of England, and with the other he smote the House of Bourbon. The great praise of Marlborough is, that his glory was reached step by no sudden indulgence of fortune, by no single effort of military skill and valor. Enterprise succeeded to enterprise, campaign to campaign, and the result was always the same, progressive fame, and victories and triumphs either accomplished or prepared. If commanders were sent against him who made the slightest mistake, victories like Blenheim and Ramillies were the consequence. If a man of consummate skill, like Vendôme, was opposed to him, he consented to attempt nothing impracticable. No success improperly inflamed his expectations. Yet could he show, as in his campaign with Villars, that no necessity of caution, no respect for his opponent, excluded from his mind the chances at least of success, and he could seize them with effect, and prove that, whatever might be his circumspection, he was equally gifted with the powers of military invention and the spirit of military enterprise. The career of other great generals has always been marked by varieties of chance and change, of light and shade, of success and defeat. But the panegyric of Marlborough is contained in a single word: he was always right. That is, he proportioned well his means to his ends, and did not, like other statesmen and generals, mistake passion for wisdom, wishes for possibilities, and words for things. On the whole, though in his character as a man some failings must be allowed, parsimony, for instance, the result so often of the necessity of economy in early life, and the fault, the crime, of corresponding with the exiled family. On the whole, a degrading and a most unworthy attention to his own interest. Such was his good sense, his military genius, the charms of his address and appearance, and his high and commanding qualities of every description, that he must even now be considered, what Lord Bolingbroke was compelled to call him in his day, the greatest of generals and of ministers. End of section 62. Section 63 of Lectures on Modern History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Brian Keenan. Lectures on Modern History by William Smyth. Lecture 23, and Part 3. Turning now from the character of the Duke of Marlborough, who won the victories that distinguished this reign, to the use that was made of them, though no difference of opinion can exist with regard to the first, much may with regard to the second question: how far the Allies were or were not unreasonable in their demands. Which of the parties was most in fault during the negotiations for peace, particularly during the first, that at The Hague. I cannot repeat too often that questions of this sort are among the most profitable portions of study which can belong to the readers of history. We may not be able always to understand by what varieties of character or of personal interest, in the agents or in the principles, negotiations break off or terminate with success. But by being removed to a distance, we can take a commanding view of what were the real interests of the parties at the time. Such speculations are well fitted to prepare us for the discussion of similar subjects when we come to be ourselves concerned, to save us from unreasonable terrors or extravagant hopes, and above all, to prevent us from magnifying points, for which we have been contending, into an importance which does not belong to them, and which temporary importance becomes to succeeding politicians not unfrequently a subject of surprise, compassion, or even contempt. The authors you must consult are Dr. Somerville, Cox, Tyndall, De Torcy, and lastly, Swift's pamphlet on the conduct of the Allies, a pamphlet most effective at the time, but disgraced by the most vulgar matter and exaggerated statements, and therefore now very edifying as a specimen of what a party pamphlet may be, and not unfrequently is. I cannot attempt, for want of time, any discussion of this great question. You will see what is said very fully and distinctly by Cox. I cannot think, for my own part, that proper use, that the right use, was made by Marlborough and Godolphin of the victories of Blenheim and Ramillies. And I cannot think so, even after the perusal of everything that this valuable historian has delivered to the contrary, in his life of the Duke of Marlborough. I must now remind you, as I apprised you I should, of the reasons for the war which were given when it first broke out. It is curious to remark the manner in which the tone of the Allies altered, and their views enlarged, with their victories. This may be very natural, but it is not entirely and ultimately wise. A war is not to be entered upon without a grave and specific object. But when success has enabled a nation to obtain that object, and this had surely been effected by the great battles just alluded to, upon every principle of wisdom as of humanity, the war must close. If new objects are to arise, and to be considered as indispensable to peace, the system of warfare is then converted into a system to each nation the most protracted possible, and therefore the most ruinous possible, a system more protracted than the passions of our nature, violent as they are, at all require. Peace is the great cause of human nature. It is the great secret of prosperity to all nations, collectively and individually. It is, therefore, the common policy of all. Not to say that, even according to the short-sighted notions of rivalry and selfishness, a successful nation often carries on a war too long. More is lost by the expense of an additional campaign than the advantages of a campaign do or can repay. And, what is of still more consequence, the fortune of the contest may alter. Again, it should have been considered that those who propose fair terms of peace, as Louis did, never fail of securing a most advantageous alternative. They obtain either a peace or a just cause. Louis, for instance, could not bring the Allies to grant him honorable conditions. Hard terms are never the true policy. He therefore published those which they had insisted upon, and he had it then in his power to say, as he did say, to his subjects, in a public address, "If it had depended on me, you should have enjoyed this blessing which you so earnestly desire, the blessing of peace. But it must be procured by new efforts. The immense sacrifices I have offered are of no avail. I can perfectly sympathize with all that my faithful subjects must endure, but I am persuaded that they would themselves recoil from conditions of peace as repugnant to justice as to the honor of the French name." These considerations were not addressed to the French people in vain, and they never will or can be addressed in vain to any people by their rulers. It is true that, when the successes of the Allies were so great, it then, as the Whigs thought, became to them a question, whether the opportunity was not to be taken of attempting to deprive France of all the additions which she had made to her power since the Peace of Westphalia. But surely it should rather have been thought, and long before this extreme point of depression in the affairs of France had occurred, that the failure of the succession in the family of Spain, and the provisions of the will of Charles, created a conjuncture the most unfortunate that could possibly have happened, one from which it was not in the nature of things that Europe should be able entirely to extricate itself. That the people and grandees of Spain had clearly decided against the pretensions of the House of Austria and the projects of the Allies. That, if Europe was to be protected from the ambition of Louis, some effort of a very different nature must be made. That the transfer of Spain and the Indies to the House of Austria was impossible, was at all events the least feasible project that could be attempted, and that, on the whole, taking into account the natural and honorable feelings of a distinguished monarch like Louis and a great nation like France, and again the same natural and honorable feelings of the grandees and people of Spain, taking into account these important points, surely it should have been thought that all that was reasonable, and at all events all that was practicable, might have been procured by the Allies at an early period immediately after the battle of Ramillies, or even before, and certainly during the negotiation at The Hague. The Whigs ought, surely, to have been eager to make the best bargain for Europe which they could, from the obvious probability that the Queen, who always hated and feared them, as they well knew, would contrive to get other ministers, and the consequence be a peace on terms much less advantageous to England and the continent than they could themselves obtain. They might easily see how difficult it was to keep up a combination of powers against France, and how many chances and how many reasons might make a war unpopular. These I conceive to be some of the points for you to consider, and you should fix your attention on early periods in the war, immediately after the Battle of Ramillies, and rather on the negotiations that preceded than those that took place at Geer-Truidenburg. The peace should have been made long before the conferences at Geer-Truidenburg. They who would decide this question in the shortest time possible may take into their consideration a few pages in the different chapters of Cox's Austria, and Somerville's History of Queen Anne. I cannot but observe, as I am finally quitting this subject of the use which the Allies made of their victories, that, in every free government, it is the interest of the members of a cabinet, even with a view to their own personal aggrandizement, to proceed as much as possible on a system of peace. For the uneasiness which is occasioned by the pressure of war is very easily converted by their political opponents into the means of dislodging them from their power. In all free governments, those who make a war, as was the case in the present instance, seldom make a peace. War comes at last, with or without due reason, to be unpopular, and the war and its advisers are discarded together. Again, from the whole of the War of the Succession, it is evident how great must always be the difficulty of supporting a combination of many states against one. Their interests, or at least their own views of their interests, are seldom the same while the war is carried on, still less when peace begins to be thought of. It is very difficult to combine them so as to render them successful for any long period. Prosperity disunites them, from jealousy. Adversity still more, from views of self-preservation. In combinations of different powers, the great duty of all is disinterestedness. In this respect, the Whig ministry of England set an example highly creditable to their characters as wise and honorable statesmen. They might mistake, it is a great question, the wisdom of the case at the proper season. But their language and their views were resistance to the ambition of France, the establishment of the general interests of Europe. But the question is, whether they suffered not the justice of the cause at last to be transferred to the French monarch. He had recourse to negotiation, was unsuccessful, and then appealed to his people and to the world. I must ask again, were the Allies and their ministers sufficiently attentive to the claims of humanity and to all the suggestions of sober policy, at home and abroad, on this occasion, and in the course of these successes? To me it appears not. If the rulers of mankind would not mix their own passions in the contests of nations, it is impossible that these appeals to negotiation should not be more frequent. It is impossible that wars should be drawn out to the protracted period we so often witness. All parties would be thrown more and more into a state of deliberation, would be reminded of the desirableness of peace, that it is the proper and only end of all war, that the real causes of hostility are always exaggerated, that in these cases there is nothing to be met with but misapprehension, fury, and absurdity. But the whole system of national policy is mistaken, and cabinets, instead of considering how their own nation may be extricated from a contest with safety and honor, think only how the enemy may be reduced to the lowest possible state of depression, how their own views of political aggrandizement may be realized, how their own particular nation may be left hereafter without an equal, and the rest of mankind be taught to fall down and worship themselves and their countrymen. I cannot further allude to this question, and it must now be left to your own diligence and curiosity. As you proceed in the general history, you will find the influence of Marlborough and the Whig ministry gradually decline, and at last a new Tory ministry formed, and a peace concluded. These events will be found sufficiently explained in the authors I have already referred to. And after their details have been perused, the account which the Duchess of Marlborough herself gives of her conduct, from her first coming to court till the year 1710, should by all means be read. It is not long, is sometimes important, and always entertaining. But peace was at last made, and made by the Tories. Some opinion should be formed of the merits of it, and of the negotiations that led to it. To the account that is given by the regular historians should be added the third volume of the Memoirs of de Torcy. It is still the French statement and view of the case, but even as such it should be read. The work, however, is not only in many places characteristic of the nation to which the author belongs, but the notices that are to be found of the English people and of the views and characters of the parties of our island are often amusing and instructing. It may serve to display the nature of negotiations, the difficulties that continually arise, and the patience and dexterity that are always necessary to compose the differences of belligerent powers, even when the negotiators themselves feel and know that it is their interest to come to an adjustment. When the detail of these transactions has been read in de Torcy and our common historians, the correspondence of Bolingbroke, which was not long ago published by Mr. Park, should be looked at. It touches only on the surface of these important negotiations, but, after the detail is known, the rapid allusions and brief notices that are taken by the Secretary Bolingbroke, from time to time, of these affairs, are not without their interest. Those of Prior's letters which appear here are lively and entertaining. So are, indeed, those of Bolingbroke. But from a correspondence of this sort we expect to acquire a greater insight into the transactions to which they refer than, it must be confessed, we can here obtain. The merits of the Peace of Utrecht was a question which you will perceive, from the occurrences that took place in and out of Parliament during the close of this and the opening of the succeeding reign, extremely agitated the public mind. There is a short disquisition on the subject in the 20th chapter of Somerville, to which I must refer. The historian there arrives at a conclusion which appears to me reasonable, that the peace was censurable rather as being disproportioned to the success of the war than as having fallen short of the ends of the Grand Alliance. The question of the peace, as between the Whigs and Tories, may be seen argued in the 8th letter of Bolingbroke on the study and use of history, and in the reply of the first Horace Walpole. It cannot be denied that the French court saw that it would be the personal interest of the English ministers to make a peace. That of this advantage France was ready, most ungenerously to those ministers, to avail herself, and that the English ministers exerted themselves in no proper manner to preclude France from any such advantage. They in no respect showed, as they ought to have done, that, though desirous of peace, as good and wise men should always be, that, though cooler and more equitable in this important respect than the Whigs, still they were as determined as the Whigs to make a common cause with Europe against the power of France, and that, whatever France might conceive with respect to their personal interest as leaders of a party in England, they would still do nothing inconsistent with their character as the arbiters, for such they were at the time, of the great interests of the most civilized portion of mankind. De Torcy, through the whole of the third volume of his Memoirs, cannot help repeatedly contrasting with pleasure the existing and the former situation of France, and these expressions, connected with the attendant circumstances of the case, amount to something like a reproach to the Tory ministers, with whom France had now to deal, instead of Marlborough and the Whigs. Again, it cannot be denied that Harley, the first minister in the Tory administration, by the shuffling, temporizing, and narrow nature of his mind, was totally unfit to compose the differences and adjust the interests of Europe at that remarkable crisis. Bolingbroke should have been the Tory minister, not Harley, if any great and decisive alteration was to be made in the policy and measures of the country, and if a peace was to be attempted. England would not then have been disgraced by some of the wretched and even dishonorable measures that were resorted to. Bolingbroke, in his very curious close of his 8th letter, seems often to defend more than he can approve, to defend measures of which certainly he would not have been the author, and to some of which, it is to be hoped, if Prime Minister, he would not have submitted. To the general train and object of Bolingbroke's very able and spirited reasonings, the Memoirs of De Torcy seem to me, though little intended for any such purpose, to be a very adequate reply. The question is not whether the Whigs made a proper use of their success in war, when they came to negotiations for a peace, but, when that question has been decided, as I think it must be, against the Whigs, the question is, whether, next, the Tory ministers made fair use of that success, and whether they conducted themselves in a spirit of good faith with their allies, or proper sympathy with the great interests of their country. This second question must, I think, be determined against them, decidedly and even with indignation. Since I wrote the lecture which I have now delivered, the work of Mr. Cox has appeared, his Memoirs of the Kings of Spain of the House of Bourbon. Every subject that I have now alluded to is here treated very fully, and I must refer to it. I have not found any occasion to alter what I had written. I do not admire the Tory ministry any more than Mr. Cox, but whether the Whigs, from the first, were sufficiently moderate and disposed to peace, is another question. Mr. Cox's work is in many places entertaining, and is, on the whole, a valuable accession to our historical information. But, in the present state of the world and of literature, I suspect that much of the work will be passed over with a slight perusal by the general reader. End of section 63.
Section 64 of Lectures in Modern History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. Lectures in Modern History by William Smyth. Lecture 24. Anne. The reign of Anne is distinguished even in the annals of England for the violence of its politics. Party violence has been not uncommonly a topic of censure and lamentation with good men, and their accusations and reproaches have been urged often with sincerity and sometimes with reason. But care must be taken on these occasions, both by those who are disposed to make these indiscriminate indictments and those who are disposed to listen to them. It is in itself rather a suspicious circumstance when men who are at all conversant with the business of the world are found expressing themselves very strongly or very often against the violence of parties or the fury of faction. In a mixed and free government there will naturally arise, as I must forever repeat, two great and leading divisions, those who lean on the side of authority and those who lean on the side of privilege. Questions unlike in name and form will often involve these same general principles, and men are not therefore always as inconsistent as they seem. Trains of measures will often emanate from one point and proceed in the most strictly logical succession, and must therefore be supported and resisted always by the same men. It is therefore not possible that those who are really independent and sincere should not often in free legislative assemblies vote in sets and parties, and it is equally impossible that they should not become inflamed by sympathy and collision. Read the works of Soame Jenkins and of Locke. Would not both of these men, for instance, while they retained their integrity, have been seen always on the opposite sides of any question that could affect the constitution and government of a free country? The real and proper topic for lamentation and reproach is not exactly that men are often violent and systematic in their opposition to each other, but that they do not adopt their principles with sufficient care, and then follow them up with sincerity and honor. Moderate men, as they call themselves, and men of no party, as they profess themselves to be, will generally be found to be men who take little concern or are but ill-informed on political subjects, and if they are members of the legislature, they are pretty uniformly observed, as they are of no party, forsooth, to take care to be of that party which is the strongest, to be of the minister's party, be he who he may, and to benefit by their neutrality. It is possible, indeed, for men to be of no party, and to assume the high station of real patriots, and even when they are of a party, to remain patriots, by refusing to sanction those measures of the party which they disapprove. This is perhaps the highest possible ambition of an intelligent and virtuous man, but such an eminence can be attained only on one hard condition, that of never receiving a favor from those in power. I may recur to this subject on some occasion hereafter. For the present, however, I conclude by observing that the causes of political animosity were, in these times, very peculiarly weighty and animating. The questions that often lay between the parties were in reality what family was to possess the throne, whether the title of the crown was to be founded on divine and hereditary right or on the principles of an original contract, that is, whether on arbitrary or free principles, whether the religion established in the country was to be certainly Protestant or probably Roman Catholic. In a word, whether principles decidedly favorable or principles clearly hostile to the civil and religious liberties of the country were to be maintained and established. But in a sort of connection with this subject, I may mention that in a mixed government like this, the attention of those who wish well to the popular part of it has been always very naturally directed to the influence which the executive power can directly exercise on the legislative bodies by means of posts, places, and pensions given to their members. Place bills have therefore at different times been attempted, and efforts of this kind were also made in the reign which we are now considering, and with some success. It is to be observed, however, that it seems not now to have been any longer proposed that every man should necessarily be shut out of Parliament by holding an official situation. The bills were for limiting the number of such members, not excluding them altogether. The number, for example, was to have been 50, and to limit the number is a measure of a very different complexion from a general bill of exclusion. You will see speeches in favor of and against the measure in the debates. Bills were brought into the Commons and rejected by the Lords, one in 1712, only by a majority of 5. But instead of following the fortunes of these bills through the Houses, I shall prefer calling your attention to some observations on the general subject, which may be found drawn up by Paley in his chapter on the British Constitution. Nothing can drop from the pen of such a writer so remarkable for his clearness and excellent sense that can be without its importance, particularly where the subject has any immediate connection with the business of human life. This eminent reasoner, however, feels it necessary to protest against any influence but that which results from the acceptance or expectation of public preferments. Nay, more, against any influence which requires any sacrifice of personal probity. This last seems a large concession, a concession which might at first sight be thought to leave no further difference of opinion possible. What could the most ardent patriot wish for but that the House should be so constituted that no sacrifice of personal property should be required? Dr. Paley must, however, be again heard. He contends that in political, above all other subjects, the arguments, or rather the conjectures, on each side of a question are often so equally poised that the wisest judgments may be held in suspense. These he calls subjects of indifference. And again, when the subject is not indifferent in itself, it will appear such to a great part of those to whom it is proposed for want of information, or reflection, or experience, or capacity to collect and weigh the reasons on each side. These cases, he says, and not unreasonably, compose the province of influence. But then he adds that whoever reviews the operations of government in this country since the Revolution will find few even of the most questionable measures of administration about which the best instructed judgment might not have doubted at the time, but of which he may affirm with certainty that they were indifferent to the greatest part of those who concurred in them. The whole doctrine of indifference is evidently very suspicious, and if carried into practice would, I fear, be found but too soothing and convenient to that numerous description of men who are neither very virtuous nor the contrary, and who, though they may be induced to act ill, must first practice upon themselves some arts of apology and self-delusion. Such doctrine of indifference would surely be destructive of all that plain, straightforward, simple, and intelligible integrity which should never be parted with, which is the best ornament of the character of every man in public as in private life, the best security for his virtue, even for his wisdom. But further, were in reality the political questions since the Revolution, in general, such as Dr. Paley supposes, such that influence might fairly decide them, and may therefore the same be concluded of almost all political questions, for that is the inference intended, or is at least the practical inference. What are the facts? What says the history? I would recommend this subject to your attention, as I would recommend it when you arrive at similar reasonings urged by Dr. Somerville. Bear it in mind while you read the annals of this country from the Revolution to the present moment. Not to decide at present on reigns which we have not yet considered, can it be true of the reigns before us, the reigns of William and of Anne? Take, for example, the latter. Could not men form an opinion, and were they not bound to vote according to that opinion on the occasional conformity bill and on the schism bill? That is, on all questions where the toleration of religion was concerned. And could they not form an opinion on the question of peace and war at the opening of the reign? Again, whether the ends of the war had not been sufficiently attained about the middle of the reign. Again, at the close of the reign, whether the negotiations which led to the peace of Utrecht had been properly conducted, whether the peace was well made, whether it should then have been made at all, whether the Hanover family should have been called to the throne, whether the Protestant succession was in danger, whether the union with Scotland should have been attempted, whether, when once effected, it should afterwards be broken. Are these, and could they ever have been, questions of indifference? What are the questions agitated in the parliaments of Anne which were not connected with the great leading questions of the balance of power in Europe and the success of the principles of the Revolution? How were men of independence and reflection to avoid forming some opinion, to avoid feeling some strong sentiment on the one side or the other? The truth is that questions where suspense of judgment is allowable, questions of indifference, such as Dr. Paley, inaccurately as I suspect, dangerously as I am sure, represents the greatest part of political questions to be, excite when they occur, no sensation, none in the public, none in the House, are the mere ordinary and commonplace business of the kingdom. What any minister may, and what every minister does, carry on, and what no minister finds it necessary to carry on by the exertion of influence. It is not by votes on cases like these that a minister is obliged by any member, and is expected consequently to oblige that member in his turn. It is on questions where the great system of his administration, at home or abroad, is concerned, where the conduct of those he has entrusted, his officers, civil or military, is to be censured or approved, where public offenders are to be screened, or where even his own wisdom or integrity is to be questioned. It is on occasions like these that influence is wanted and exerted. These are the cases that, far more than the cases of indifference, compose the real province of influence. It is impossible to say that men shall either decide or avoid deciding on occasions like these without implicating in their vote or in their absence from the House the character of their personal probity. The more natural view of this subject seems to be that in a mixed and free government like our own, all questions that either occupy or deserve to occupy attention have a reference either to the prerogative of the Crown or privileges of the people, to religious toleration, to mild or harsh government, to peace and war, or finally to some of the more important subjects of political economy. That suspense in all these cases is impossible. That honest men, therefore, vote with those who best promote such systems and principles as they approve. That in this manner are disposed of and ranged on different sides the men of political integrity, and that the remainder are those who are in the habit of thinking all questions matters of indifference, and of joining the men or the ministers who are most likely to furnish their relations or themselves with emoluments and offices. But that such men are, and always have been, the proper objects of the suspicion and contempt, not only of the public, but of the very House itself, and it is impossible to suppose that they can be necessary to the stability of any good government. Certainly not in any greater number than the infirmity of human nature will always produce them after every possible political expedient and contrivance has been resorted to for the purpose of diminishing their number and weakening their efficiency. I have now another topic to propose in like manner to your reflections. The reign of Anne is remarkable as exhibiting in a very strong point of view one of those peculiarities in the constitution of a government which can occur only in a free and mixed form like our own. I allude to the manner in which the executive power can be restrained and even controlled by machinery not avowedly provided by the Constitution for the purpose, yet acting with far more certainty and success than any that could be devised by the most skillful contriver of political systems. For instance, Queen Anne carried on the war against France when neither her wishes nor her opinions were favorable to its continuance. The Whig administration remained in power long after they had become disagreeable to her, and Marlborough was her general, even the arbiter of her councils at the conferences for peace, when neither he nor his duchess any longer possessed her favor. Louis XIV, in the meantime, had always understood that it was the acknowledged prerogative of the Crown in this country to determine the questions of peace and war, and that it was equally so to choose its own ministers. And though he must have known that these prerogatives, however acknowledged by the Constitution, were, after all, not exercised in the manner they were done by himself, still he had learned that the Duchess of Marlborough was supplanted, that Harley and Mrs. Masham were the real favorites, that the Whigs were on the decline and the Tories preparing for their political triumph, and what difficulties he must have thought were left, and what was he now to fear. All this is made very apparent by a few pages in the Duchess of Marlborough's apology, describing the situation of things so early as the winter of 1706 and spring of 1707, about a year after the Battle of Ramez. the great battle which seemed to decide the fortune of the war. Yet all through the year of 1708, the war and the great supporters of it, the Whigs, were still highly popular. At the end of this year, 1708, November 25th, a new Parliament met, in which the Whigs had, as before, a decided ascendancy, and they were possessed of a power that was still firm and as yet not to be shaken. The nation and the Houses of Parliament were still in their favor, and though the Queen longed for their dismissal almost as impatiently as did her secret councillors and the rival party of the Tories, it required a certain lapse of time and a continuance of mistake and infatuation on the part of the Whigs to produce the great political events which Louis perhaps expected to take place long before, without difficulty or delay. When the Whig administration was at last fairly swept away, the Queen was felicitated on her success, and even in express words congratulated as being again a queen. Instances of this sort of control over the wishes of the sovereign sometimes occur in our history since the restoration of Charles II, and they deserve attention. While the government remains mixed and free, they will never cease at particular periods to occur. As on these occasions, it is always said that the sovereign has assuredly a right to appoint his own ministers, and as this observation is generally considered as decisive, a few remarks may not be entirely without their use to those who would study these, the most critical portions of our annals, and certainly by far the most important peculiarities of our Constitution. To consider them a little, the great problem of government is to make the executive power sufficiently strong to preserve the peace and order of society, and yet not leave it sufficiently strong to disregard the wishes and happiness of the community. When this point is attained, everything is attained that the nature of human society admits of. But, referring to our own history, we may say that this was not done in our own country before or during the reign of Elizabeth, nor yet during the reign of Charles I. A crisis of the most melancholy nature ensued. From this time, however, what had always been more or less the doctrine became at last the practice of the English Constitution, and while the executive power was in the person of the king considered as incapable of doing any wrong, the ministers of that executive power were considered as its advisers, and therefore very capable of doing wrong, and as the proper and only subjects of national censure or punishment. It is not easy to discover a more happy expedient than this for solving the great political problem which I have just mentioned. Certainly no better has ever appeared in any government that has hitherto existed among mankind. The regular growth and final maturity of this expedient, if I may so speak, among all the changes and chances of the events of our history, may assuredly be esteemed one of the greatest blessings by which this country is distinguished. But the original difficulty is so very great that it is scarcely possible for human beings entirely to escape it, and it is not escaped, but much to the contrary, if it can be once considered as a political maxim that the sovereign can appoint his own ministers, and that no further debate is necessary. This is the end of section 64. Section 65 of Lectures in Modern History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. Lectures in Modern History by William Smyth. I will now put two cases, one to show in the first place the impropriety of this political maxim, that the king can appoint, and that nothing more is to be said, and another in the second place to show the impropriety of any maxim directly the contrary, that the sovereign, for instance, should always be controlled in this point. Lastly, I will propose a conclusion from the whole. and first to show the impropriety of the maxim that the sovereign can choose his own ministers and that no further debate is possible. Suppose, for instance, that Queen Anne, during the administration of the Whigs, had satisfied herself that the war ought to be terminated, and yet found her ministers of a different opinion. Suppose, in this case, she had dismissed them and appointed others. Suppose that the Houses of Parliament were unfavorable, agreeing with her old ministers and refusing her new ministers their support, that she therefore dissolved the Parliament and appealed to the people. Now, if on this occasion her people had returned her such representatives as were favorable to the new ministers, merely because the Queen was vested by the Constitution with the prerogative of making peace and choosing her own ministers, what difference would there in fact have been between her and Louis XIV? None but this, that the sovereign in this country had to go through the ceremony of dissolving an existing parliament and calling a new one, and that Louis could follow his own opinion without such delay. Or to put a still stronger case to the same purpose, suppose Queen Anne had resolved, if possible, to restore her brother and her family to the throne. She had found, we will imagine, her Whig ministers impracticable on this occasion. She had perceived that Bolingbroke and others, on the contrary, would try the experiment, if sure of her support. Bolingbroke, therefore, is made minister, her intentions and those of her new adviser become manifest, the Houses of Parliament, as before, thwart her measures, and the votes necessary for her purpose cannot be carried. She therefore dissolves the Parliament and appeals to the people. Now, if in this case also the electors return a House of Commons friendly to the new ministers, merely because those new ministers are the objects of the Queen's choice, and because the Constitution has given her the power of choice, if such had been the reasoning considered as final on the occasion, what would have been the result? That the Protestant succession would not have taken place, that the Stuarts would have been recalled, the Revolution failed, and more than this, all these events would have happened contrary to the real opinion and wishes of the community. That is, in other words, this single maxim, if it should really obtain and be acted upon, would at once make the sovereign arbitrary. Whatever any personal pique with his ministers, any particular views of his own in politics, or any great projects with respect to the descent of his crown, or to the constitution of the country, inspired him with a wish to become arbitrary, that is, to do what he thought best. We will now change entirely the aspect of the reasoning to show in the second place the impropriety of any maximum exactly to the contrary to what we have noticed. We will suppose that an appeal on some account or other had, as before, been made by the sovereign from the Parliament to the people, and that the maxim in the mind of the electors had no longer been such as we have hitherto supposed, but that the reasoning had been of a nature totally different. For instance, that the legislative bodies, more particularly the House of Commons, were the natural protectors of the community, that the sovereign in a free government was not to do whatever he thought good, that the liberties of the country had always owed their existence to the control which the Houses had exercised upon the executive power, that a free constitution in reality meant this and meant little else, and that therefore the people should always support their parliaments, who could not be expected to bear up against the executive power without the most ready sympathy and protection, without the most implicit confidence on the part of their constituents. Now, it is evident that if reasonings like these were supposed to be always decisive and to preclude, as in the first cases, all further discussion, then the executive power would be a mere cipher, would always be at the mercy of those who, by whatever means, had possessed themselves of the confidence of the Houses. I do not say that even this would be a bad species of government, or at least that it would not be the best alternative of the two. But I may safely say that it is not properly the Constitution of England, that therefore, as before, this must not be the maxim, namely that the Houses, or perhaps, as the case may more probably be, that the House of Commons is at all events to be supported. Taking, therefore, the difficulties on each side of the question into account, I now proceed in the third place to propose a conclusion drawn from the whole, and it is this: that whenever an appeal is made by the executive power from the House of Commons to the nation by a dissolution, the veil of the Constitution is for a time drawn aside. The personal conduct, the political wisdom, not only of each representative to the public, but even the high and supreme magistrate of the realm himself, is for one short interval brought before the consideration of the public, and is even subjected to their decision. The most important question that can possibly be proposed is then, in fact, proposed to every individual of intelligence or influence, for it is this: to which of the two parties, however elevated in the view of reason and the Constitution one of these high parties may be, to which of the two parties he is to give his support. And the result of the whole is this: that his support is to be given, not in compliance with any pre-established maxims, either of a monarchical or a democratical nature, but after the most careful deliberation on the merits of the precise case before him. For it is by these merits he is to be decided, and not by any sweeping general preconceptions on one side or the other, such as preclude at once all further discussion. He is to be determined, on the contrary, by a deliberation, careful, honest, and independent, a deliberation which is the very virtue and the very office that on this occasion are required from him. He is to deliberate as having now become for a season the guardian and the arbiter of the British Constitution, of the happiness of his country, of the rights and welfare of the existing generation and posterity. According to the issue of his inquiries and meditations, he is bound to return to Parliament those who would be most likely to favor those views of the case which he himself entertains, and a greater fault, I had almost said a greater crime, can scarcely be committed than for any man to suffer himself to be swayed on great occasions like these by any motives of base and detestable self-interest, by any hopes of preferment for himself or his relatives, or even by regard to his family connections, his personal friendships, his obligations of kindness, or, in short, by any motive, even generous and virtuous, but the sole and proper motive which can alone in this particular instance be generous and virtuous, his real view of the case, the calm, plain, honest, unsophisticated decision of his judgment. If ever the Constitution of England is to be admired, it is on occasions like these. In every crisis of this nature, when the supreme executive power was in fact to be criticized and publicly controlled, at Rome a tribune was to appear on the part of the people with his veto. In Aragon a justiza was to be a sort of representative and guardian of the community. These are but very indifferent expedients, such as have appeared in Grecian or other republican forms of government, are little better. In arbitrary governments there are none. But in our happy country, civil wars, violence, and bloodshed, those contests so disgraceful to humanity, so fatal but too often to the interests of the people, are avoided. They have now been so for a century and a half, and all this by the regular and orderly exercise of the different functions that belong to the sovereign, the houses of legislature, and the people. In England, if the great magistrate of the realm is at issue with other powers in the state, the question is for some time kept in suspense. The public attention is excited, and then, before either of the parties is irrecoverably committed or irreconcilably inflamed, the Parliament is dissolved. A third party is called in, and that third party is the nation itself. Not acting in any tumultuous or extraordinary manner, not exerting any physical force, not called upon to show any giddy rudeness, any vulgar insolence, any upstart airs of authority over their sovereign, to whom they owe a general obligation of duty and obedience, and on the contrary, not called upon to show the slightest disrespect or indifference to the office of that part of the legislature, their Houses of Parliament, to which they owe a general sentiment of confidence and affection, but called upon gravely and peacefully to furnish a new representative, a new special reporter of their opinion to the sovereign, one with whom he may again consult, and to whom again propose his own particular views of the nature of his prerogative or of the national interest. If the sovereign should have lent too willing an ear to counsels unfavorable to the Constitution or the welfare of his people, he may thus be warned of his mistake in time by the opinions of the representatives which the people have returned to him, and be warned in a manner the most respectful, the most gentle, the most consistent with the high reverence that is due to his exalted station. And if, on the contrary, the people themselves mistake or betray their own interests and send an improper representative, they must suffer, and they deserve to suffer, as men must always do in every concern and situation of human life, the natural consequences of their own servility, inattention, or ignorance. When the sovereigns of this country have neglected the known sentiments of the people, or have disregarded the answers that have been made by the nation through the medium of their new representatives, in consequence of appeals of this kind, in each case deplorable have been to them the events that followed. Of the Stuarts, one lost his life, and one his crown, and even Charles II precipitated himself and the nation to the very brink of confusion. Yet the people of England appear to have been always, notwithstanding their natural attachment to the House of Commons and their concern for their own liberties, very indulgent critics to their sovereigns. Even Charles II, the most worthless of men, obtained an answer from them on an appeal of this kind, at last quite favorable to his wishes. There is considerable difficulty, no doubt, on these occasions, and as the physical strength is with the nation, and the only option and reverence of authority with the sovereign, the balance of the scale is not on light grounds to be made to turn against him. I will now propose a case to you for your own application of these general reasonings. I will make a particular point of time in the reign before us. Of the various periods in our history when a sort of crisis of this kind, to a greater or lesser degree, was understood to exist, I know of none in which a decision would have been made with more difficulty than during these very times which we are now considering. I propose it, therefore, to your reflections. The epoch of 1710. You will find the case to be shortly this. The Queen had long disliked the Whigs and their administration, but they were triumphant in the Houses of Parliament, and carried on the business of the nation with great ability and success. For the first time in the annals of the world, England had rendered herself, by her continental interference, the leading power in Europe. The Queen was therefore obliged to submit. She could consult neither the wishes of her secret advisers, Harley and Mrs. Masham, and get clear of her ministers, nor her own views and opinions, and get rid of the war. The Whigs had, however, while they were vacillating on the great cause of the nation at the trial of Dr. Sacheverell, Unfortunately for themselves, excited in that nation so violent a ferment, and discovered to the queen so plainly the secret of her own strength, that she no longer thought it necessary to keep any terms with them. She dismissed them from their offices, ordered a proclamation to be issued for dissolving Parliament, and when the Chancellor Cowper on this occasion rose to speak, declared that she would admit of no debate, that such was her pleasure. Here, then, was the appeal to the public. Now, the question is, what ought to have been the answer returned by the nation? If a Tory House of Commons was returned, a peace would probably be the result, and one of the greatest calamities that can afflict mankind at an end. If, on the contrary, a majority of the Whigs was to be returned, the war would be continued under the auspices of the greatest of commanders, and France probably reduced so low as never again to be in a condition to disturb the tranquillity of Europe. In the one case, a sanction would be given to the arbitrary principles that had been avowed by Dr. Sacheverell and his adherents, and even the Queen herself would be encouraged and assisted to patronize and establish them. Her attachment to her brother and to her own house of Stuart was well known. What might not be the consequence? But if, on the contrary, the Whigs were protected, the principles of the Revolution were protected, the Protestant succession was protected, and the great cause of civil and religious liberty that had been decided with a good fortune so signal and unexpected a few years before in favor of the nation would be rescued from its new and most pressing danger, and probably placed on a secure footing to the most distant era. In the first case, the queen was to be gratified, a queen neither tyrannical nor austere in her nature, exemplary in her conduct, and though not of an understanding, the most commanding, on that account the more to be trusted with the enjoyment of a political triumph. On the other case, the Whigs would be told, and all public men hereafter, that they might safely endeavor to promote the glory and interests of the nation, even at the risk of thwarting the wishes of their sovereign, that the public might be depended upon, that their favor, if merited, would be a support as effectual as that of the crown, that a minister's self-interest and political virtue were not necessarily at variance with each other. Such are some of the considerations on which any lover of his country would have to decide at the time, and on which we may also endeavor to decide, now that all the means of forming a judgment are in our possession. Considering the uncertainty of events, the aspect of things at that particular juncture, and the great stake at issue, the success of the Revolution, I think the question extremely difficult. But the nature of the Queen's character, her want of political courage, her evident inaptitude to bold and hazardous counsels, might perhaps, with those who also duly considered the desirableness of a peace, have turned the decision in her favor. The decision was so turned, but it is extremely doubtful if the Queen had lived. As Bolingbroke would have been her minister, what might have been at length the consequences? These allusions will give you some general notion of the political questions that occurred during this period of our annals, but among the different transactions of a domestic nature that took place in the reign of Anne, I would particularly recommend to your study the proceedings of the case of Dr. Sacheverell. I recommend them not on account of any interest that can now belong either to the doctor or his sermon, neither of which is in itself deserving of the slightest regard, but on account of the lively picture that is here exhibited of the times, and above all of the manner in which the great Revolution of 1688 was explained and defended by the first statesman of the country, about 20 years after the event. And it is in this spirit and for this purpose that I would wish the student to read them not as a juror who was to decide whether the doctor was or was not guilty of the charge preferred against him, but as an inquirer into the history of our Constitution, as one who is to observe the political principles exhibited on this occasion by the managers of the House of Commons, by Sacheverell's defenders, by the Lords, and by the nation. The trial is ever memorable because at this trial the Revolution was avowed to be a case of resistance. Resistance justified indeed by the necessity of the case, but still resistance. At the time of the Revolution, it may be remembered that the Houses of Parliament, or rather the House of Commons, in their celebrated vote, had rested their justification on somewhat various and indeed on very inconsistent grounds. That King James, having endeavored to subvert the Constitution by breaking the original contract, having violated the fundamental laws, and having withdrawn himself out of the kingdom, had abdicated the government, and that the throne was thereby vacant. That is, in other words, the Whigs, for the sake of the Tories, stated the Revolution to be a case of abdication, and for the sake of themselves a breach of the original contract, that is, a case of resistance. But on the present occasion, the preamble to the articles exhibited against Dr. Sacheverell begins in this remarkable manner. Whereas His late Majesty King William III, then Prince of Orange, did with an armed force undertake a glorious enterprise for delivering this kingdom from popery and arbitrary power, and divers objects of this realm well affected to their country, joined with and assisted His late Majesty in the said enterprise, and it having pleased Almighty God to crown the same with success, the late happy revolution did take effect, and was established, and whereas the said glorious enterprise is approved by several acts of Parliament, etc., etc. And the first article of the impeachment was that Dr. Sacheverell had maintained that to impute resistance to the said revolution is to cast black and odious colors upon His late Majesty and the said revolution. Now, the difference in the tone and language of the Whigs forms the remarkable part of these proceedings, and nothing can be more curious than to observe how the different parties comported themselves. The Whigs, the Tories, the Church, and the Queen, on this great occasion in the presence of the nation and in reality of subsequent ages. The doctrines of resistance are not doctrines which can find their way into the courts of law of any country or be the language of the public ordinances of any regular government. These doctrines, therefore, could not be stated by the Whig managers of the impeachment in the presence of all the constituted dignity and authority of the realm without the strongest qualifications, without distinguishing the case of the Revolution from every other ordinary case, without considering it as a case of the most overpowering necessity, by necessity and by that alone, to be either explained or justified. In our own times, therefore, on the breaking out of the French Revolution, when Mr. Burke had to vindicate his own account of this revolution of 1688, his own representation of the spirit of that leading event and of the true nature and tenure of the government formed in consequence of it, he immediately appealed to the speeches of the Whig managers on this very occasion, and it was easy for him to show that the revolution was then justified only upon the necessity of the case as the only means left for the recovery of that ancient constitution formed by the original contract of the British state, as well as for the future preservation of the same government. Now, though I think allowance must be made for the peculiar situation in which the managers in Dr. Sacheverell's trial stood and the necessity they were under to qualify to the utmost their doctrines of resistance, still it is sufficient for Mr. Burke that their doctrines, unless so qualified, could not be produced and defended before the lawyers and statesmen of the country, could not be produced as doctrines worthy to be recognized by and to be part of the Constitution of England. The next question that remains is, what reply is to be made to the Whig managers by the defenders of Sacheverell? How were the doctrines of resistance, thus stated and limited, received? Were they controverted? Far from it. When thus modified, they were at once admitted, and therefore, when thus modified, they may be considered as the constitutional doctrines of the realm. But the interest of the trial does not cease here, for Dr. Sacheverell, having fortified his own doctrines of passive obedience by the authority of the Church of England and the most able divines and prelates from the time of the Reformation, a very large field of disquisition was opened, and the question was very solemnly considered, whether passive obedience had or had not been the doctrine of the Church of England and of its most able and learned divines. The grounds to be taken by the reasoners on the Tory side were obvious. Quotations were to be produced from the proper authorities to show that the doctrines of passive obedience had been laid down, and without any exception that such had been the ordinary practice of our divines, and that the doctor only followed their example. This was done. But the Whig prelates and lawyers contend that rules of duty, like those of civil obedience, could be taught only by the Scriptures, and therefore by the Church and its divines in general terms, and that exceptions in extreme cases, like those of the Revolution, were necessarily implied from the nature and common reason of the case. And what was now the ground taken by the Doctors' Council? The propriety of this reasoning and of this view of the case was admitted by the Doctors' Council. Now, as this solution of the difficulty, however reasonable and however acted upon by the divines of the Church of England themselves, had never before been publicly stated and admitted as the proper theory on the subject, some advance must be considered as having been made on this occasion, and one favorable to the general principles of civil liberty, and in a quarter where all of the others find it most desirable to find it. This is the end of section 65. Section 66 of Lectures in Modern History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. Lectures in Modern History by William Smyth. There was another very important topic started on this memorable occasion. The doctor was accused of maintaining that the toleration granted by law was unreasonable and its allowance unwarrantable. This led to an assertion of the doctrine of toleration by the Whig managers. The defense of the Doctors' Council, the very able Sir Simon Harcourt, and others, was such an admission of the principle in theory, and such a mere quibbling and special pleading with respect to the point of fact, that the general doctrine of toleration must be considered as having become, on this occasion, like the qualified doctrine of resistance, the regular and constitutional doctrine of the land. I have mentioned these particulars from a hope of inducing my hearers to believe that this trial will afford them abundant matter for amusement and instruction, even though the particular question of the doctor's criminality be or not be considered. The circumstance also which I have just adverted to of the reference made by the great political moralist of our own times, Mr. Burke to this very trial in one of his celebrated productions, and at the distance of a century may serve, I think, to remind you of the importance of history and of historical documents, and the necessity there is that those who would wish to be statesmen should in the first place be conversant with the occurrences that have taken place in our own country, the reasonings to which they have given rise, the principles which they seem to have established. The speeches, as they are reported in the trial, appear probably in a much more concise and condensed form than that in which they were delivered, and though they have thus gained something in manliness and strength, they have no doubt lost much in eloquence and grace. Yet they are, on the whole, very creditable to the talents of the speakers, particularly the reply of Dr. Joseph Jekyll. I must make one observation more. To recommend these remarkable proceedings to your examination. The great characteristic distinction of this period of our history is the Revolution, is the interest our ancestors took in it, the manner in which it was understood, the chances of its success or failure, and the Revolution is still the great characteristic feature of our Constitution and government. It must ever remain so. And when the inhabitants of this country are indifferent to the subject, they will probably soon arrive at a state of permanent political degradation. Sooner or later, at a total loss of those honorable English feelings, that love of freedom, and that jealousy of power by which they were before so happily distinguished. But to conclude the subject, from this celebrated impeachment of Sacheverell, two good effects followed. First, that there now exists upon record a full assertion of the great principles of civil and religious liberty made in the presence of all the authority, dignity, and wisdom of the realm, and to every practical purpose an admission and acknowledgment. Secondly, that though the impeachment in this important respect answered the purposes of the Whigs as patriots and lovers of the Constitution of their country, and as far as posterity was concerned, it by no means answered their purposes as leaders of a party. The doctor became the object of the most ridiculous idolatry, and they themselves and their politics were precipitated to their decline and fall. This impeachment, therefore, became in this manner an example which never has nor can be forgotten, to show the risk that is always run of exalting into importance an author and his writings by public prosecutions, of giving fame and popularity to the one, and circulation and influence to the other. Now, this effect thus produced is a good effect, for the restraint that ministers and attorneys general are thus laid under on the mere point of prudence and policy operates most favorably for the liberty of the press. That liberty would soon be destroyed and entirely at an end if every writing or pamphlet that must necessarily appear a libel in a court of law were to be instantly seized upon and dragged to judgment by those who are bound from their office to defend the established order of the community. Such men are always tempted from their situation, however amiable they may individually be, to urge the rights and extend the limits of authority too far. It is very happy that from the experience of this and other similar prosecutions, the wisdom of leaving publications, if possible, unnoticed has become a sort of maxim, which is seldom departed from but by petulant, narrow-minded men who are mere lawyers, and who, it is to be hoped, on such occasions, mean well, for this is the only merit they can plead. But in the next place, the scenes that ensued during and after the impeachment are mortifying but instructive lessons to show the nature of what is called a popular cry, more especially when the interests of religion can be made to form a part of it. The great mass of the nation, always right in their sentiments, but not so in their opinions, never when the slightest patience or precision is necessary, meant, no doubt, when they were patronizing Dr. Sacheverell, to support the church and the monarchy. And so indeed they everywhere declared with the most persevering vociferations that for this purpose they made bonfires and addresses, plundered the residences, and pulled down the meeting houses of the dissenters. But instead of supporting all this time the church and the monarchy, it is but too plain that they were only endeavoring, however unintentionally, to vilify and destroy those sacred principles of civil and religious liberty without which the church would scarcely deserve the attribute of Christianity or the monarchy of government. A few years afterwards, Dr. Fleetwood, the more enlightened and civilized Sacheverell of the Whigs, published 4 sermons and prefixed a sort of political dissertation. I have never failed, said this divine, on proper occasions to recommend, urge, and insist upon the loving, honoring, and the reverencing the prince's person, and holding it according to the laws, inviolable and sacred, paying all obedience and submission to the laws, though never so hard and inconvenient to private people. Yet did I never think myself at liberty or authorized to tell the people that either Christ, St. Peter, or St. Paul, or any other holy writer had by any doctrine delivered by them subverted the laws and constitutions of the country in which they lived, or to put them in a worse condition with respect to their civil liberties than they would have been had they not been Christians. Of the different constitutional questions that arose in this reign, the next that I shall select as fit more particularly to engage your attention is that of the Protestant succession. On this subject of the Protestant succession there is a very curious essay in Hume. You will see a reference to and some account of it in the notebook on the table. Somerville has given a dissertation upon it at the end of his history, which seems reasonable and satisfactory. His conclusion is this, that there was no plan concerted or agreed to by the Tory ministers collectively in the last years of the Queen for defeating the Protestant settlement. It was, however, most happy for the civil and religious liberties of England that the opinions of the majority of the nation were on the whole at the time sound, and particularly on the question of Protestantism. No Tory minister could, therefore, depend on the popularity of any measure in favor of the Stuarts, and could still less depend on the favor and assistance of the Queen, who, very fortunately, though she loved her brother, and wished the restoration of her house, had no taste for political enterprise, and was most sincerely attached to the Protestant faith. After all, the Queen died most opportunely. The cause of the Revolution was of such importance to England, I had almost said to human nature, that it is not possible to survey these very critical times without something of anxiety approaching to a sort of terror. Certainly not without being struck with that remarkable good fortune which has so often distinguished this country with respect to its civil and religious liberties. In appreciating the danger to which the Revolution and the Protestant succession were exposed, we naturally think of the intrigues of the exiled family and of the court of Saint Germain. We turn, therefore, to the second volume of Macpherson's original papers, but though they must be looked at, and though they occasionally present matter of importance, on the whole they disappoint expectation. There is so much that appears difficult to understand, and so much that appears not worth understanding, that a reader labors on with renewed disappointment and continued weariness. Footnote. But we may now look at the life of James II, lately published, and the Stuart papers, now at Carlton House, would, no doubt, exhibit sufficient light on this subject if any more were necessary. They consist of an immense assemblage of letters, which Sir James Macpherson and others are or have been arranging. With respect to this life and these letters, every praise is due to George IV for his activity in procuring them and his disposition to make them known to the public. They very amply show, particularly the letters, as I understand, the dangers we escaped. End footnote. Again, the proceedings that belong to the great case of Ashby and White are, I think, another subject which may deserve your observation. They are well worth reading, particularly the debate in the Commons. The case was very ably argued, and the speeches are well given. All the proceedings, and above all the final representation and address of the Lords to the Queen, should be perused. The first question was whether Ashby could bring an action in the courts of law against the returning officer for refusing his vote at an election. The House of Commons contended that all such questions were cognizable only by themselves, and the second whether the House of Commons could commit to prison, as they had done, those persons who violated what they had themselves declared to be the privileges of their House. Some of the first lawyers and statesmen that our country has produced were actively engaged in these transactions. The questions were curious and important, and the discussions that took place lead the thoughts of the reader through such a variety of particulars connected with the laws and constitution of our country that I cannot but recommend them to your perusal. The dispute between the houses grew so violent and irremediable that the Queen, after intimating that she agreed, and very properly, with the Lords, thought it best to prorogue and soon after to dissolve the Parliament. Again, the proceedings of the Bill on Preventing Occasional Conformity should be noted. They are connected with the progress of our religious liberties, exemplifying completely the different language that will be held, the different reasonings that will be adopted by those who are satisfied to leave mankind, as much as they possibly can, at liberty and at rest upon points of religious difference, and those who are very improperly desirous to exalt such discussions into questions of paramount importance, refreshing and reviving them on all occasions, and keeping the contending sects apart from each other, known by their proper badges and colors, and prevented from that gradual conciliation and calmness on former subjects of religious animosity, which it is the natural and most salutary effect of time and of the business of human life, amid the prosperity and improvement of society, insensibly to produce. As such, these proceedings on both occasions, for the question was twice agitated, are very instructive. The Lords and Bishop Burnet, that is, the Whigs, take what I presume to call the part of toleration and good sense, and the Commons and Sir John Pakington, that is, the Tories, assert the cause, as they supposed, of all true religion and all sound policy. In the next Parliament, which was a Whig Parliament and met in October 1705, we find, and cannot be surprised to find, a regular and solemn debate in the Lords on the subject of the danger of the Church. The debate and the proclamation that followed against the authors and spreaders of any such seditious and scandalous report as the danger of the Church are characteristic of the age, and in some respects of human nature in every age. There is nothing so valuable, and therefore nothing about which men can be so easily alarmed, as religion. Fear, from its very nature, is deaf to every argument and blind to every fact. There is no situation, therefore, in which good men so readily deceive themselves, and designing men so easily deceive others, as in any case of possible alarm on the subject of religion and the safety of a religious establishment. This imperfect description of the reign of Anne may serve, I hope, to give you some general notion of this period of our history, of the subjects of reflection you are to meet with, and the books you may consult. The whole of the reign, I confess, appears to me interesting and important. Interesting because it is connected with our literature and our classical writers, Swift, Addison, and Bolingbroke, because many questions occurred intimately connected with our civil and religious liberties, because it is illustrated with the victories of Marlborough, because it is animated by the contentions of two great parties whose principles and feelings can still be comprehended by ourselves and are in many respects not at all different from our own. It is important because the prevalency of France in the politics of Europe was the question at issue abroad, and the success of the Revolution, the question in suspense at home, no greater could well occur. We see unhappily in our own times what has been the result of the ascendancy of that military nation, and if the Queen had found means to restore her family to the throne, and if the revolution had failed, the world had been deprived of one salutary example, almost the only one, the example of a great national effort, the Revolution of 1688. Made and successfully made in resistance to arbitrary power in defense of civil and religious liberty, had been deprived, too, of the no less salutary example of a nation happy and prosperous for a whole century, to a degree beyond all precedent in the history of mankind, and this not on account of any particular indulgence of nature to its soil or climate, but chiefly on account of the constitution of its government. Chiefly because while the executive power was sufficiently strong, the people were not without their due share in the legislature, and neither the monarch nor the aristocracy was armed with any powers inconsistent with the honest industry and virtuous independence of the lower orders. I must observe, while I am concluding, that it will require more than ordinary attention to understand the interior politics of this reign. The Whig and Tory parties, though at great distance from each other at their extreme points, were almost connected to each other by intermediate trimmers and shufflers of every description. Men of very discordant principles were often mixed up in the same cabinet. The Queen was a decided Tory and was always anxious to collect or retain as many Tories around her as possible. Marlborough and Godolphin were originally Tories, but were obliged gradually to depend more and more on the Whigs from the nature of the contest in which they were engaged. Harley and Bolingbroke were at first the friends of Marlborough and employed by him. In one account or another, it is impossible for you to understand the reign unless you, in the first place, note down the different Tory and Whig parliaments, the different struggles between the Queen and her ministers, and compare them with the measures of government at home and the negotiations for peace and the military movements abroad. You will not do this so readily as you may suppose, and till it is done, a great air of confusion will hang over the whole scene. Since I wrote this lecture, the life of the Duke of Marlborough has been published by Mr. Cox, and what I have just recommended as a necessary labor of some toil and difficulty is become comparatively easy and agreeable. The movements of the Whig leaders are not yet, as I conceive, properly explained. They will probably be more intelligible by the expected history of Sir James Mackintosh. But in the meantime, and indeed at all times, it will be impossible to appreciate the politics of the reign of Anne without the study of this very welcome, entertaining, and valuable work of Mr. Cox. This is the end of section 66. Section 67 of Lectures in Modern History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. Lectures in Modern History by William Smyth. Lecture 25. Anne, Union of England and Scotland. The great domestic event by which the reign of Anne was distinguished was the union of the two kingdoms of England and Scotland. I am very desirous to recommend this subject to your diligence and reflection. I will make a few observations and endeavor to convey to you some general idea of the interest which belongs to it. England has been connected with Scotland, with Ireland, with America. In each of these relations, a sort of termination and crisis has at last taken place. In Scotland, we adopted the measure of a union under the immediate apprehension of a rebellion. In Ireland, after a rebellion which had but too nearly torn the two countries asunder, in America the rebellion was successful, and we lost the country forever. We have still another country with which we are connected on the other side of the globe, the immense continent of India. The political questions that arise from the connection of nations with each other seem to me among the greatest that history or that human affairs can ever present to you. Such connections of different nations have often occurred and will never cease to occur in the annals of mankind. Spain has been connected with Portugal, both kingdoms with South America, France with America and the West Indies, the House of Austria with the Netherlands and Italy. By proximity of situation or by colonization, kingdoms have been and always will be vitally dependent on the conduct of each other. The duties that hence arise are often very difficult, the best systems of policy not obvious. Happy would it have been, and would it still be for mankind, if something more of good sense and good feeling either had been or could yet be introduced into the cabinets of their rulers, and into their own misguided understandings and selfish minds. It is very true that when philosophy has exhibited all its reasonings and exhausted all its efforts, it is very true that these most serious difficulties will still remain on subjects like these, that the interests of connected nations cannot be entirely reconciled, nor their separate wishes be gratified. Nations must often be reduced to compound with evils, and at last to make such sacrifices as are necessary, accompanied with mortification and regret. But it is for political wisdom to encounter and reconcile men to these evils, to proclaim aloud that on these occasions nothing has happened at variance with the common necessities of our imperfect state. The misfortune is that nations can never submit to the circumstances of their situation in time or with any grace or good humor. Human life, however, at every turn and in every stage of it is continually requiring from us a wisdom of this melancholy cast. It is the great discipline to which the Almighty Ruler of the world has subjected us, through all the successive changes of our state and all the affecting relations of our domestic feelings from infancy to the grave. On all such occasions, on the small scale of our social connections and in what relates to ourselves, we submit to necessity. We compound, we balance, we understand what is in our best wisdom, and we endeavor to practice it. The Father expects not that his Son shall forever remain dependent on his kindness and molded by his directions. Men with their inferiors, neighbors with each other, act always on a system of mutual sacrifices, reciprocal duties, and interchanged offices of sympathy and goodwill. But on the larger scale of the intercourse of nations, particularly of connected nations, the same moral truths, though equally existing, are not so obvious, and when apparent, not so impressive. We are therefore fretful, ill-humored, outrageous. We contend against reason, philosophy, and nature itself, forget the great rule of doing to others as we would they should do unto us, and after wasting our blood and treasure to no purpose, we at last sit down, faint and exhausted, abandon our vain projects, only because it is impossible to pursue them, and then leave it to the reasoners of a succeeding age to show how egregious has been our folly, how blind our fury. The leading principles that belong to subjects of this nature have been introduced to the notice and to the assent of the more intelligent part of mankind in two different modes, by experience and by the reasonings of philosophers. When nations are connected with each other, they can find causes of offense and hostility in three different points: in their religion, their laws and customs, their trade and manufactures. Now, experience has tolerably well taught mankind, however slowly, that with respect to the two former, toleration is the best and only policy, that it is best to suffer colonies or inferior nations to retain their own particular creeds and rites and ceremonies in religion, and their own particular modes of administering justice in civil or criminal matters, that improvements may be proposed to them, but not enforced, that until they can be properly enlightened, they must be left to indulge their own particular notions. But on the last question of trade and manufactures, the world is indebted entirely to the labors of the French writers on political economy and to the works of Hume and Adam Smith. It is from these last two distinguished masters of political science that this country, more particularly, has acquired any enlarged views which it possesses on such extensive and difficult subjects, and an acquaintance with their doctrines is indispensably necessary before we can approach any such questions as the union of kingdoms or the management of colonies. To illustrate this part of my subject, a reader of history will see all the statesmen of Europe, from the first period of the existence of statesmen, proceed upon the supposition that nations could be enriched only by what is called the balance of trade. That is, if England has sent to Portugal a greater value of manufactures than she received of wine, that Portugal must pay the difference in bullion, and that this bullion was the measure of the advantage which England derived from this trade. Mr. Hume has an essay on the balance of trade and another on the jealousy of trade, and after successfully combating the natural reasonings of mankind on these subjects, he concludes thus: I shall therefore venture to acknowledge that not only as a man but as a British subject, I pray for the flourishing commerce of Germany, Spain, Italy, and even France itself. I am at least certain that Great Britain and all those nations would flourish more did their sovereigns and ministers adopt such enlarged and benevolent sentiments toward each other. Now it is to be observed that no reasoner would at this time of day think it necessary to say that he would venture to acknowledge the labors of Hume and Smith have been so far successful, and he would not venture to acknowledge, but he would affirm without hesitation. It is now admitted that the whole doctrine of the balance of trade is a mistake, and that nations are necessarily benefited by any commercial intercourse of whatever kind, provided it is not artificially produced by the mere operation of laws or any species of extraneous necessity and force. We have now then an adjustment to the whole of the case. What difficulty, it might be said, can remain? If nations are to be connected together, let the one allow the other its own religion, its own laws, and the most free and unrestrained imports and exports. What cause of contention can remain? Let the supreme legislature be the same, and the countries being thus in every respect identified, the interests of both will be entirely served and secured, and everything that philosophy can prescribe or human affairs admit of be at once accomplished. But the conduct and even the reasonings of mankind have on all occasions been widely different, and the result has been at all times fatal to their happiness. We will take the simplest case, that of a mother country and her colonies. The religion has been here generally the same, and laws and customs similar In these points there was little room for mistakes. But in questions of trade and commerce, greater opportunity for errors was afforded, and the mistakes committed have in fact been very numerous and important. The most narrow jealousy, the most blighted systems of superintendence and control have been continually exercised, no market allowed to the colonies till the supposed interests of the mother country were first secured, no manufactures to be imported or even to be used, but those that came from the land and labor of the parent state. And if ill humor in the colonies was the consequence, troops were to be sent, and a policy ultimately injurious to both countries was to be supported by force. In other cases that have occurred, cases of connected nations, as the real difficulties have been greater, the mistakes have been still more multiplied and fatal. For instance, two nations may be completely connected together by proximity of situation, and yet by fortune placed under different governments. England and Scotland, for instance, each kingdom possessing an independent sovereignty, and therefore each strongly affected by all those associations of national dignity and ancient renown which are so immediately derived from the noblest and best feelings of our nature. That is the most difficult case of all. Nations thus situated are of all others the most unfortunately situated, particularly the inferior nation, and what a reasoner would even now, at the present day, propose would in a case like this be accompanied with the most intolerable difficulties. Difficulties such as the worst passions and the best passions of our nature would equally conspire to render almost insurmountable. In the first place, nations so situated will be in a state of eternal hostility with each other, not only of hostility but of petty warfare, and not only will they have their own quarrels to adjust, but the inferior state will attach itself to some third state for the benefit of its assistance, and thus become the tool of the one and the victim of the other. For evils like these, the remedy that might be attempted would be a federal union, that is, each country to retain its own legislature, but both to have the same king or executive power. This sort of federal union took place by the union of the two crowns of England and Scotland under our James I. The same was in later years understood to be the situation of England and Ireland, but admitted by our government only at a very late period. Now, this alteration, this federal union, will be on the whole beneficial, but not a remedy. In the first place, the two legislatures may disagree, and it will always be, therefore, the labor of the superior or more powerful country to influence by bribes the legislature of the inferior to render all such disagreement impossible, and this will be the source of eternal indignation to all the intelligent and independent men of the state that is thus corrupted and ruled. Again, the inferior country, meaning by superior and inferior, the more or less powerful, will appear to itself of less consequence than it was before. It will see its nobles and its aristocracy move away to the seat of government. Its rents follow them. Its agriculture and manufactures will seem deprived of their natural encouragement and protection. Dissatisfaction, jealousy, hatred will be deeply felt, as the inferior country will always compare itself with its more fortunate neighbor. Such unhappy effects can never cease. In the meantime, the superior country will exercise no arts of conciliation and adopt no measures of general policy. It will draw a fence around its own trade and manufactures, admit the inferior state to no markets, no colonies, no sources of affluence which are within its own influence, neglect the laws of the inferior state, corrupt its statesmen, perhaps interfere in its religion, and, in short, exhibit an abuse of power in every possible mode and direction. Of this situation of things, the natural crisis is either a sort of civil war and a total rupture, or the application of a new remedy, the measure of an incorporating union. This last would have been always the best expedient, but it would not have appeared so to those concerned. The superior state would have conceived that it was thus called upon to give away its affluence and injure the sources of its own prosperity. The inferior, that it was to lose its sovereignty, independence, and dignity. See its nobles and aristocracy resort to the capital, and feel most of the evils which have been already mentioned as inseparable from a federal union, without any adequate return. A century would probably elapse before time had produced its happy effects on both kingdoms, and depriving the one of its insolence and the other of its unreasonableness, put each into possession of all the benefits which nature, from their different soil and climate, evidently intended for both. Of principles like these and of situations like these we see a full exemplification, as I have already intimated, in the relative history of Scotland and England. Nothing can be more afflicting than the evils of the first situation, that of entire independence of each other, tyranny, injustice, lawless ambition in the superior state, as in the instance of our Edward I, on a large scale. On a smaller, devastations, cruelties, unceasing alarm, malignity, and revenge, as in the instances of the border laws and the border wars. Nothing can be more dreadful than both these consequences, particularly the latter, the border wars. Never sure was the art by which poetry is distinguished, the art of withdrawing the repulsive and presenting the attractive parts of a picture, displayed in a manner so striking as in reconciling to our imagination, as the great minstrel of the North has done, the marauders and moss troopers, the inroads and outrages of these unhappy times. These evils of eternal warfare and ferocious depredation could not but be deplored, even by our fierce ancestors at the time, and through the whole history of England and Scotland there seems to have been a series of negotiations, with an intent, if possible, to terminate such calamities by a union of the two crowns. The marriage of the two royal families was frequently proposed, sometimes the union of the two kingdoms. But after all, the union of the crowns took place not till the reign of our James I, a late period, and the union of the kingdoms not until the reign of Queen Anne. It was then accomplished only by force and fraud. So incurable are the bad passions, so impracticable are sometimes the good passions of our nation, so perverse are the selfish interests and temporary reasonings of mankind. Having proposed these general principles to your consideration, I must now endeavor to draw your attention to the more particular circumstances that attended the union. There was a book published by Defoe. It has been lately republished, and a life of the author prefixed. The name of Defoe is already familiar and even dear to us, though not on account of this book on the Union, but of a work that to the writer himself might perhaps have appeared at the time of far less splendor and importance, the romance of Robinson Crusoe. We turn, therefore, in the first place to the life of Defoe, prefixed to his work, with no little impatience and curiosity, not indeed thinking of the Union so much as of our early acquaintances, the shipwrecked mariner and his man Friday. But we must be content to hear of the politics and pamphlets in which Defoe was engaged, and to learn nothing of what is far more interesting to us, nothing of the original materials and composition of that attractive production which has given to its author immortality, and to the hours of our childhood those sensations of eager interest and innocent delight which may even now be remembered with envy and regret. In the book of Defoe, the life given of him, should, however, be read, and there is a preface which should also be looked over. There is a general history, too, of the unions that were at different times attempted prior to the reign of Anne, and this part of the work is very illustrative of the remarks that have been made. The point more particularly to be adverted to is the union that was attempted in 1604 by our James I, a monarch whom it must be confessed we are not much in the habit of respecting, but who on this occasion almost realized his own amusing pretensions, and displayed a decisive superiority over his Parliament and his people in the mysteries of his statecraft, as he called it, or in a knowledge of their best political interests and ultimate happiness. But this part of the subject, and for the general purposes of instruction it is an important one, is executed in far the most complete manner by Mr. Bruce, who, when the question of a union with Ireland came under consideration of His Majesty's ministers, was employed by the late Duke of Portland to make a report on the union of England and Scotland. In this work, which is worth reading, there is not only a review of the leading facts in the histories of the two countries, which led to the union of the two crowns, but a review of the union that was really proposed by James I, with the reasonings in England and Scotland on the subject, and the causes of the failure of the measure. We have a speech of the great Bacon on the subject, and another by James, which are in the second volume, the volume containing those documents on which the first is founded. I must also refer you back to the debates which are given in the first volume of Cobbett. You have here not only Bacon's speech, but an account of the objections insisted upon by some of the members of the Commons, and there are here given 3 speeches by the king, one to introduce the union, another to hasten it, a third to explain the former, all of which are perfectly worth reading and will appear to those who make due allowances highly creditable, not only to the disposition of the king, but to his powers of mind. The speeches alluded to, particularly Lord Bacon's, are deserving of attention, not only on account of their subject, but as illustrative of the state of the human mind and of the reasonings of the orators and statesmen of this period, their distinctness, gravity, and classical learning, their heavy manner, strange and pedantic perplexities, and weighty manner. But the nations concerned in these discussions were at a wide distance. The English, more particularly, were jealous, illiberal, and unreasonable, and it is to them rather than to the Scotch that the failure of the project is to be imputed. Cromwell and his officers, more accustomed to dispose of difficulties, soon dispatched the business of a union by a few words in an ordinance, giving 30 members to Scotland as its part of the general representation, enacting a free intercourse of goods, and abolishing all vassalage and superiorities. This ordinance, short and expeditious as it may be, is very creditable to its authors, for the important points are seized upon, and the last regulation respecting vassalage and superiorities might have been copied with great advantage in the time of Anne, while, on the contrary, these national evils were confirmed. But this sort of union of the two kingdoms was, of course, dissolved when the dynasty of Cromwell was swept away. A very laudable attempt was made in the time of Charles II, but the circumstances of the times were very unfavorable, and neither the English were sufficiently disposed to share their trade, nor the Scots to obliterate a part of their Parliament. The measure was repeatedly recommended to the House by Charles, and commissioners were appointed, conferences held, proposals interchanged and discussed, but nothing effectual could be accomplished. William was well disposed, both from the elevation of his temperament and the sagacity of his understanding, to make every effort to heal the divisions and consolidate the strength of the island. Defoe relates that His Majesty told him He had done all he could in that affair, but that he did not see a temper in either nation that looked like it, and then added, after some discourse, that it might be done, but not yet. William was continually engrossed by the political situation of Europe, which required his time and presence, not only in the cabinet, but in the field. And when any abatement is to be made from the character of this illustrious prince, it is in the government of Scotland that the exceptional part of his conduct is to be found. William was guilty on some account or other of the common fault of those who have to manage a connected country. The fault of confiding in statesmen who know, as it is thought, the nature of the country and how to transact its business, but who know not a far more important mystery, the art and the value of mild government. William himself was unfortunately too much occupied to teach it to them, or rather find ministers of another school. The result was that the differences between the two countries under his reign were rather increased than diminished. There is a chapter in Defoe descriptive of the state of public affairs in both kingdoms, and explanatory of the circumstances that at length made a union not only desirable but necessary. It is not long, and it should be read. In Mr. Bruce's work there is an account of the revival of the plan of union during the reign of William, and again in the first years of Anne, with the events and circumstances that prevented its adoption for some time. This part of the work is very deserving of attention, but neither of these works will give the reader a sufficient idea of the crisis that had at length taken place. This crisis had been occasioned partly by harsh, bad government on the part of England, and partly by the difficulties and evils which were inseparable from the very situation of the two countries. As this is one of the most instructive parts of the whole subject, I must call your attention to it very particularly. This is the end of section 67. Section 68 of Lectures in Modern History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. Lectures in Modern History by William Smyth. A good idea may be formed of this crisis from the history of Belgium, but Lang must also be looked at. So also must the appendix in Cobbett's debates, for Fletcher of Saltoun is a most important character at this particular period, and his speeches and motions in the Scotch Parliament may be seen in this appendix to Cobbett more readily than in his works or in the authorities from which the appendix is taken, books that may not always be met with. I have hitherto forborne to mention the history of Somerville, only that I might at last mention it as a regular and full statement of the whole subject, which must be read, and that more than once as quite necessary to the full comprehension of it. The books I have mentioned, Defoe, Bruce, Belgium, Lang, the appendix to Cobbett, and Somerville, will be sufficient taken together, but none of them singly. Each writer, as is often the case, doing more justice to some parts of the subject than is done by his fellow laborers, and no part of the subject being without its curiosity and instruction. The crisis I have just alluded to was this. You must observe it. The crown of England on the demise of Anne was to be transferred from the Stuart to the Protestant line, but as Scotland was not exactly obliged to adopt the views of England and was competent to dispose of her own crown in whatever manner she thought best, the present was the moment, in the apprehensions of Fletcher and the Scotch patriots, for some decisive effort to be made in favor of their country, the moment when an opportunity was offered to assert their rights and either to be independent and have a king of their own, or to make such provisions for its commercial interests and such alterations in its constitution that even if the king were the same, its councils should no longer be guided by the English ministry, and Scotland be no longer neglected, as they thought, insulted, and sacrificed on every occasion to her more powerful neighbor. It is the struggles of men acting with views like these, and in times like these, that form the most interesting and instructive portion of this subject of the Union. These, however, are not to be found in Defoe, nor in the work of Mr. Bruce, nor sufficiently in Belsham, nor even in Lang, but they may be seen in the appendix to Cobbett's Debates, where the speeches and motions of Fletcher of Saltoun may be easily found. It is quite necessary that you should form some notion of Fletcher of Saltoun, the complexion of his mind, the nature of his views, the description of his eloquence. Men like Fletcher of Saltoun, the same in kind, though different in degree, are always existing in society. They are always to be found armed with more or less ability and influence in every inferior country, criticizing the conduct of the superior country, explaining, discussing, and aggravating its oppressions, brooding over the wrongs and insults of their native land, and warmed and exasperated to madness by a comparison of the advantages and disadvantages of the two kingdoms, the wretchedness and poverty of the country they love, and the affluence and happiness of the country they hate. Ready, therefore, to propose or adopt any system of policy or line of conduct, if it seem, however slightly, to remove from their eyes that odious dependency which they consider as the obvious cause of all the evils they deplore. Men of this character should be studied by statesmen, but statesmen and men in authority are very apt entirely to neglect and even despise them and their efforts, and very often to confound them with others, daring and bad men, who have all their faults but have not their virtues. Others with whom they are frequently associated, and into whose company and even friendship they are but too easily hurried by their own enthusiasm, and still more often driven by the violent measures and insulting menaces of the rulers of the superior country. The nature of everything human is so mixed and blended, the good with the evil, that we are not to be surprised if we should find that it is to men of this description, to men of these ardent and irregular minds, that society has been indebted, imperfect as are their characters, and doubtful and dangerous and calamitous as are very often their projects, for many of its favorable changes. There is a certain impracticableness in their temperaments, and superficial dogmatism in their understandings, with a certain fearlessness as well as generosity in their dispositions, by which they may be known, but with all their faults they would not be, perhaps, ill described by the expressions of the poet, while giving not only a character, but, as he conceived, a most honorable character of the English nation. Stern o'er each bosom reason holds her state, with daring aims irregularly great, pride in their port, defiance in their eye. I see the lords of humankind pass by, intent on high designs, a thoughtful band, by forms unfashioned, fresh from nature's hand, fierce in their native hardiness of soul, true to imagined right, above control. Such was the celebrated Fletcher of Saltoun, and as his country was the inferior country, as England had conducted herself with the usual harshness, ignorance, and illiberality of the superior country, and as the times in which he lived happened to be of a critical nature, his powers were called forth. His heart was animated, and his genius was kindled. He became the hope, the pride, and the director of a small but popular party, and regarded neither England nor France, nor the Protestant succession, nor the succession of the House of Stuart, but in relation to the interests of Scotland. And it was to that Scotland, his poor, oppressed, unfortunate native country, to its prosperity, happiness, and glory, that he dedicated every passion of his soul and every faculty of his being. Among the patriots must be mentioned Lord Belhaven, whose speeches contain much more of what is properly denominated eloquence than those of Fletcher, and who would, in the eyes of posterity, have eclipsed even Fletcher himself, if his patriotism had been as pure and unsuspected. This was, however, not the case. He was understood at the time to have been piqued by the court of England, and was believed to have held correspondence with the exiled family of the Stuarts. Fletcher and the patriots had no sooner perceived that the court of England had an object which must at all events be accomplished, the proper adjustment of the succession to the crown, that the king of the two countries might be the same, then they instantly set about forming provisions for the interests of Scotland, and they proposed what they called an Act of Security. From the clauses, numbers 1, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 12, I will read them immediately, which you will find in Cobbett's Appendix, Volume 6, it will be readily seen that this intended act was of no ordinary nature. It was sufficiently descriptive of the crisis I have spoken of. It was meant, and it was indeed avowed by Fletcher in his speeches to be meant, to effect the following consequences. See column 28, appendix to Cobbett. They are not limitations, said Fletcher, upon any prince who shall only be king of Scotland, nor do any way tend to separate us from England, but calculated merely to this end, that so long as we continue to be under the same prince with our neighbor nation, we may be free from the influence of English councils and ministers, that the nation may not be impoverished by an expensive attendance at court, and that the force and exercise of our government may be as far as possible within ourselves, by which means trade, manufactures, and husbandry will flourish, and the affairs of the nation be no longer neglected, as they have been hitherto. These are the ends to which all the limitations are directed, that English councils may not hinder the acts of our parliaments from receiving the royal assent, that we may not be engaged without our consent in the quarrels they may have with other nations, that they may not obstruct the meeting of our parliaments, nor interrupt their sitting, that we may not stand in need of posting to London for places and pensions, by which, whatever particular men may get, the nation must always be a loser, nor apply for the remedies of our grievances to a court where for the most part none are to be had. On the contrary, if these conditions of government be enacted, our Constitution will be amended, and our grievances be easily redressed by a due execution of our own laws, which to this day we have never been able to obtain. The clauses that I have mentioned, numbers 1, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 12, ran thus after a prefatory enactment with respect to the Parliament, a convention of estates for the purpose of securing the execution of the clauses. The first was this: 1. That elections shall be made at every Michaelmas head court for a new Parliament every year, to sit the 1st of November next following, and adjourn themselves from time to time until next Michaelmas, that they choose their own president, and that everything shall be determined by balloting in place of voting. The fifth was, 5. that a committee of 31 members, of which 9 to be a quorum, chosen out of their own number by every Parliament, shall, during the intervals of Parliament under the King, have the administration of the government, be his council, and accountable to the next Parliament, with power in extraordinary occasions to call the Parliament together, and that in the said council all things be determined by balloting in place of voting. 6. That the King, without consent of Parliament, shall not have the power of making peace and war, or that of concluding any treaty with any other state or potentate. 7. That all places and offices, both civil and military, and all pensions formerly conferred by our kings, shall ever be given by Parliament. 8. That no regiment or company of horse, foot, or dragoons be kept on foot in peace or war, but by consent of Parliament. 9. That all the fencible men of the nation, betwixt 60 and 16, be with all diligence possible armed with bayonets and firelocks, all of a caliber, and continue always provided in such arms with ammunition suitable. 12. That if any king break in upon any of these conditions of government, he shall by the estates be declared to have forfeited the crown. It is true that the act thus proposed by Fletcher never passed the Scotch Parliament exactly in these terms, but it is, notwithstanding, a very sufficient exemplification of the species of reasoning that was then prevalent, and of the temper of the times. The same may be said of different limitations proposed by the same patriot, which were overruled by only 11 voices. But it is now necessary for me to add that an act of security was really carried by Fletcher and the patriots in the more important particulars not different. It was carried by the assistance of the Jacobites and other opponents to government. This act, though short, has with great stupidity been omitted by Defoe because, says he, it may be found in the Scotch statute book. Nor is it, as it ought to be, in Cobbett's appendix, at least not given in its express words, and as it was left at last to stand. The substance of it is given by Lang. The act itself may be found in one of the pamphlets of the day entitled An Account of the Proceedings of the Parliament of Scotland, in the Trinity Library. The clauses were debated, each as if it had been a separate act, and some of them may be seen in this detached state in Cobbett. Indeed, the greatest part of the book I have just mentioned in the Trinity Library is copied out into the appendix of Cobbett, and though the Act of Security, which was at last voted by 59 votes, is not there given in express words as it should have been, still the student may see in Cobbett the clauses that were proposed and debated one by one, and will be tolerably well appraised, though not so readily or easily as he might have been, of the particular provisions and meaning of the act. You will easily see that it is such an act as could not be agreeable to the government or people of England, such an act as made the connection between the two countries frail and slight, such an act as tended to rob the superior country of most of the advantages that were supposed to result from the connection between them. After first mentioning that on the death of the sovereign, the sitting Parliament, or the last Parliament, were to assemble and offer the crown on the conditions of the claim of right, a claim analogous to our Bill of Rights, the Act goes on to say that the monarch is not to be the successor to the crown of England, unless that in this present session of Parliament, and any other session of this or any ensuing Parliament, during Her Majesty's reign, there be such conditions of government settled and enacted as may secure the honor and sovereignty of this crown and kingdom, the freedom, frequency, and power of parliaments, the religion, liberty, and trade of the nation from English or any foreign influence, with power to the said meeting of estates to add such further conditions of government as they shall think necessary. the same being consistent with and no ways derogatory from those which shall be enacted in this and any other session of Parliament during Her Majesty's reign. Footnote. The clause which follows is wanting in the Act as finally approved by the Queen, yet the parliamentary journals show that it was regularly incorporated into the original bill, and they afford no evidence of its having been subsequently reconsidered and struck out by the legislature. See Acts of the Parliaments of Scotland, printed by command of George IV, 1824, Volume 9, Op. 137, 70, and Appendix 24. Lang, on the authority of Sir J. Clerk, Memoirs and History of the Union, MS., states that it was read and voted, but by some artifice omitted from the Act. History of Scotland by Malcolm Lang, Esquire, London, 1800, Volume 2, page 283, note. End footnote. And further, but prejudice of the generally foresaid, it is hereby specifically statute enacted and declared that it shall not be in the power of said meeting of estates to name the successor of the crown of England to be the successor to the imperial crown of this realm, nor shall the same person be capable in any event to be king or queen of both realms. That is, Scotland was to have a new king, not the English king, unless a free communication of trade, the freedom of navigation, and the liberty of the plantations be fully agreed to and established by the Parliament and Kingdom of England to the kingdom and subjects of Scotland, etc. And again, for the purpose of destroying all English influence during the interregnum, it was ordained that all commissions granted to the officers of state, Lords of Treasury, etc., should, by the decease of the king or queen reigning, become null and void. It was enacted also that the whole Protestant heritors and all the burghs shall forthwith provide themselves with firearms for all the fencible men, etc., and the said heritors and burghs are hereby empowered and ordained to discipline and exercise their said fencible men, etc., etc. After this formidable act, another was passed to declare that the prerogative of declaring war and peace should be exerted by the sovereign with the consent of the estates. This was for the purpose of leaving Scotland at liberty to engage, or not, as she thought best in the continental wars of England. The English ministry had therefore now to determine whether they should advise the Queen to assent to this act and make it law, or refuse her assent, risk a total breach with the Parliament of Scotland, receive no more supplies, and have the act returned upon her in different shapes if the Parliament was sitting. Perhaps have the country in a state of rebellion on the very first opportunity if the Parliament was dissolved. Such was the crisis I have been speaking of. We here see distinctly shown what is sometimes the effect and what is always the tendency of harsh government, cooperating with the real difficulties which the case of connected countries necessarily involves. Now, the next question I would ask is this: whether any provision short of those in the Act that passed, or even short of the limitations first proposed by Fletcher, and which I first read, would be sufficient properly to secure the ends proposed. It is very true that these limitations first proposed would have gone nigh to convert the monarchy of Scotland into a sort of republic, with a stadtholder or president at its head. At all events, they would have formed a sort of experiment to show how little power in the monarch a mixed government might be carried on. But what is the conclusion of the whole? Surely this: the care, circumspection, and kindness with which the ministry of a superior nation should carry on the government of any inferior and connected nation. We may here see plainly what men of intelligence and strong feelings are constantly thinking, while a cabinet is despising their country, its interests, and its opinions. The truth and the whole truth is here fully displayed. One word more in the way of narrative, and for the same purpose of attracting your notice to the whole. The English minister, Godolphin, in the absence, as he thought, of every other alternative, at last advised the Queen to give the royal assent to this act of security, and it was accordingly passed. Wharton, his political opponent, now triumphed. "I have now, then," said he, to quote his own expression, "I have now the treasurer's head in a bag." Godolphin was probably much of the same opinion, and even the English nation, unfeeling as they had been to the interest and happiness of Scotland, and selfish and stupid as they were and always will be to the claims and merits of every other nation when their own trade to their colonies and their own manufactures are concerned, could at length, and for once in this critical emergence, perceive that sacrifices must be made, and at all events that such questions as had lately been agitated in Scotland, nearly amounting to a revolution and a civil war, must be avoided. There seemed no other way of attempting to avoid them but by a union of the two kingdoms, complete and entire. And in this manner the English nation, as well as the English ministry, were at last rendered no longer the coy and supercilious parties with whom Scotland had before to treat, but the ardent proposers and claimants of a measure, without which, as they represented, and truly represented, all chance of the tranquillity and prosperity of both countries was at an end. This is the end of section 68. Section 69 of Lectures in Modern History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. Lectures in Modern History by William Smyth. I stopped to observe that when the Act of Security was known in England, a retaliating act was passed by the English Parliament. That is, a proper spirit, as it was called, was shown, and the breach, in fact, made wider, and the crisis more dangerous. This sort of spirit, or rather of folly, on such occasions is always shown. What was the result? Before the Scotch Parliament could be brought to treat of the Union at all, the English Parliament were obliged to repeal their act. The point of interest that next presents itself is how the Union was carried. This is a part of the subject which cannot be contemplated without pain. It was carried by force and fraud. The victories of the Duke of Marlborough left England with a strong military force at her disposal, and the Duke of Hamilton proved at last a traitor to his country, as did others. This foul name must belong to him, and must always, more or less, belong to all men who on great public occasions pursue even the right measure only because they are corrupted, who act upon any motives but those of the good of their country. Men may mistake the interests of their country, which is very pardonable. They cannot engage to be wise, but they may be honest. It is of no consequence in what manner the bribe that makes them otherwise is administered. A place to their friends, a purse thrown to themselves, or a coronet to their descendants. The business is the same. This deflection from virtue, this sacrifice of principle, is in no way to be distinguished from the acts of dishonesty, from the mere picking and stealing of the vulgar, but that there is no personal risk incurred by the great, and that the consequences are far more important to society. This part of the subject is painful on another account. The union was a measure clearly conducive to the happiness of both kingdoms. The English ministry and nation had been thoroughly frightened, and they therefore made the terms of the union as reasonable and as advantageous as they could, the better to preclude opposition. It is therefore very melancholy to observe, in the first place, that a great nation like England could never adopt a proper system of policy before, and never behave with proper liberality and prudence until both were extorted from her by the ungenerous motives of selfishness and fear. It is again very mortifying to observe how little the affairs of nations are affected by the influences of any calm and deliberating wisdom. The real merits of the measure seem to have had but little effect with the generality of those concerned. A sort of opposition resounded from every quarter. The meanness, ignorance, and cowardice of it are instructive. "We shall have our religion," said the Presbytery of Scotland, "destroyed by the bishops in the English House. How can our 16 peers oppose them?" The Church, said the English bishops, on the contrary, the Church of England will be swept away, as it has before been in the time of Charles I, by this new influx of Presbyterians. "Our manufactures will move away to the poor country, where labor is cheap," said the English artists. "We shall be ruined," said the Scotch, "by the superior articles of the English, if they are allowed to bring them into our markets. How can we contend with their advantages of skill and capital?" "What security for our country or our Constitution," said the Scotch politicians, "when the Union has been once made? We have only 45 members in one House and 16 in the other. How can these oppose the whole English legislature? We are destroyed, and that forever. What will become of us," said the English, "when this new northern hive is allowed to swarm and settle upon our country and upon our houses of legislature? These are invaders that are hungry, intelligent, and servile. Neither post nor place will be left for any of us." The prostrate South to the destroyer yields its purple harvests and its golden fields. Such are always on great occasions like these, on subjects of great national concern, unions of kingdoms, for instance, treaties of commerce, treaties of peace, abolitions of slavery. Such are always the contracted, wretched arguments and pretenses which men make use of when they affect to debate, and are in fact not debating, but thinking only of themselves and their own supposed interests. On this subject of the Union, the speeches of Lord Belhaven have always been adverted to. They are highly deserving of your perusal. They are rich with the proper beauties of eloquence, and are very creditable to his age and nation. His celebrated speech you will of course examine. It has great merits, but it appears to me, if for a moment I may digress, merely to allude to a point of taste, objectionable in its original conception. It endeavors to accomplish two ends. First, the entire rejection of the Union, be the terms what they may. Second, its rejection on account of the terms. These objects are too much intermixed and united. Eloquence, more especially the eloquence of the character of Lord Belhaven's, should attempt some one great object, and entirely carry it, or entirely fail. It should throw all its force on the enemy, and carry everything by storm, or instantly retire, not descend to all the maneuvers and forms of a regular engagement. The speech, too, begins with images, and ends with reasonings. It comes full and majestic down its course, and then squanders itself into many channels, and seems to disappear as it proceeds to its termination. There can be no greater fault than this. But I hasten to call your attention to the speech of Mr. Seton, as well as that of Lord Belhaven. Seton spoke in favor of the Union. These speeches are very different in their character as well as their import. And now I must digress for another moment to observe that eloquence and wisdom are by no means the same thing. They are sometimes united, but not necessarily. Perhaps never when eloquence is the mere gift of nature rather than the slow result of nature and art conjoined. A ready supply of glittering language and an ardent conception that is a fertile imagination and quick feelings united to a retentive memory. These are together quite sufficient to make an orator, but by no means to make a wise man, to make a speaker, or even a leader in a popular assembly, but not necessarily a statesman. Amplification, for instance, is the great business of eloquence, while the first occupation of wisdom is to reduce everything, if possible, to its original elements. The one distinguishes not, examines not, hesitates not, reflects not, and the other is cautious, scrupulous, precise, patient, and deliberative. Enthusiasm is the soul of the one. Calmness is the essence of the other. I would recommend the speeches of Mr. Seton and Lord Belhaven not only as very remarkable speeches on a very great occasion, and therefore as subjects of history, but as very finished specimens of the difference which I conceive to exist between wisdom and eloquence, and therefore fitted, if this distinction be just, to illustrate the truth of a very ordinary application, and therefore of some value in human life. I have omitted, when speaking of Fletcher, to mention that those who meet with his works should look at his account of a conversation concerning a right regulation of governments for the common good of mankind. It is in the repulsive form of dialogue, but it is the best exhibition of his political views, and on the whole, the best of his works. After all, Fletcher had the fault which so often belongs to men of strong feelings and earnest thought, when they meditate on the improvement of the affairs of the world. He was not sufficiently practical. He had brooded over the contests and ambition of the nations of Europe, over the vices and follies of a great metropolis. He had satisfied himself that Scotland, in a state of separation from England, would be perpetually involved in bloody and destructive wars, and if united, must of necessity fall under the miserable and languishing condition, such are his expressions, of all places that depend on a remote seat of government. Footnote. There is an important omission in this place, giving an air of paradox to the reasoning, which disappears on a view of the entire passage in its proper connection. The sentence here quoted is taken from the work noticed above, Account of a Conversation Concerning a Right Regulation of Governments, etc. I perceive now, said Sir Edward, the tendency of all this discourse. On my conscience, he has contrived the whole scheme to no other end than to set his own country on an equal foot with England and the rest of the world. To tell you the truth, said I, the insuperable difficulty I found of making my country happy by any other way led me insensibly to the discovery of these things, which, if I mistake not, have no other tendency than to render not only my own country, but all mankind, as happy as the imperfections of human nature will admit. For I considered that in a state of separation from England, my country would be perpetually involved in bloody and destructive wars, and if we should be united to that kingdom in any other manner, that is, in any other manner than on an equal foot, we must of necessity fall under the miserable and languishing condition of all places that depend upon a remote seat of government. The Political Works of Andrew Fletcher, Esquire, of Saltoun. Glasgow, 1749, pages 317 and 318. End footnote. His plan for the remedy of these evils was to divide Europe into different portions, each adequate to its own defense, and accommodated by forts and capitals for the purpose, but not fitted for schemes of offense and aggrandizement. In England and Scotland were to be formed in the meantime about a dozen capital cities, instead of one overgrown capital like London, by which means all the benefits, as he conceived, of our present metropolis would be secured, and its serious evils avoided. But without mentioning the very indispensable advantages that result from the concentration of so much of the affluence, genius, and intelligence of the people into one point, advantages which seem never to have occurred to him. It seems sufficient to observe in a few short, melancholy words that the great difficulty on all occasions of projected improvement is to form a plan that is practical, and that he who proposes what cannot possibly be expected to take place does nothing, does worse than nothing, for he makes the very cause of improvement ridiculous. The particular temperament of Fletcher's mind, his disposition to attempt what he thought just, rather than gain the good which was possible, the common mistake of virtuous reformers, operated, as it will always do, most unfortunately for himself and all those whose interests he could have wished to promote. If he and the patriots had made their bargain and consented to support the measure of the Union in case certain conditions were complied with, if they had submitted to turn to the best account this experiment for the improvement of the situation of both countries, there can be no doubt that in the 20th article respecting heritable offices, superiorities, etc., etc., might have been materially modified, or perhaps, as in Cromwell's wiser ordinance, made directly the reverse of what it was left to stand. That the 21st article also might have been modified, and by these means the system of vassalage and the representation of Scotland might not have been left in a state fitted only, in succeeding times, to disgrace the legislature and injure the best interests of both kingdoms. What in the meantime he attempted failed. The very act of security which he carried became, as he might have foreseen, the very reason why the English were determined at all events to carry the Union. The Union became a direct consequence of the dilemma to which the two kingdoms were thus reduced, and we can conceive no sensations more keen and intolerable than were those of Fletcher and the patriots, who were now to find every labor of their understandings defeated, and every passion of their hearts disappointed. Before I conclude this subject, I must mention that the remainder of the book of Defoe, that is, the greater part of it, is a formal account of the articles of the Treaty of Union and the discussions which took place. But these discussions can now interest or instruct only as specimens of the details and reasonings of men of business, when the commercial and ordinary concerns of nations are to be settled by treaties and mutual concessions. They give us also some insight into the relative state of the commerce, laws, and manufactures of the two countries at the time. But the pages of Defoe are on the whole formal and dull, and there is not even as good an account of the tumult in Edinburgh as might have been expected, although what is given forms one of the most interesting parts of the work. There is the same sort of formal official representation of the Union and its attendant circumstances and debates in Mr. Bruce. But with respect to both publications, it is to be observed that from those who are employed by cabinet ministers to forward a great measure, like Defoe, or to report a great measure, like Mr. Bruce, it is only information of a particular complexion than can be expected. With respect to the consequences of the Union, a considerable time elapsed, as will always be the case in such circumstances, before those happy effects took place which the measure was so fitted to produce. For this part of the subject I must refer you to Lang, who is indeed too concise and too general in this very interesting part of his work, but who is an intelligent writer and who at least gives more information on the point than others. The history of Scotland becomes, about the time of the Revolution, interesting to mankind, for it becomes connected with the Revolution in England, an event in which the best interests of human nature were deeply concerned. If Scotland had not sufficiently sympathized with England, if William had not been acknowledged, and if afterwards the Protestant line of succession had not been established in both parts of the island, if a civil war had ensued, and if the hardy and enthusiastic Jacobites of the north had been joined by their affluent and powerful neighbors, the Jacobites of the south, the exiled family might at last have been restored. The Revolution might have failed and been a standing example for the generous and brave in every age and country of the difficulties which attend all enterprises for the liberty of the people, enterprises alike accompanied. It would have been said with disappointment and ruin, whether attempted by Hampden and the Patriots in the time of Charles, or by Lord Somers and King William in the reign of James. Happily, an issue so deplorable was escaped, but the manner in which it was escaped gives an importance to this period of the history of Scotland which I think may well claim your attention, and which might, I must also think, have deserved the labors of Dr. Robertson. The subject, however, devolved upon Mr. Lang and his very respectable history, particularly the second volume. I cannot but request you to peruse. I am hastening to my conclusion, but I must take this my only opportunity to say in a few words what I have to offer with respect to this interesting country of Scotland. Its history will, of course, be read in Dr. Robertson, as his work is one of the most early books that are put into our hands. It must be read anew, for it is read before it can be understood. The history indeed presents a turbid and repulsive scene which would have been little known to the inhabitants of this country, and still less to the readers of the continent, if the picture of it had not been drawn by so masterly a hand, if a ray of softer and more attractive light had not been shot athwart the gloom by the beauty and sufferings of the unfortunate, but not faultless, Mary. Those difficulties with which Dr. Robertson had to struggle, arising from the rude nature of the documents from which his history was to be drawn up, and which necessarily constitute so much of the merit of the work, cannot well be known by an English reader, but they may be distantly comprehended from the account of his life by Dugald Stewart, which should be on this and many other accounts be read. Much of this sort of merit belongs also to Mr. Lang. By the labors of the two, the public are put into possession of the whole of the history of Scotland that is important to us, and are furnished with what is valuable in those original materials which no philosophic diligence or taste for historical inquiry would ever have induced readers on this side of the Tweed to estimate or examine for themselves. The first part of the history of Scotland is discussed only in a rapid and general manner by Mr. Robertson. The real subjects of his work are very properly the Reformation, Elizabeth, and Mary. At the close of the whole there are a few pages, by way of conclusion, that are highly worthy of your meditation, but to these must be added the first 100 pages of the third volume of Miller's account of the English government, for these supply what cannot be so well found elsewhere, the philosophic remarks and information on the constitution and government of Scotland. The student cannot fail to keep in mind the history of the legislature and parliaments of his own country while he is reading of those of Scotland. The fortunate manner in which our own Parliament fell into two houses and remained, not as in Scotland, united in one house, again presents itself to our observation, and its consequences to our reflection. The peculiarity in the Scotch Parliament of the Lords of Articles is also remarkable, and in its history full of instruction. On the whole, Scotland as a country has not been fortunate. May her subsequent prosperity reward, however late, the intelligence and courage by which her sons are distinguished. She was placed from the first in proximity with a powerful state, a situation most unfavorable. For a long series of years she had her monarchy and her aristocracy, but though they were directly opposed, each abated the tyranny of the other. Unhappily, no other power in the state ever seemed to exist. The people were nothing. Even the union of the two crowns in the person of our James I was unfavorable to her liberties, and it was not till the Revolution in 1688 that the interests of the people began to be considered. A late period this in the history of Europe. In the general struggle and contests that accompanied the Reformation, that Christian church, the Presbyterian, which, after the greatest calamities and the exercise of the most elevated virtues, she at last acquired for herself as what she thought best, though not without its very important merits, had been long distinguished for harshness, fanaticism, and intolerance. The union of these two kingdoms in the reign of Anne improved her condition in all these respects, but improved it slowly. Her system of law ever was, and has still remained, tedious, inconvenient, and expensive. Her system of representation, wretched. The consequences of such a system have been but too inevitable. While her moral and political writers are of the most enlightened, bold, and generous cast, and are accused only of pushing the principles of speculation and inquiry too far, her practical statesmen and politicians have been in general remarkable chiefly for their selfishness and servility, and the same union of the two countries, which has added strength and range to our philosophy, fervor to our poetry, and spirit to our arms, has certainly not been favorable to the political morality, and therefore not favorable to the civil liberties of England. This is the end of section 69. Section 70 of Lectures in Modern History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. Lectures in Modern History by William Smyth. Lecture 26. Sir Robert Walpole. Having delivered to you what I had to offer on the subject of the Union of Scotland, we must now return to the history of England, which we left on the accession of George I. The first object that claims our attention is the violence of the Whigs on their restoration to power. Of this violence, among the most durable monuments must be mentioned the articles of impeachment against Oxford, Bolingbroke, and Ormond, and the report of a committee of the House of Commons commissioned to collect and examine such documents as were connected with the Peace of Utrecht. This report and these articles become interesting from the great events to which they relate and the distinguished characters whose private integrity and political reputation are concerned. Prior, Bolingbroke, Oxford, and lastly, their accusers, the great leaders of the Whig party, Walpole and others. It must be confessed that these documents are much degraded by the foul insinuations and expressions of virulence which they contain. But suppose these terms of virulence, these serious accusations made by the Whigs, undeserved, there will still remain a very heavy weight of blame to be endured by the Tory leaders. they might not merit the title which they sometimes received of the Frenchified ministry. They might not have been guilty, I use the language of their Whig opponents, of forming without regard to the honor or safety of Her late Majesty, maliciously and wickedly a most treacherous and pernicious contrivance in confederacy to set on foot a dishonorable and destructive negotiation, etc., etc. But they were too much disposed to secure themselves in power, and to make a peace at all events, as a means to accomplish that end. They were too ready to make peace with or without their allies, and their conduct was thus rendered not always wise, and sometimes even dishonorable. In the writings of Mr. Cox you will see the opinion of a very regular and respectable historian, and it is entirely against the Tory ministry. He is even more decided and more disposed to reprobate their conduct in his late work on the kings of Spain of the House of Bourbon than before. That is, the more he has read and examined, the more unfavorably he thinks of them. The War of the Succession and the Peace of Utrecht cannot indeed be properly estimated without a reference to his works, particularly his last work on Spain. I conclude from the general tenor of his expressions and manner that he is prepared to say that Europe is at this moment suffering, and has never ceased to suffer, from the unpardonable faults and mistakes of the Tory ministry of Queen Anne. We thus arrive at that particular period of our history which may be described under the general term of the era of the administration, or at least the influence and administration of Sir Robert Walpole. It is important because the Brunswick family were establishing themselves during this interval upon the throne of these kingdoms, and because in their success were involved the concluding fortunes of the Revolution. This great and happy renovation or assertion of the free principles of our mixed government had been with difficulty accomplished by the illustrious William. The splendid victories of Marlborough threw a glory around the Whigs, the party which he at last espoused, and for some time seemed to set at a distance all hopes of a counter-revolution in favor of the Stuarts. But these hopes had so revived about the close of the reign of Anne, and it was now an experiment so novel and unpromising to bring a new race of princes from Germany to rule the kingdom, ignorant of its constitution and even of its language, that a very considerable interest belongs to this part of our history from the uncertainty that on this account still hung over the issue of the great struggle that had been made for our liberties. The merit of Sir Robert Walpole has been always understood to be transcendent merit of having most materially contributed to establish the present family on the throne, or in other words, of having rendered at last triumphant the great cause of the Revolution of 1688. This is the first and great interest that belongs to these times and to the character of this minister. There are, however, other subjects of curiosity connected with this era. It was still the classic age of England. The events and characters belonging to it are still illustrated in the immortal writings of Pope, of Addison, of Bolingbroke, and Swift. The parliamentary leaders were men of distinguished ability. Walpole, Pulteney, Shippen, Sir William Wyndham, Lord Hardwicke, Lord Carteret, Lord Chesterfield, and it was toward the end of the same era that first arose the great orator of England, the first Mr. Pitt, who was afterwards destined to realize on many occasions even the splendid visions which have been given of the eloquence of Demosthenes by the enthusiastic admiration of Longinus. Of the different topics that occur in the perusal of this part of our history, several are very striking, and there are some that can never lose their importance. The Septennial Bill, the South Sea Scheme, the Peerage Bill, the rise and progress of the Sinking Fund, the National Debt, the secret and open efforts that were made to restore the Pretender, the long peace that was maintained between England and France, the struggles of the great Tory, Whig, and Jacobite parties, the views and language of each, the concerns of Ripperda, Atterbury, Bolingbroke, and considerable entertainment, and very rational entertainment, may be derived from such particulars as have come down to us of the character and manners of the first two monarchs of the House of Brunswick, more particularly of Queen Caroline, not to mention such anecdotes as remain of the German favorites and mistresses by which these reigns are so unfortunately disgraced. Such is a slight and general view of the attractions that this era of our history presents to those of us who would wish reasonably to amuse their leisure or usefully employ their diligence in historical pursuits. It happens, too, that the whole is put immediately within the reach of every reader by the labors of Mr. Cox. His Memoirs of Sir Robert Walpole, in the first volume, give an authentic account of the views and situation of that minister from time to time, and of the measures that were the result. The two succeeding volumes contain the documents on which most of the representations contained in the first are founded. In the preface is given a reference to other great works connected with this subject, Boyer's Political State, and others. These works are voluminous and seldom to be met with but in particular libraries in London, in the British Museum, for instance. In addition to the work of Cox, we have also accounts of the public debates in the Lords and Commons, and we have Tyndall's history. On the whole, therefore, I would recommend to my hearers to take the modern publication of Belsham, and to read it in conjunction with Cox, then to refer occasionally to the 2 volumes of correspondence of Cox, and to refer continually to the parliamentary debates, which may be read in Cobbett. Tyndall's history is valuable and should be looked at when the subject is important. Smollett's work is a rapid performance, but not worthy of its author. Smollett was a man not only possessed of a strong vein of coarse humor, but one of laborious activity and of a powerful mind, fitted therefore to succeed in a literary enterprise. On this occasion, however, it is understood that he was desirous only, and employed only, to draw up a narrative on the Tory side of the question. It was his fate, as it has been but too often the unhappy fate of men of genius, to be obliged to convert literature into a means of subsistence. On the whole, Cox's book and Belsham's, with a reference to some of the principal debates, will be sufficient for the general reader. The preface to Cox's work and the notes will give sufficient information to those who think it necessary to investigate to the utmost the whole or any particular part of this period of our annals. It will be found often entertaining and instructive to turn over the leaves of the London Magazine and the Gentleman's Magazine. Publications like these, when they can be had, give the manners and opinions living as they rise, and seem to have been the precursors of the more ample and regular annual registers, which will hereafter afford so endless a field of amusement and inquiry to the philosophic readers of history. I have hitherto said nothing of the continental politics of these times. They may be studied in Cox, not only in his Life of Sir Robert Walpole, but in his second work, the Life of Sir Robert's brother, Horace Lord Walpole. Were Europe now what it once was, I should recommend them be so studied very attentively. But I know not that such attentive study can now be thought very necessary. The intrigues and negotiations connected with them were complicated and tedious. They were the subjects of great controversy. Pulteney and the opposition contending that the interest of Britain was sacrificed to Hanover. Walpole and his brother insisting that the interest of Britain was steadily pursued. The volumes of Cox afford ample opportunity to those who wish to study this part of the general subject, and 2 or 3 of the pamphlets he alludes to will be found in all collections of pamphlets relating to these times, and may be looked at. The chief reason why I should wish the continental politics and the documents connected with them to be considered is that they are a good study to a statesman, because courts and cabinets and ministers and ambassadors are much the same at all times, with the exception of any such extraordinary crisis as has occurred during the opening and progress of the French Revolution. Consequently, they who wish to know how they are to comport themselves, the chicanery they are to meet with, the acuteness and fine talents which they ought to possess, a point which our young men of family do not always consider when they propose themselves for diplomatic situations. They who wish to know the caution with which they must proceed when they act as ministers of state or ambassadors may here find their lesson, and better given perhaps than in any other historical records that can be mentioned, because the documents furnished by Cox are authentic, and many of them of a confidential nature. In this way, then, and for this purpose, they may be studied to advantage. The great subjects that are before the student are, as usual, the state and progress of the civil liberties of the country, of the religious liberties, now more than ever its commercial prosperity, under which head must be included the new system of regular national debt, with all its consequences. And first, with respect to the state and progress of the civil liberties of the country. The great point, and that which I have mentioned as giving a predominant interest to the whole, is forming the more particular merit of Walpole, is that he secured the House of Hanover on the throne. In this everything that occurred, the civil and religious liberties of the country may be considered as involved, for if this had not been effected, the experiment of the Revolution had failed, and with it the great cause of both. But in other respects the civil liberties of the country were partly progressive and partly not. Thus, for instance, they were progressive because the speeches from the throne always proceeded upon principles favorable to the liberty of the subject, some of them remarkably so. You will see specimens of them in the notebook on the table. No harsh measures were insisted upon. The excise scheme was given up entirely upon the ground of the expediency of mild government. Sir Robert Walpole declaring, and to his immortal honor declaring, that though his opinion remained the same, he would not be the minister who should carry on any measure of this sort by force. Not only in England, but in Scotland and in Ireland, proper attention was shown to public opinion by this wise and in this respect very virtuous minister. Publications of great spirit, ability, and virulence continually issued from the press in opposition to his administration. Yet the liberty of the press was by the minister not violated. It even appears that Sir Robert had his own writers on regular pay, who, as well as Lord Hervey and his brother, addressed the public in his defense, and that a continual appeal was thus made to the community in a way very well fitted, notwithstanding all that may be said of faction and party, to advance their improvement and political happiness. Particulars of this nature are very favorable specimens of this minister, and of the progress of the civil liberties of the country. There are others not so. The Septennial Bill had been carried, and yet place bills during the era of his power were always rejected. Again, when each new Parliament met, the decisions on controverted elections were made, not so much upon the merits of the case as upon the party principles of the candidate. And because Sir Robert was the minister, and could therefore carry all such questions in favor of his own friends, no effort was made to remedy so obvious and so fatal a defect in the Constitution. But it is impossible for the student to form any proper estimate of the progress and state of the civil liberties of the country during this period, without adverting to the debates that took place in the Houses of Parliament, and to these, therefore, I must direct your attention. I must observe, however, once for all, that the exact point of the propriety or impropriety of the reasonings of our ancestors is not so much of the question itself, as what was the spirit, and what the notions, which were then thought constitutional and worthy the adoption of Englishmen. These may be right, though their application may be wrong. What the inhabitants of a free country should endeavor to attain is to preserve in purity and vigor those feelings and those principles which did their ancestors honor, and then afterwards shape and direct them to the accomplishment of proper objects as circumstances require. What I would therefore propose to the student is to take the debates and observe those subjects which are more evidently of a general and constitutional nature. Let him consider what was on such occasions the language of our patriots and statesmen, and he will then derive a general impression from the whole which cannot possibly be conveyed to him by any other means. Let him take, for instance, the question of the Mutiny Act. The speeches in the House of Commons are, it is true, not given, but he will see that the question of death, that is, death to be inflicted by the military, not the civil power, was carried only by 247 to 229. And when he follows the bill, as he must in all cases do, to the House of Lords, he will there see a debate. And he must, in this case as in all others, mark well the protest. The Articles of War may be found in Tyndall's history and should be read. Again, let him observe by all means the debates that took place when the number of the forces for each year came to be voted. This subject should be pursued from volume to volume. The debates were always interesting, characteristic of the times, of the constitutional notions of our ancestors, and of the leading speakers of the Houses. In the course of one of these debates, Shippen, the famous Tory, or rather Jacobite member, was sent to the Tower. In one of these discussions there is a very good speech from Mr. Jeffreys. In the Lords, too, you will find the debates on this subject, the subject, in fact, of a standing army, well worthy that great assembly, and the protests sometimes very good. Again, in these debates of the two houses during the era before us, the subject of pensions and places often occurred, and the proceedings that took place should always be noted. A great jealousy on this subject was considered in those days as patriotic. I say patriotic because the bills were contended for by the opposition, and an opposition, whatever may be thought of their real opinions and views, must at least endeavor to distinguish themselves by an apparent attachment to such measures as awaken the honest approbation of the community. Of this character, therefore, must have been thought their efforts to diminish the influence of the Crown. These efforts were made in motions to address His Majesty to retrench unnecessary pensions, and in bills to limit the number of placemen in the House of Commons. What the court thought of such efforts may be collected from the expression of George II, a patriotic monarch, but an irritable man with narrow views, and who therefore honored one of these with the appellation of that villainous bill. Bills of this sort sometimes succeeded in the Commons, but always failed in the Lords, Sir Robert thinking it his best policy to stifle them there. The debates must be read in the different volumes. The first speakers interfered, and their speeches continually illustrate the nature of our Constitution. In the Lords, the debates on these occasions were in general very good, and the protests sometimes remarkable. In one of these debates, Dr. Sherlock, then Bishop of Bangor, expressed himself in terms that seem to have produced a very great sensation at the time, that an independent House of Commons was as inconsistent with our Constitution as an independent, that is, absolute, king. It may be remembered that Dr. Pauly, in his chapter on the British Constitution, conducts his reasonings pretty nearly to the same conclusion. I would more particularly refer you to the debate that took place in the Lords in March 1739. Footnote: Old Style. The debate is given in Cobbett under the year 1740. Parliamentary History, 11, 510 through 578. End footnote. All the great speakers interfered. I am not aware that I could produce from any of these volumes a specimen of calm and perspicuous reasoning so beautiful as the speech delivered on this occasion by Lord Carlisle. It is to be observed in debates like these that arguments are often brought against the provisions of a bill by those who are unfavorable to the very principle and who would equally argue against all provisions to the same effect, be they what they might. The first point, therefore, to be considered in reading such debates is whether the principle is made out to be just and constitutional. The next, and to us an inferior, though still an important consideration, is whether our ancestors contrived the provision of these bills with legislative skill, and though this may or may not have been the case, the original principle and intention of the bill may still be right and worthy of the attention of posterity. One great question that gives interest to these times, and to the debates of these times, is the Septennial Bill. Originally, the Parliament had no precise limit of duration. One sat in Charles II's time for 17 or 18 years. William III, however, was induced at last to consent to the Triennial Bill, which limited the duration to 3 years. To enact, therefore, the Septennial Bill was to diminish the extent of the victory which the popular part of the Constitution had obtained, and the measure has therefore been always made a matter of reproach to the Whig party. In this reproach, when I first gave lectures more than 20 years ago, I concurred, unwillingly indeed, for to the Whigs of the last century I then believed, and I shall always believe, that we owe all the constitutional blessings we enjoy. But I have since satisfied myself, from what I understand of the nature of the Stuart papers, and what I have learned from other sources, that the measure of the Septennial Bill was necessary to the maintenance of the Brunswick family on the throne, and that a general election at the time could not have been ventured upon. It is to be observed also that the Triennial Bill had been acted but 20 years before, and was a fair subject of revision. The speeches, however, of Shippen and others are worthy of attention, particularly the speech of Sir Robert in the year 1734, when the repeal of the bill was brought forward, and when he placed his argument on the fair and right ground that the Septennial Bill had improved the Constitution, and had prevented it from being too democratic. Footnote: On this subject, when I first delivered these lectures, I dwelt at some length, summing up first in favor of triennial, and afterwards of quinennial parliaments. But this was in the reign of George III. The question has been fundamentally altered by the passing of the Reform Bill. The difficulty now is not to keep the representative attentive to the wishes of his constituents, but to keep him from being a delegate. Again, the only means by which the king can maintain his consequence in the system of the Constitution is his power of dissolving the Parliament, a power which would be materially, and now dangerously, interfered with by short parliaments. End footnote. This is the end of section 70. Section 71 of Lectures in Modern History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. Lectures in Modern History by William Smyth. One of the most striking circumstances in the administration of Sir Robert Walpole was the conduct of the nation on the subject of the excise scheme. It was a very striking exemplification of the constitutional jealousy which animated our ancestors at this particular period. The minister found himself at last obliged to abandon his measure, and the opposition to the bill owed its success entirely to the sensation that was excited in the community on that general ground of constitutional jealousy. Liberty, property, and no excise was everywhere the cry, and the cry that triumphed. The sentiment, whether in this instance judiciously applied or not, did the community honor. It was a sentiment received from earlier times, and was then, even in its application on this occasion, neither so unreasonable nor so unnecessary as by some may have been pretended. Summary convictions before commissioners or justices of the peace, without the intervention of juries, were very properly considered by Englishmen at all times as a subject of alarm and aversion. Equally so, and with equal justice, the entry of a king's officer into the dwelling of a private man by day or night at his pleasure. That every Englishman's house is his castle has always been a favorite maxim on this happy island. And when I speak of a castle, said once the great orator of England, Lord Chatham, he who loved to produce and cherish those honorable feelings of his country, I speak not of a mansion, the abode of some potentate or baron, surrounded with fortifications and towers, and garrisoned with soldiers. But I speak of a tattered and wretched hovel, the dwelling of some laborer or peasant, which the wind and the rain can enter, but the king cannot enter. We may ourselves be obliged to submit to the necessities of our situation, and be satisfied to obtain revenue in the best manner we can. But the notions of our ancestors should never be forgotten. Still less should it be forgotten that among many other unhappy effects that accompany a system of taxation, one, and not the least melancholy, is the tendency that every such system has to destroy, more or less, as it is more or less urged, the free spirit, the free laws, and the free men of every regular and civilized community. We are not, therefore, in my opinion, to read with indifference such sentiments as were then delivered by several members of the House. And we are to pardon men even if they forget themselves a little when their feelings are honorable and the free constitution of a great nation excites their anxiety and alarm. I must refer you to these debates. I had made extracts for the purpose of reading them to you, but I am obliged, for want of time, to omit them. It will, however, be an eternal honor to the memory of Sir Robert Walpole that when his friends wished him to persevere, to despise what they no doubt called popular clamor, and to show that the government was not to be awed, this reasonable minister thought it more becoming to give way, to pay respect to public opinion, as he forfeited no moral duty by doing so, and not to suppose that government has no other and no better attributes under which to be presented to the community than those of force and terror. I would now wish to draw your attention to another subject, one connected with the character of Sir Robert Walpole, with the history of these times, and with the history of our Constitution. I mean the manner, or rather the means, by which Sir Robert Walpole so long conducted the administration of government in this country. These means, it was always objected to him by his opponents, were bribery and corruption, the power of the purse. Such is the phrase continually occurring in the writings of Bolingbroke. This representation is considered by Burke as unjust. He considers Sir Robert as having ruled by party and family connections. On the whole, the student may fairly suppose this celebrated minister to have ruled by the powers of his own sound and clear understanding, the effect of his amiable and social qualities, and in conjunction with these by what is called the influence of government, no longer appearing as formerly in the palpable and offensive forms of the prerogative, but in the natural and peaceful agency of all the posts and employments under the disposal of the crown, in a highly prosperous and civilized state of society. This influence, it is to be observed, is not at all inconsistent with the agency of the party and family connections mentioned by Mr. Burke. Sir Robert Walpole availed himself of both. So have other ministers. The one is indeed to a certain extent connected with the other, for it is by this influence of posts and places that a minister can be assisted in attaching himself to party and family connections, and they their dependents. The first inquiry, therefore, to be made by the student as a reader of history is how far this influence was or was not favorable to the country during the times of Sir Robert Walpole. On the one side, that is the objectionable nature of this influence. He will consider how fruitless were the efforts of the opposition to advance the interests of the popular part of the Constitution, that the place bills were all lost, and so of every other attempt to the same end. But on the other side he must consider how steadily was maintained the influence of the Hanover family on the throne. That is the cause of the Revolution, which, as I cannot too often repeat, was the real and great question, exceeding every other in importance, not only to the Constitution, but even more especially to this popular part of it. Such indeed was the very critical nature of this period, the preposterous wishes of the Jacobites, the unfortunate opinions of the Tories, and the disadvantages under which the first two monarchs labored, resulting partly from their situation and partly from their own faults, that it is for the student to consider very carefully whether it was at all desirable that the influence of the government should have been less than it was during this particular era, and whether Sir Robert's talents, qualities, opinions, and the means of influence which, as minister of the crown, he possessed, did not conspire most happily at this particular junction for the preservation of the liberties and interests of these kingdoms. This is the question which it is for him to consider, not for me to determine, and this is what I beg leave to remind him is the sort of contemplative and critical manner in which he is to read the history of this, and as much as possible the history of every other country. But when this question has been determined, and it must be determined, I think, in favor of Sir Robert, another yet remains. How far this influence has been subsequently too great, that is, not merely during the administration of Sir Robert, which is the first question, but through the periods that have succeeded, which is entirely another. And in the first place, this question, too, is one partly of historical fact, and must be borne in mind by the student as he descends through the remainder of our history. In the meantime, however, and the better to furnish the student with the principles which he is to apply to the characters and events of our history, it is at this point of his progress that I would propose to him the perusal of some of the writings of Lord Bolingbroke. Lord Bolingbroke is one of the classics of our literature, but he was also one of the great political characters of this period, the opponent and inveterate enemy of Walpole, and his personal qualities and his writings, his political writings, which are all I am now concerned with, may be said to be in reality subjects of history. His dissertation on parties, and out of deference to opinions of others who admire it, I must also mention his Patriot King, will, I conceive, be quite sufficient for your perusal. From Lord Bolingbroke's dissertation on parties, I would next recommend you turn to the work of Mr. Burke, to his thoughts on the cause of the present discontents, particularly the latter part. These compositions of Lord Bolingbroke and Mr. Burke seem to me connected together. For instance, we have said that Sir Robert governed this country by his personal qualities and by party and family connections, in conjunction with the influence of the Crown. To this system of government Lord Bolingbroke objects, but it is explained and commented upon and defended by Mr. Burke. Again, Lord Bolingbroke conceives the proper effect of the Revolution to be defeated by the powers of corruption which every minister has since enjoyed, and which he derives from the Crown. Mr. Burke thinks with Lord Bolingbroke that this influence of the Crown is and may be too great, but he views the subject in a new and different light, and in fact conceives that this influence of the Crown can now be opposed in practice only by those very party connections which it is the object of Lord Bolingbroke's dissertation to discountenance and destroy. This is a very curious question, and one which can never be without its interest, while our free and mixed Constitution survives. There is an air of freedom and purity of principle about such sentiments as are uttered by Lord Bolingbroke. Not indeed the most exemplary of characters himself, well fitted to captivate the minds of men of virtue and public spirit. Corruption is the great topic of his lamentations and invectives. His great hope is a House of Commons that in some way or other shall be elevated above all sinister views, the members of which, unlike the members of any other body that ever appeared in society, are to be influenced by no consideration but the mere merits of the question before them. Views of this kind are always very animating and attractive to those who, like Lord Bolingbroke, can write or speak beautiful sentences or think they can, and to many a youthful patriot whose heart is sufficiently good and understanding sufficiently somnolent to dream over the visions of superficial or designing men. Statesmen of any sense or experience look not for such prodigies. They know, as Mr. Burke has observed, what stuff all supernatural virtue is made of, and when the corruption of Parliament is represented as the beginning, middle, and end of all our grievances and calamities, they only see in a talker of this kind an artist who knows not the nature of his materials, or a future courtier at present in disguise. They know that men are in public as in private life, some good, some bad, and that to depend on the unmixed personal virtue of men in the formation of a government as a principle and a foundation on which to rest the public weal is puerile and ridiculous in the extreme. That in a constitution, as in a machine, the question always is, does it work well? And finally, that there is no hope that it should do so unless the great leading interests and selfish passions and ordinary virtues of our nature are so mingled and opposed and directed as in the result to operate pretty steadily to the advancement and security of the public prosperity. That is, unless this is done, nothing is done, and that this is done in a most remarkable manner, notwithstanding all its anomalies, in the British Constitution. Something is indeed said when useless places at the disposal of the Crown are pointed out, and it is proposed to abolish them. Remove temptations from men, and you will contribute to make them more virtuous. But nothing can be a more miserable waste of public talents in the speaker or writer, or of public virtue in the patient hearer or reader, than these vague and flowing harangues on the subject of corruption. There are seasons, indeed, when they may fall innocent on the ear, but there are other seasons when writings or speeches of this kind are clearly of the nature of sedition and become perfect treason to the practical liberties and prosperity of the realm. They may be at one time the mere mewlings and wailings of the cradle, such as they appear to me. They may be at another the thunders and lightnings that issue from the tribune. These observations will, I hope, not be found unreasonable by those who read the works of Lord Bolingbroke, and at the same time observe the world around them. They were made by me many years ago, and succeeding years have but confirmed them. His dissertation on parties is, on the whole, too long. It will often feel tedious. The same may be said of all his political works, with the exception of his letter to Sir William Wyndham, which is a perfect model of writing or speaking to any statesman or man of the world. Footnote: I must observe as I leave this subject that positive bribery was practiced by Sir Robert and by other ministers, both before and after his time by Lord Bute. I believe the last. Lord North used to job the loans. Mr. Pitt put an end to this disgraceful practice. Whatever may be said of the disparagement of our patriots and statesmen, the standard of public virtue is materially elevated in modern times. End footnote. With respect to the religious liberties of the country, they must be considered as materially advanced during the reign of George I. They had much declined during the latter part of the reign of Anne. The occasional conformity and schism bills, which were then passed, had shown the connection that exists between civil and religious liberty by showing that the same Tory ministers whose opinions were unfavorable to the one would be equally unfavorable to the other. But it is to the glory of the reign of George I and his Whig advisers. It is an eternal honor to the memory of the king that his first minister, Lord Stanhope, came forward and proposed all the relief and kindness to those who differed from the establishment which the temper of the community would then be brought to bear, and that they would have done more, if to do more had been in their power. The occasional conformity and schism act were repealed, and though the clauses in the Test and Corporation Acts for excluding dissenters from civil employments were suffered to remain, it had been the original intention of the king and his ministers to repeal these restrictions also. The question of the test was agitated during Sir Robert's administration, but Sir Robert, though favorable to its repeal, could not venture to make it a measure of government. These debates are worth your perusal, and the proceedings of the legislature with regard to the Quakers were very creditable to Sir Robert and the country. The circumstance that occurred most favorable to the religious liberties of the country was that about this period of our history we ceased to hear of the convocation, the ecclesiastical parliament. Men of the ecclesiastical profession, however respectable or venerable in their individual capacities, have never met in bodies, but they have become examples of anything but toleration. And this must necessarily be the case, without any particular fault of theirs, from the mere operation of the most established principles of our common nature. But it is on this very account that any change which has a tendency to remove public concerns of this nature from their particular management to the interference and therefore more equal management of statesmen must be esteemed materially conducive to the interests of religious liberty. I must not now be mistaken. I speak not with the slightest disrespect of men like these, nor do I speak of them in the regular exercise of their clerical duty. I speak of them when meeting in an ecclesiastical parliament or in large bodies. Interperndo accendunt. Proceeding on in the general survey of our present subject, we may remark that Sir Robert Walpole was a man of good temper and good sense, and therefore not disposed, while minister, to countenance any harsh or offensive measures towards those who differed from the national church. But he can scarcely be considered to have advanced the cause of religious liberty otherwise than by having kept the language, and as much as he could the practice, of the government at all times tolerant and mild. The commercial prosperity of the country must be considered as having greatly advanced during this period from the accession of George I to the rebellion of 1745. The merits of Sir Robert Walpole have in this respect been rated very high. They are stated to be very great by Mr. Cox. The subject is treated at pages 163, 164, and an unpublished treatise by Dean Tucker is quoted in Sir Robert's favor. Tucker is a very good authority, and on the whole the claim of the minister to our praises must be admitted. But distinctions must be made, as I apprehend will be found reasonable, whether we are speaking of Sir Robert Walpole of England, or of Colbert in France, or of any other minister or prince or government who are endeavoring to assist the prosperity of those committed to their care. In the first place, the merit of every man and of every body of men must be estimated with a reference to the times in which they lived. Since the administration of Sir Robert, a new system of political economy has been regularly presented and successfully presented by Adam Smyth to the consideration of the rulers of mankind, and we have a right to blame those ministers of our own age who seem ignorant of its principles, though not on this account the ministers of former times. The good sense of Sir Robert on particular occasions enabled him to discover the science of human prosperity, but no enlarged views on the East India question, for instance, on the question of Ireland, or on any other of this nature appear to have made a part of his ordinary habits of reflection. Without being, says Burke, in his masterly character of him, a genius of the first class, he was an intelligent, prudent, and safe minister. This praise and this abatement of it we shall find just, even when surveying him as a minister sincerely interested in the commercial advancement of his country. This intelligence, this prudence, still enabled him, without the assistance of the more divine influence of genius, to see and to provide for the interests of a commercial nation. Without anticipating the system of Adam Smyth, he could, by the operation of his own excellent understanding, perceive that he should assist the prosperity of his country effectually by clearing away, as much as possible, the duties and impositions by which he found our commerce encumbered and impoverished. It is said that he found our Book of Rates the worst and left it the best in Europe. A most important eulogium. We have here merit, and of a most solid nature, a man in a high station going through minute details and tedious, disgusting examinations, and exerting his patience, his industry, and his talents in a sort of silent and obscure drudgery, where though they were exerted highly to the benefit of the community, they could not be exerted with that éclat as to which they most assuredly were entitled. But this panegyric must not stop here. He not only did everything in his power, and according to the lights which he then possessed, for the emancipation of our commerce from vexatious interruptions and impolitic charges, but above all he was the anxious friend, not only of order and mild government at home, but of peace abroad. This is his commercial panegyric, the highest and the best that any minister can aspire to. Men will better their condition, that is, the prosperity of their country will advance without the assistance of the state if their exertions are only not interrupted, and their labors not destroyed by the interference of laws at home and the calamities of war abroad. Political economists require no more from princes or ministers or cabinets or houses of assembly then that praise which they so seldom deserve, the praise of being very conscious how they suffer themselves to be involved in war, of being very conscious how they destroy in a few years or months what no efforts of theirs will repair in ages. With this part of our subject is connected the consideration of the finances of England during this period, the measures of Sir Robert to improve them, and the claim which he has on this account on the approbation of posterity. You will find materials on which to exercise your judgment in Cox and the debates. His great merit as a minister of finance has in fact been already stated, for he best assists the finance of a country who best assists its prosperity, the source from which revenue is to be derived. But in the official part of his duty, his talents as a man of business seem to have been acknowledged, and may now by posterity be taken for granted. The good sense which he displayed during the whole progress of the affair of the South Sea scheme, from its origin to its final settlement, is alone sufficient to immortalize him. Great credit has always been given him for the measure of the sinking fund. He has incurred much censure for his opposition to the scheme of Sir John Barnard. You will, I hope, be induced to consider these and other particulars of the same kind. They occupy a part of the debates of the two houses, of the pages of Mr. Cox, of Sir John Sinclair's work on the revenue, and to all of these I must refer. This is the end of section 71. Section 72 of Lectures in Modern History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. Lectures in Modern History by William Smyth. It is from materials such as I have mentioned in the course of this lecture that I think an estimate may be formed of the period we are now considering, and of the merits of Sir Robert Walpole. The reminiscences of his son, the late Lord Orford, should also be looked at. They are short and entertaining. The London Magazine and the Gentleman's must be consulted when any particular point in the history of this period is to be discussed. They may even be looked at in conjunction with more regular histories. The times are very faithfully reflected in these passing mirrors. Specimens are here to be found of the most noted publications of the day. Essays occur, and often of great merit, on constitutional subjects, and some even on the subjects of political economy. The poetry of Swift and Pope may be seen in extracts adorning these pages, like the verses of the meanest of their contemporaries. Here may be noticed the first efforts of the strength of Johnson. We have the deaths, the marriages, the literary productions of many whom we have heard of, and of many whom we did not hear of, and who little thought to be so soon forgotten. And if a walk in Westminster Abbey should occupy the mind of Addison, I see not why the student may not resort, for similar purposes of amusement and improvement, to these brief chronicles, these fleeting sketches of life and its concerns, these striking images of the transitory nature of everything human. Other considerations will occur to him. Comparing these periodical journals with our own, it will appear to him, as I conceive, that society was less advanced, but that politics were then, as they ought always to be, a subject of great interest to the inhabitants of these kingdoms, and that although the manners were less refined and even less decent, as evidently appears from the complexion of humorous pieces, particularly those in verse, still that the great qualities of the English character were such as they have always been supposed, and were on the whole creditable to our country. Notices of these times and of the great characters by which they were distinguished may be obtained from the works of Lord Chesterfield. A character of Sir Robert Walpole is very properly extracted by Mr. Cox from the writings of Mr. Burke, sketched with great accuracy of outline and strength of representation. The accusations against Sir Robert Walpole, such as they were urged by his opponents in and out of Parliament in speeches and pamphlets, were these: his fruitless negotiations, his destructive treaties, his subsidies with a view only to his Majesty's foreign dominions, his votes of credit, his misapplication of the sinking fund, his discountenance of all proper measures for paying off the national debt, his disinclination to prosecute the Spanish War in the West Indies with the necessary vigor, and in a word, his putting a country taxed, burdened, and almost exhausted to all the annual charges of war, whilst he deprived it of the possibility of reaping any of its advantages by remaining in all the inaction of peace. Finally, that it was during his administration and from the influence of his politics that France became powerful and Austria declined. Such were the accusations urged against Sir Robert, and enforced and adorned by the splendid talents of men like Bolingbroke, Pulteney, Shippen, and Sir William Wyndham. These accusations may become very properly subjects of your reflection. They are obviously open to much explanation and discussion. Several of them, such as a system like Sir Robert's, was necessarily exposed to a system of preventative and defensive politics. Lord Orford claims for his father, what cannot, I think, be denied him, the praise of sound judgment, strong abilities, fortitude, calmness, patience, humanity, and an easy pleasantry, sound patriotism, and a steady attachment to the family on the throne. These are very great, or very useful, or very agreeable qualities. I see not how they are to be refused to the character of Sir Robert. When these are considered in conjunction with the reasons that are mentioned by Burke for the praise which he so deliberately weighs out to him, the observation of Mr. Belsham may, I think, be acceded to, that a man, upon the whole, better adapted to the situation he occupied, or better qualified to discharge the various and complicated duties of it, could nowhere be found. In the notebook on the table you will see a character of Sir Robert by Hume, which appears in one of the early and now scarce issues of his essays. I have laid before you all I have to offer on these general subjects which are connected with the administration of Sir Robert Walpole. But there is one to which I have not yet adverted, to which you will find fully detailed in the notebook on the table: the origin and progress of the dispute with Spain. I cannot here go into the merits of this question, but nothing could be more humane and reasonable than the views and feelings of Sir Robert. I certainly wish to attract your attention to it, because among the great lessons of history, one of the most important is the policy, the justice, the duty of the love of peace. But what truth so obvious as the desirableness of peace? Why insist upon an obligation which is only to be understood and admitted, and which is understood as soon as it is proposed? The fact is that the duty is assented to, but not acted upon. It is with the doctrines of peace as with the doctrines of toleration. Men honor them in their words, not in their conduct, and with loud protestations of the respect they bear them are never easy unless they are violating them, never easy unless they are gratifying their irritable passions and subjecting everyone around them, in the one case, to the superiority of their theological knowledge, and on the other to the terror of their arms. This subject, therefore, of the dispute with Spain you will do well to study. You may do it with convenience in Cox. Look also at the debates. You may in this manner see, if you please, what your ancestors were on this occasion, and what you yourselves will probably be on all similar occasions. None of you can think ever to possess understandings more brilliant or more improved than were those of Pulteney, Sir William Wyndham, Lord Chesterfield, Lord Carteret, and it can be only by taking warning from their mistakes that you can hope to be more wise. I must again repeat that I could wish to attract your attention to these proceedings. I could wish to induce you to draw general conclusions in favor of moderate counsels, pacific sentiments, calm reasonings, and dignified forbearance. On all occasions of our differences with foreign powers, on all occasions when such momentous interest as the shedding of the blood of man can be at issue, I must entreat you to observe how impossible it was for the minister, Sir Robert Walpole, to state the truth, and the whole truth, without rendering his hearers and the nation quite clamorous and outrageous. How impossible to state the case of Spain. I must entreat you to consider whether it is not always thus. I do not mean in our own nation exclusively, but certainly in our own very particularly. I must entreat you to observe the popularity that then belonged to all warlike sentiments, the violent and offensive terms in which the Spaniards were spoken of on every occasion, and you will then consider the free nature of our government, the ease with which popular sentiments are circulated, and how readily in the progress of a quarrel either of the parties, though right in the origin of the dispute, may become wrong, and at last the real aggressor, from the very insulting and overbearing manner in which redress may be claimed. Certainly important lessons may be drawn from these proceedings by the inhabitants of this country, and I must now finally observe, as I have before mentioned, that such lessons in every free country like this may be very safely drawn, for in any such country there is no chance of any improper tameness or pusillanimity. In any such country, personal courage will always be the indispensable requisite of every man, and the counsels of such countries will always be of a warlike, violent, and unjust, rather than of a reasonable, pacific, and equitable nature. The danger is always on that side, and not only the philanthropist, but the statesman in such a country as ours can seldom be better employed than in countenancing and propagating, by every means in his power, the love of peace, habits of caution, patience, and good temper, habits of real magnanimity, for what after all is magnanimity but the union of such qualities with the fearlessness of danger? Having thus endeavored to direct your thoughts to these transactions, and to what I conceive the proper inferences to be deduced from them, I must make one observation more. I have hitherto mentioned the conduct of Sir Robert during the progress of this dispute with Spain, only to praise it. A more painful task remains. I must dismiss it with endeavors to hold it out to you as a proper subject, in one respect, of your censure. In the course of these discussions, Sir Robert had not done the Spanish cause justice. He had not told his own country the whole truth. This I have already observed. His excuse might be, and it may be admitted, that this was not the way to procure peace, that there was no chance for peace but his own continuance in power. Yet his patience, his good temper, his reasonableness, his exertions, great and meritorious as they were in the cabinet and in the Senate, were all unavailing. He found them to be so. In defiance of every effort he could make, his eloquence, his influence, his management, his sacrifices of every kind, the event turned out to be that the two nations were hurried into a war, and that he had no comfort left but that of having strenuously labored to prevent so fatal a termination of their differences. There is even more than this to be considered. It appears that the king was eager for the war, that Sir Robert was counteracted by the cabinet, blamed by many of his personal friends, reviled by the nation. The question, therefore, which is asked by Cox should be asked by every reader. Why did he not resign? Why did he not endeavor to make some impression upon his countrymen by throwing up his emoluments and his honors? This argument, at least, they could not but have felt. Why were not his own honest fame as a statesman and his character with posterity as dear to him as they ought to have been? Why did he not refuse his sanction in a system of conduct which he thought precipitate, violent, and unreasonable? It cannot be necessary, it cannot be proper, that a minister should have recourse to so strong a measure as the resignation of his office on light grounds and at every turn. Others are to have their opinions as well as himself. Mutual concessions and sacrifices may be made by honorable men faithfully cooperating in the administration of a government. But when points of principle in themselves are sacred, when questions of importance like the alternatives of peace and war are at issue, then indeed it is not possible for a man of intelligence or spirit to proceed longer in his doubtful path amid the blended confines of right and wrong. He must no longer assent to what he does not approve. He can discharge no more necessary duty to his country than to avow his opinion and act upon it. It may be that his opinion is right, and a salutary effect may be produced, but on every supposition, one good at least will be attained. He will give an example of public virtue. The path of honor is always the path of wisdom, and they who survey the situation of Sir Robert from the moment that he suffered himself to be persuaded by the king to continue in office, for he had the merit of proffering his resignation, will see no reason to call in question this great and universal maxim of human conduct. Sir Robert retained his place but 2 years, his place rather than his power, without comfort to himself or advantage to his reputation. Life itself he retained but a few years longer. What then were his gains in return for the mortifications he endured? It is difficult, indeed, for men properly to engage in the affairs of mankind without being deeply interested in them. It is still more difficult to be thus interested and at the same time to view them from that commanding height and with those sentiments of philosophic criticism with which they will come at length to be surveyed by posterity. Yet such is the magnanimity, such the comprehensiveness of judgment, which are and ought to be expected from the rulers of mankind, and it is therefore with no pleasure that we observe the character of Sir Robert so strongly marked by the great fault of all statesmen, an inordinate love of power, that we observe him clinging to office till he was torn and driven from it, and even in his fall casting on that longing, lingering look which was unbecoming him as a man of spirit, and unworthy of him as a man of virtue. It is with no pleasure that we afterwards see him depressed and uncomfortable, because when he was no longer the minister of the crown, no longer the center round which the business of the empire revolved, he necessarily became an individual, visited like other individuals only by those who cherished him for his amiable and social qualities, or who respected him for his talents and his virtues. Every attention appears to have been paid to him by those whose good opinion he had been accustomed to regard. And what then are we to think of the account that is given of this celebrated statesman in the decline and fall of his power and of his life? Or rather, what instruction can we hence derive for ourselves? If indeed, as appears to have been the case, his residence seemed to him a solitude, if indeed he had little taste for literary occupations, and expressed himself to this effect to a brother statesman who was reading in his library, if he wished for a resource that would have alleviated, as he said, many tedious hours of his retirement. If indeed it was found, as we are told by Mr. Cox, that to him who had directed the helm of government in England, all speculative opinions appeared dull. If to him who had drawn all his knowledge from practice, all theory appeared trifling, if to him who had long been the dispenser of wealth and honors, a wide difference appeared between the expressions of those who approached him from motives of personal kindness and the homage which had formerly been paid him by those who had courted him from motives of self-interest. If this difference mortified and stung him, if everything, as it is said, seemed uninteresting to a man who from the 23rd year of his age had been uniformly engaged in scenes of political exertion, if such be indeed the portrait of the fallen statesman as presented by his biographer, well may it become those of you who hear me, those who are gifted with faculties according to the ordinary measure, and those of you who are entrusted with the yet higher privileges of superior talents, alike to consider how inestimable are those habits of literary occupation and of rational curiosity which we are not only competent, under every change of fortune, to administer, even to men of common minds, the blessings of dignified activity and contented cheerfulness. But when they are found united to the possession of great natural endowments, can accompany men in their fall from the highest offices of the state to the obscurest depths of their retirement, and transfer a man like Bacon, though ruined and disgraced, from the cabinet of a prince to that high eminence and vantage ground of philosophy and truth, where kings from their humbler thrones might gaze upon him with reverence. I must even venture to urge reflections of this nature still farther, and without meaning for a moment to intrude upon the more sacred privacies of the character of Sir Robert Walpole, I cannot but take occasion from the facts, as they appear, to request you to consider how constantly exposed to concussions and to overthrow will assuredly be the happiness of every man who directs his thoughts too exclusively to the objects of ambition, who amid the business of mankind may have habituated himself too much to disregard that still more important concern which yet awaits him, and amid the interests and anxieties of those who crowd around him for his patronage, has suffered himself to be hurried away and occupied till he becomes but too insensible of that yet more important connection which he is permitted to hold, not only with his fellow creatures of the world, but with the Creator of the universe himself, and which, when those crowds retire and his power is no more, when the more noisy and impetuous calls of duty are hushed, when the claims of mankind seem to part away from him on every side, will open at once to him an object of never ceasing and even far superior anxiety and care, and leave him to the more exclusive and undisturbed enjoyment of that silent piety which should never have been banished from the meditations of his heart, and which, whether in health or in sickness, in his elevation or in his fall, will best explain to him the merits of his active life and the meaning of his earthly grandeur. This is the end of section 72. Section 73 of Lectures in Modern History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. Lectures in Modern History by William Smyth. Lecture 27, 1810. Law, Mississippi Scheme, South Sea Bubble, etc. During the period which we have been lately considering, a remarkable connection of amity and good offices took place between the two rival countries of England and France. On the death of Louis XIV, the Duke of Orleans became, or rather made himself, regent. The Duke of Bourbon succeeded, then became Cardinal Fleury. It is the era which comprehends the administration of the three that must engage our attention. The writers that we must read or consult are the following: the Memoirs of the Duc de Saint-Simon, the concluding volume of Anquetil's Louis XIV, Sa Cour et le Régent, Memoirs of Duclos, l'Histoire of Lacretelle. All these works may be read with ease and advantage, but any one of them may be sufficient for the era which it embraces. The topics are in all the same. Saint Simon is the groundwork of all the rest, and Duclos's book is in its manner the most agreeable and the most generally read. But the truth is that the whole, in whatever author read, presents to the view little to occupy the philosophical reader of history. We have the intrigues of ministers and courtiers at home and abroad, a scene displayed lively and striking, and even necessary to the comprehension of the history of Europe at the time. But we have no alterations in the constitution of France, and indeed little concern expressed on the subject. Even in those instances which are fitted to convey instruction to a statesman, the historians may be said to desert us. They write memoirs. They please and entertain us, but are either unable or unwilling to do more, and they enter into no minuteness of explanation or criticism on subjects that to posterity must surely appear of far more importance than those which they discuss. Our own Charles II is made to revive in our memory in the person of the regent, the Duke of Orleans, and Clarendon in the virtuous and faithful Saint Simon. But the regent is more outrageously debauched than Charles, and Saint Simon, brought up in an arbitrary court, cannot have the views and feelings of Clarendon. It may be observed, however, that the ill success of Saint Simon in his very laudable views to reform his master is well fitted in a moral point of view to offer edifying lessons, if any were wanting, of the danger of self-indulgence, the fascination of bad habits, and whatever we may think of the celebrated doctrines of free will and necessity, of the impossibility which every man will find of altering his character at his pleasure. That is the absurdity, in the first place, of indulging himself in courses of folly and vice, and then supposing that whenever he thinks proper, he may begin to be virtuous and wise. Very different was the fate of the regent, favored by nature with superior gifts of fancy and of understanding, with no malignity in his disposition, and well calculated to receive the love and approbation of mankind. It was in vain that he often resolved to make some reasonable efforts to deserve both, to exercise some self-control, in a word, to be virtuous. He was bound down to the earth by the chains of his long-established associations. That is, in common language, by his bad habits. Dubois and his mistresses always prevailed over his better reason, and the kind and honorable counsels of Saint Simon were sounds that were no sooner heard than they were swept away from the sense, or rather were never properly heard at all, amid the unholy revelry of his impieties and abominations. He died immaturely of an apoplectic fit, for at last he could not exercise self-control sufficient even to take proper steps for the security of his own life. And his favorite medical attendant, Chirac, remonstrated with him on this occasion as vainly he had done before his virtuous counselor, St. Simon. The most amiable of men in society, says one of the historians, full of genius, talents, courage, and humanity, but the worst of princes, that is, the most unfit to govern. This is, however, too favorable a portrait of the regent. One more minute and exact is given by Lacretelle, and that with great force and beauty of coloring. This is the prince to whom Pope alludes, a godless regent, tremble at a star. He was one of those licentious men who, as sometimes happens, believe nothing but what no one else believes, for example, astrology and magic. And St. Simon mentions a recital given him by the regent of some images shown him in a mirror descriptive of future events, which I cannot but confess are quite inexplicable. St. Simon had nothing to say, but to request him not to have any more communication with the powers of darkness. On the subject of parliaments you must consult Duclos. It is an important subject, but one that if you endeavor regularly to study it, you will find intolerably tedious, and at last, but unsatisfactory. This resistance of the parliaments at last grew to be formidable to the monarch, and at length ended in the late tremendous revolution. The word parliament must therefore be a most interesting word whenever we can observe it in the memoirs or histories of France. But the student, while adverting to the history of France, will at length be conducted to the financial schemes of the celebrated John Law. And the appearance which this speculator and his projects make is well calculated to awaken our curiosity. Some of the particulars mentioned are of a ludicrous, others of a grave nature, but they all indicate, and even if they were, some of them exaggerated, the very existence of them as anecdotes belonging to the times would still indicate a state of the public mind and of the country very highly deserving of our attention. I will mention some of them. Law, from an obscure individual and a foreigner, had become the first man of consequence in such a kingdom as France. Voltaire says that he saw him going through the gallery of the Palais Royal, followed by the first clergy and nobility of France who were paying their court to him, dukes and peers, marshals and bishops. Again, it was about Law that the English ambassador, Lord Stair, differed with his own court, and the result was Lord Stair's recall. Of a less grave nature were anecdotes of the following kind: that a woman of fashion contrived to have her carriage overturned, to take the chance of his running to her assistance, and affording her an opportunity of thus becoming acquainted with him. That another lady, finding all regular expedients vain, went with her chariot and servants, and set up a cry of fire near the house where he was dining. Again, such was the ferment and such the fury of speculation excited in Paris that a poor man who had a humpback made a livelihood by standing in the place where the bargains were made and converting his infirmity into a sort of writing desk. Anecdotes like these may be thought only entertaining, but in another stage of Law's financial system, 3 men were, in the confusion and pressure of the crowd, actually killed. Soon after the whole scheme had fallen into ruin, it happened that a conflagration had destroyed half the town of Rennes, and that Marseille and part of Provence were visited by the plague. When the bishops of the different dioceses of France were exhorted by a circular letter from the regent to make efforts for the assistance of the sufferers, the Bishop of Castres replied that all the efforts he could make had only produced 100 pistoles in money and 5,000 livres in paper. That the inundation of this last sort of currency had done more mischief in his district than all the flames could have done in Bretagne, and that it was of no consequences that the houses were not reduced to ashes, if there remained nothing of all that was necessary to their existence but what was fit only to be thrown into the fire. What revolution, continues the bishop, has not been produced in 6 months by this paper money in fortunes that appeared the best established? It is impossible to comprehend without seeing, or to see without the most lively sorrow, the effects that have taken place. There is an end with us to all commerce and labor, and confidence and industry, even friendship and charity are no more. These are not exaggerations, etc., etc. Particulars like these are surely curious when they appear on the face of history as the result of the philosophic speculations of an individual like Law, one who had left his own country in search of a better, and was then brought forward to attempt his experiments in one of the first kingdoms in Europe. But all who hear me must be very conscious that finances and paper money and stock jobbing are sounds not unknown to ourselves, and it is possible that if one of the purposes of history be instruction, these transactions may afford us some lessons not without their importance. We may consider ourselves as a nation very intelligent and experienced, but it must be noted that the regent who adopted the schemes of Law was a man of very brilliant talents. Law was certainly a person of no ordinary caste, and it does not necessarily follow from the failure of his schemes that he meant originally to deceive. The French people are inferior to none in quickness and sagacity, yet was there produced on this occasion in France what Smyth declares to be the most extravagant project both of banking and stock jobbing that perhaps the world ever saw, and it is certain that the most serious and extensive confusion and distress were the consequence. Having made these observations with a hope of recommending these transactions to your attention, I now proceed to consider what means can be found for gratifying any curiosity which you may happen to entertain on the subject. I am sorry to be obliged to confess to you some disappointments with respect to this point. I have not found it possible to comprehend what was the exact theory of Law in his banking and Mississippi schemes from any of the historical writers of France. This projector and his projects are both mentioned by Voltaire, who lived at the time, but he gives no detail and attempts no philosophic analysis, either of the system or its success. If we turn to the Memoirs of St. Simon, a contemporary also, he gives no assistance whatever. Duclos, in like manner, affords no proper information, nor does even Lacretelle, though he has a chapter dedicated to the subject, nor do the writers of the French Encyclopedia. Adam Smith, unfortunately, gives no account of it because, says he, the different operations of this scheme are explained so fully and so clearly with so much order and distinctness by Mr. Duverney in his examination of the political reflections upon commerce and finances of Mr. Dutot, a work which I have never been able to procure. But we have another treatise in our own language on political economy, which, though eclipsed by the more enlightened and profound work of Smyth, is still a work in many respects deserving of attention. It is particularly so on the present occasion. I allude to the book of Stuart's Political Economy. Stuart gives a regular account of the system of law, and as the whole is concise, and yet, as I conceive, satisfactory, I not only recommend it to your study, but it is upon this book, I confess, that I depend for furnishing you with proper knowledge on the subject. Law was a man of contriving, speculating mind, one who had his fortune to make, and who, after in vain proposing his financial schemes in his own country, Scotland, and to other countries, at last settled in France, and succeeded in getting a bank established in Paris by the Regent's authority in May 1716. The bank seems to have been founded on the common principles, circulating notes and cash reserved to pay them when occasionally presented. He was a man of great address, with a fine person, and every attractive quality. Both himself and his bank seem to have prospered most completely. No common success, however, would satisfy him. His ambition was unbounded. Unfortunately, too, he thought himself possessed of a secret for making a kingdom rich, and his dreams of personal aggrandizement were probably, therefore, of the most unlimited extent and splendor. His secret was this. He held that by increasing the circulating medium of a country, you increased its prosperity, and that therefore you were to supersede the use of the precious metals and issue paper money to any requisite extent. Now it happened at the time that the finances of France were in a most deplorable state of embarrassment. It happened also that the regent was a man of very quick talents, and alike fitted to comprehend and to be seduced by the reasonings and promises of any new and extraordinary system. Law and he were therefore made for each other. The finances were low, and Law had riches to bestow. This was all the regent wanted. Law was an insignificant individual, and the regent can furnish him with all the authority of government. This was all that Law wanted. Their operations were therefore soon begun. In the first place, to Law's private bank was united in September 1717 a great commercial company, the Mississippi Company, which was formed by subscriptions in the usual manner. And in the second place, on the 1st of January 1719, Law's private bank, which had now flourished for 3 years, was converted into a royal bank. But it will naturally be asked what were the foundations of this new royal bank and what of the Mississippi Company? What were the funds and what was the security? With respect to the new royal bank, its notes were always payable in money. The security must have been Law's personal security and the faith of the regent. And it was the great art and anxiety of this proprietor to make his banknotes preferable to the coin of the country, so that though coin might legally be demanded from him, in point of fact, it never would be demanded from him. In this he greatly succeeded for a considerable time. With respect to the Mississippi Company, they were to have an exclusive trade in Louisiana. They were to have the farming of the taxes and other privileges, and therefore there appeared ample income for their dividends, and the profits of their trade might be considered as indefinite. It was settled that the shares of the company could be purchased only by bank paper, not by coin. The more, therefore, the shares were wanted, the more were the banknotes called for to purchase them. Law and the regent had the fabrication of both, of the shares and of the banknotes. Shares, therefore, were created, and notes were issued to answer the demand of the public. Every man seems to have supposed that the profits of Law's company were to be indefinite. All eyes were fixed, it must be supposed, upon Louisiana, and the revenue to be derived from farming the taxes and other privileges resulting from this connection with the regent. It seems hardly credible, but the fact was that such was the rage for buying and selling shares and for gambling in these concerns that the counting and recounting of hard money would have been a process too tedious and slow. Even this circumstance gave a preference to the paper money, to the banknotes. The hopes and fears of the individuals concerned, and the various modes of managing the company's shares and the notes of the bank by Law, gave occasion to all that stock jobbing and those strange occurrences, some of which I have alluded to, and which have been transmitted to us even in the records of history. The system flourished while the public thought of nothing but procuring the banknotes with which to buy the shares. While this was the case, Law could answer occasional demands on his bank in gold and silver, and the shares of the company kept continually rising. Such was the state of things through the whole year of 1719 till the end of November. But in the course of the preceding month of August, Law had promised a very large dividend on the shares of the Mississippi Company. He then increased the number of shares to an excessive degree. He also issued the banknotes profusely, and continued to do so, till before the end of May in the next year, 1720. He had, in fact, increased this issue to a most preposterous extent. For some time it had been suspected by many that the profits of the company could not be such as the holders of the shares had expected, that therefore there was no real foundation for the edifice that had been erected. The circulation, too, was overloaded by the paper issue. Early, therefore, in the year 1720, the whole system evidently tottered. From the first, the Parliament of Paris had constantly resisted Law and all his schemes and operations. For some time it had been necessary to make use of the assistance of government forcibly to support his projects, and at last a false step that was made on the 21st of May, 1720, produced a run upon the bank, and as he could not find gold and silver to pay his banknotes, the whole system fell at once into disgrace and ruin. It may be said, therefore, to have flourished from January 1719 to the month of December during that month, and the first months of 1720 to have declined and to have expired at the end of May 1720. Such is the general description that may be offered of these transactions. This is the end of section 73. Section 74 of Lectures in Modern History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. Lectures in Modern History by William Smyth. We may now perhaps enter a little into some particulars. Some questions occur. What could be the design of the regent, a very able man, in adopting this scheme? What were his ends? What did he suppose his means? To these questions the answer, according to Stuart, seems to be this. The state was indebted 2,000 millions of livres capital at an interest of 4%. His wish, therefore, was to take advantage of the disposition the public were in to buy the shares of Law's Trading Company, to transfer the debts of the state from himself, the regent, to that company, to become himself a debtor to Law's company, and not to the public, to pay the company a smaller interest than he did the public creditors, and by this difference to relieve the state. But the operation by which all this was to be effected was sadly circuitous, so it will appear to you, and scarcely intelligible. It was this. The regent was in the first place to coin banknotes at his royal bank, and with these was to buy the shares of the company, in this manner to keep up the price of those shares. The company were then to lend him the banknotes they had thus received at a low interest. With these banknotes he was to pay off the state creditors. After this process he remained, it is true, with the shares in his hand, but these shares he was to sell to the public and get rid of them. From the public he was to receive banknotes once more, and as these were the notes of his own bank, these he was to burn. And the results of the whole would then have been that the public creditor would have stood with one of the company's shares in his hand instead of one of his former claims on the state, and would have been left to find his interest no longer from the regent, but from the dividends of the company. The regent or the state would in the meantime have remained debtors to the bank for the notes which the bank had lent, but would have less interest to pay than before, to say nothing of the gain which might have been made by a lucky sale of the shares, and these were the advantages which the regent, it is probable, expected. The shares were therefore raised in round numbers during the early parts of the year 1719 from 200,000 to 624,000. The banknotes were coined during the whole year 1719, more particularly during the early parts of 1720, till they mounted up from 59 millions to nearly 2,700 millions of livres. And when the whole system failed at the end of May, the regent was found holding 400,000 of the 600,000 Mississippi shares, and the public were in possession of, that is, there had been paid away 2,200 millions of the 2,600 millions of banknotes. The whole scheme therefore failed, for the regent was answerable for these 2,200 millions of banknotes that were out, just as he had been before for the billets or debts of the state, and he had 400,000 shares in his hands, which he had not been able to dispose of. He could not get sufficient numbers of the banknotes back. He could not transfer the public debt from himself to the company as he had hoped to do. In the event, therefore, after the run on the bank and the course of the remainder of the year 1720, he gave up the whole scheme, settled his accounts with the company by burning their shares, or their debt to him, and annihilating part of his own debt to them. And he returned to the old system of providing funds for paying the interest of the bank bills outstanding, which were no longer to be negotiable and to be destroyed at the end of the year. The result of the whole arrangement was that he had to pay $53 million for interest in the national debts instead of $80 million per annum as he had done before, so that a certain advantage was gained, but himself and his administration were covered with disgrace, and his great agent and adviser, Law, narrowly escaped with his life. Now, though these were the facts, and though such were the intentions of the regent, and the meaning of the scheme, it does not follow that the regent, as has sometimes been thought, or even Law himself, meant to defraud the public. The regent must have conceived that he had furnished the company with a large revenue, first by the interest which he was to pay them for their loan of banknotes, secondly by the exclusive advantages of trade, and thirdly by the advantages of farming the taxes which he had allowed them. In this manner they appeared furnished with an income perfectly adequate to discharge the dividends on their shares. He and Law might both have persuaded themselves that by the paper system they had introduced they had so increased the wealth of the state that the interest of money would and ought to fall, and that he, therefore, as a debtor to the public, might, without injustice to the public, pay less interest than before. The only question is whether improper acts and dishonest practices were used to raise the value of the shares, for on their sale all depended. There is one fact extremely suspicious. In the middle of the year 1719, the year of the system, the company promised a dividend far disproportioned to any rational expectations that could be formed of their means. Why they did so has never been properly explained, and the company must be left with the imputation of at least most unpardonable delusion, if not of direct dishonesty. It was at this moment, it may be remarked, that the financial scheme we have mentioned from Stuart appears to have been brought into action. In August, the company obtained the general farming of the taxes from the regent, and while they promised this extraordinary dividend on their shares, they agreed to lend the regent 1,600 millions at 3%. 300,000 shares were created in the next 2 months of September and October, and in December 1719, the first 5 months of 1720, 2,000 millions of banknotes were created, but in the last of these 5 months, in May, the bank stopped. All these facts connected seem to be best accounted for by the explanation of Stuart. The dividend was promised, which raised the value of the shares. A large number of shares were created to be purchased. And again a large number of banknotes were struck off and paid away to the public creditor, who was thus furnished with the means of buying the shares. All this runs smooth, but the question is, upon what grounds this large dividend was promised? A question, it is to be feared, which neither Law nor the regent could have properly answered. Lastly, with respect to the failure of the system, Stuart thinks that this failure was owing to the order given on May the 21st that the bank bill should go for only half its numerical value. He considers the credit of the bank as good all through the months of January 1720, February, etc., down to May. The French nation, he says, had been accustomed to diminutions in the value of the coin. By these they neither were nor could have been alarmed. Indeed, such depreciations of the coin had always been urged by law and the adherents to his system as arguments to show the superiority of paper. When, however, it was publicly declared that the paper money should be subject to diminutions too, contrary to the original terms of the bill and the engagement with the public, and when it was thus seen that the paper, which had no value in itself, could not even boast of the value to be derived from good faith, that it was in fact left without any value at all, the consequence was sure to be what immediately took place, that the public would rush forward to get for it any value that could be found in silver or gold. All this must indeed be allowed. The failure of the system was an inevitable consequence of such an edict as that of May. The question, however, that remains behind is what could tempt or force the regent and law to issue such an edict. This must, I think, be accounted for, not by saying with Stuart that it was a mere blunder, for it was an impossible blunder, but by saying that it was an expedient which they had recourse to, a vain expedient, no doubt, for enabling their bank to struggle through the difficulties which are always the consequence of an overissue of paper. Law certainly had an idea that paper was fitter than the precious metals to become the money of a state, and he had even thought that money, that is, in this instance, that paper was wealth to a country, in the proper sense of the word wealth, that is, was industry, trade, production, prosperity, in every meaning of these terms, because he thought it caused them. With these ideas he might have filled the imagination, if not betrayed the understanding of the regent, and both might have thought that in a country like France the proper exercise of the authority of the state would carry them through all difficulties, till at length all the common prejudices on this subject of money being removed, the new medium might have its full circulation and influence, and the system be left without any further interference of government to stand on its own merits. The paper was therefore issued without fear to an enormous extent. But in the meantime the real nature of things could not be altered. It was not possible that the shares of the company should advance so high and the public not begin to perceive that they had advanced beyond their value. It was not possible that the paper money should be so increased in quantity and the numerical prices of things not increase also, and that foreigners should not therefore bring their goods, receive them for paper, turn the paper into cash, and then carry the cash out of the kingdom. It was not possible that the disappearance of the coin should not create alarm, notwithstanding the edicts of the regent and the letters and reasonings of law. It was not possible that all annuits should not find their stipulated incomes less valuable as the medium they were paid in became less valuable, that is, was more multiplied. It was not possible that the small part of every society, which may be called the sober reasoning part, should not be much struck with the sudden fortunes, the restless speculations, the extravagant enthusiasm, the violent agitation that everywhere prevailed, that they should not themselves doubt, and at least teach others to doubt of the solidity of a system unphilosophic in itself, and which, after all, had to depend on the profits of a commercial company and the good faith of the regent. It was impossible on these and other accounts that gold and silver money should not at length be preferred to paper, of whatever promise or description, and the whole merit and meaning and success of Law's system depended on a contrary supposition, the preference of the bank paper to the precious metals. These are all consequences that were and must ever remain inevitable when an excess of paper money has been, on whatever account, introduced to the circulation of a country. And the only real grounds of astonishment are how the system lasted so long, and how Law could succeed in the manner he did in persuading the public of the value of the company shares and the solidity of the banknotes. On the whole, the failure of the scheme seems to have been owing to two great causes. First, a change of the public opinion with regard to the probable success of the mercantile project, and secondly, to the overissue of paper. While the demand for shares continued, the banknotes were thus employed and absorbed, and although there might be a general excess of circulation visible in all the proper tests of an excess, still there might be no positive distinction made by the French people between notes and specie. But the moment the demand for shares ceased, the demand for notes ceased with it, and the distinction between the notes and specie immediately began to take place. The famous Edict of May, which had been occasioned by circumstances like these, only brought on a crisis which was from the first, sooner or later, inevitable, and was sure to be, when it did take place, totally ungovernable. The system has always been looked upon as a system of mere fraud, and law as a mere projector and impostor. It has always been thought that the short account of the whole is that he deceived the French nation, and that the only instruction to be derived from these transactions is the disposition of the public to the folly and guilt of gambling and stock jobbing, the caution with which governments should listen to projectors, the hesitation with which the public or individuals should embark in schemes of wide extent and rapid profit. Without meaning to extrovert positions like these, the undeniable maxims of experience and good sense, it may be added, I conceive, that these transactions afford other lessons, not less valuable, though not so obvious. I mean the circumspection with which the expedient of paper money should be used, the caution with which governments should listen to those whose systems proceed upon any other supposition, with respect to their paper issues, than that of their being freely and continually checked by the convertibility of the paper into the precious metals. The mistake which the public commit when they lend themselves to any systems of credit which require the slightest assistance from authority, which connect in the way of mutual assistance the great commercial and banking concerns of individuals with the government of a country and the finances of a state. The probability there is that men will outstep the proper bounds even of justice and honesty, much more of general prudence, when they can make, as they suppose, money at pleasure. It is lessons of this sort that ought also to be drawn from these transactions, because they are lessons of still greater importance to commercial nations, and because all such communities are far more likely to be ignorant and transgress in these points than in speculations and stock jobbing, not to say that the consequences are far more extensively and irretrievably ruinous. The infatuation that was exhibited through the whole of the transactions in which law was concerned was by no means confined to the French nation. By a coincidence singular enough, the year 1720 was marked in our own history by the folly of what was called the South Sea Bubble. This subject I conceive also to be deserving of your consideration. I will make a few remarks and leave it to your examination. This is the end of section 74.